αποτελεί ένα παράδειγμα εμπλουτισμού της εκπαιδευτικής διαδικασίας, ενώ οι εφαρμογές της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, όπως εκείνη του ChatGPT, αποτελούν ένα άλλο παράδειγμα που πιέζει για προσαρμογές στην διαδικασία διδασκαλίας και εξέτασης. Αλλαγές που χάρη στη διάχυση και τις δυνατότητες επικοινωνίας των νέων τεχνολογιών μπορούμε να παρακολουθούμε πλέον πολύ ευκολότερα από ποτέ, όπως εξελίσσονται παντού στον κόσμο, στο σύνολο του πλανήτη, και να μαθαίνουμε ιδίως από τα λάθη τους. Να παρακολουθούμε όχι μόνο και να ενημερωνόμαστε παθητικά, αλλά και για να ενημερώνουμε τον υπόλοιπο κόσμο για τις αντίστοιχες αλλαγές και προσαρμογές και τα αποτελέσματά τους στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια. Η διεθνής παρουσία, λοιπόν, και η συμβολή των ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων στην παγκόσμια κοινότητα, στα ζητήματα της πανεπιστημιακής παιδαγωγικής και εκπαίδευσης, είναι επίσης μία πρόκληση και μέρος της αποστολής των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Η έκτη πρόκληση αφορά στα μεταβαλλόμενα χαρακτηριστικά της σύνθεσης των φοιτητών στο σύγχρονο πανεπιστήμιο, που είναι ανοιχτό, συμπεριληπτικό, διεθνοποιημένο και καθολικό, καθώς απευθύνεται σε όλες τις ηλικίες. Καταρχάς, στους φοιτητές μετέχουν άτομα με αναπηρία και άλλες μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Το Ελληνικό Πανεπιστήμιο έχει πολύ δρόμο να διανύσει ακόμα, προκειμένου να γίνει πρακτικά φιλικό και αληθινά υποστηρικτικό στα άτομα με διαφορετικές αναπηρίες και μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ μπορούν να συμβάλλουν στη συμπερίληψη και με την κατάλληλη υποστήριξη των διδασκόντων για την παιδαγωγική και διδακτική μεταχείριση, αντιμετώπιση των φοιτητών, ανάλογα με την ιδιαίτερη αναπηρία ή μαθησιακή δυσκολία. Επιπλέον, τα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια το τελευταίο διάστημα επιδιώκουν να ενισχύσουν το διεθνή τους χαρακτήρα, να αναπτύσσουν περισσότερες συνεργασίες και ανταλλαγές με πανεπιστήμια άλλων χωρών και οργανώνουν ξενόγλωσσα προγράμματα για να προσελκύσουν φοιτητές από άλλες χώρες. Οι αλλοδαποί φοιτητές ενδεχομένως προέρχονται από χώρες με πολύ διαφορετικές εκπαιδευτικές παραδόσεις και πλαίσια μάθησης και μπορεί να αντιμετωπίζουν ιδιαίτερα προβλήματα προσαρμογής στο ελληνικό πανεπιστήμιο. Τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ μπορούν ακόμα να υποστηρίζουν τους διδάσκοντες στην καλύτερη αντιμετώπιση των φοιτητών από άλλες χώρες, διασφαλίζοντας όχι μόνο την επίτευξη των μαθησιακών αποτελεσμάτων, αλλά και τα ποσοστά ολοκλήρωσης των σπουδών από τους αλλοδαπούς φοιτητές, ώστε η στρατηγική διεθνοποίηση των πανεπιστημίων να είναι επιτυχής. Ακόμη, οι περισσότερο ενήλικοι φοιτητές, που επίσης αυξάνονται και στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια, έχουν διαφορετικούς τρόπους μάθησης, learning styles, από τους νεότερους φοιτητές. Η υποστήριξη των διδασκόντων από τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ στη διαφοροποίηση της παιδαγωγικής και διδακτικής αντιμετώπισης των ενηλίκων φοιτητών μπορεί επίσης να συμβάλλει σε ένα πραγματικά ανοιχτό και σύγχρονα οργανωμένο ελληνικό πανεπιστήμιο. Γνωρίζουμε ότι η μάθηση στην εκπαίδευση συνολικά, συμπεριλαμβανομένης και της ανώτατης, δεν είναι μόνο το αποτέλεσμα του οργανωμένου προγράμματος σπουδών. Επίσης, σημαντικό ρόλο στη μάθηση παίζει το λεγόμενο παραπρόγραμμα, το hidden curriculum, στους χώρους των εκπαιδευτικών ιδρυμάτων και διαμορφώνεται με το σύνολο των διαντιδράσεων στις οποίες εκτίθεται κάθε μαθητευόμενος και φοιτητής. Διαντιδράσεις που είτε συμβαίνουν οργανωμένα από το ίδιο το ίδρυμα, είτε άτυπα μέσα από την επικοινωνία φοιτητών μεταξύ τους και με τους διδάσκοντες στο περιβάλλον των εκπαιδευτικών ιδρυμάτων, στους κοινόχρηστους χώρους, τις βιβλιοθήκες, τους χώρους ανάπαυλας κτλ. Το hidden curriculum περιλαμβάνει τα άτυπα ακαδημαϊκά, κοινωνικά και πολιτισμικά μηνύματα, τους άγραφους και άρρητους κανόνες και προσδοκίες, τους ανεπίσημους κανόνες συμπεριφοράς και τις αξίες που διαμορφώνουν την ιδιαίτερη θεσμική κουλτούρα κάθε ιδρύματος, εντός του οποίου λαμβάνει η χώρα εκπαίδευση και μάθηση. Μπορεί να περιλαμβάνει μηνύματα όπως η υποχρεωτικότητα ή μη της παρακολούθησης των μαθημάτων, η ακρίβεια στην τήρηση του ωραρίου ή και κάθε είδους προθεσμιών, η κατάσταση και ο τρόπος λειτουργίας των βιβλιοθηκών, λειτουργούν, δεν λειτουργούν, είναι κλειστές, σέβονται τους φοιτητές και τις ανάγκες τους και τα ωράρια τους κτλ. Ή ακόμα και η αρχιτεκτονική των πανεπιστημιακών μας κτηρίων. Το παραπρόγραμμα λοιπόν των ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων αποτελεί μία ακόμα, την 7η πρόκληση για τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, καθώς έχουν νομίζω ρόλο, μπορούν να έχουν ρόλο, στην ανάλυση, αξιολόγηση και αναμόρφωση του παραπρογράμματος σε κάθε ίδρυμα, με τη συνδρομή των ειδικών επιστημόνων και την ανάληψη κατάλληλων πρωτοβουλειών για την υποστήριξη της υποδοχής και τον προσανατολισμό νέων φοιτητών και νέων διδασκόντων για την ένταξή τους στον χώρο των πανεπιστημίων ως χώρων μάθησης, αλλά και στη διαμόρφωση εισηγήσεων προς τη διοίκηση του Ιδρύματος. Η 8η πρόκληση αφορά στους ανθρώπινους και υλικούς πόρους που είναι απαραίτητοι για την επίτευξη των στόχων των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Για τους ανθρώπινους πόρους και τις δυσμενείς αναλογίες διδασκόντων και εισακτέων φοιτητών δεν έχω δυστυχώς πολλά να πω. Πέρα από την ανάγκη να αναγνωρίσουμε καταρχάς το πρόβλημα, όπως και τα βήματα βελτίωσης που έγιναν τα τελευταία χρόνια με τη θεσμοθέτηση της ελάχιστης βάσης εισαγωγής αφενός και την αύξηση των προσλήψεων διδακτικού προσωπικού, πέρα από την αναλογία 1/1 με τις αποχωρήσεις σε όχι εύκολες συνθήκες. Είναι όμως ανάγκη να αναγνωρίσουμε ακόμη ότι η εικόνα των αναλογιών διδασκόντων φοιτητών είναι πολύ διαφορετική στα πρώτα και στα τελευταία έτη σπουδών, όπως και μεταξύ προπτυχιακών και μεταπτυχιακών προγραμμάτων, καθώς και ότι προκύπτει πολύ διαφορετική εικόνα όταν εξετάζεται η αναλογία διδασκόντων και αποφύτων από τα σημερινά προπτυχιακά προγράμματα, όταν γνωρίζουμε ότι σχεδόν οι μισοί μόνο τελικώς αποφυτούν. Οι υπόλοιποι εγκαταλείπουν πολύ νωρίτερα. Οι τρόποι αντιμετώπισης του σοβαρού αυτού ζητήματος υπερβαίνουν τους στόχους της σημερινής μου ομιλίας, χωρίς αυτό να σημαίνει ότι δεν μπορεί κανείς να θέσει εύλογα το ερώτημα κατά πόσο το σύνολο των ήδη διαθέσιμων ανθρώπινων πόρων στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια αξιοποιούνται πλήρως και με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο, ή ότι το σύνολο των προγραμμάτων σπουδών των ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων έχουν σχεδιαστεί και καταρτιστεί και η διάρκεια τους σε έτη ή πιστωτικές μονάδες έχουν καθοριστεί με επίκεντρο την εξυπηρέτηση των μαθησιακών αναγκών των φοιτητών, έχοντας εξαντλήσει τα περιθώρια καλύτερης διαχείρισης του διαθέσιμου προσωπικού τους. Και αυτά όμως νομίζω ότι είναι ερωτήματα που ξεπερνούν τους στόχους της σημερινής μου ομιλίας. Είναι όμως πρόκληση για τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ να συμβάλλουν στην αξιοποίηση όλων των περιθωρίων βελτίωσης της διδασκαλίας και της μάθησης με τα σημερινά δεδομένα. Περιθώρια που μπορούν να διευρύνονται συνεχώς όσο μεγαλώνει η σημασία που αποδίδεται στην υποστήριξη της διδασκαλίας και τη βελτίωση της μάθησης σε σειρά αποφάσεων και επιλογών, είτε σε κεντρικό επίπεδο, είτε εννοώ της πολιτείας, είτε στο επίπεδο των πανεπιστημίων και ιδίως στο σχεδιασμό ή τις αναθεωρήσεις των προγραμμάτων σπουδών. Θα ήθελα όμως να αναφερθώ και στους υλικούς πόρους, πέρα από τους ανθρώπινους, στις σημερινές κτηριακές και εργαστηριακές υποδομές και τον λοιπό εκπαιδευτικό και ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό των πανεπιστημίων, που επίσης αποτελούν σημαντική πρόκληση. Πέρα από τις ελλείψεις που είναι αναμφίβολα μεγάλες για την αναγκαία βελτίωση της διδασκαλίας και της μάθησης, χρειάζεται νομίζω να επανεξετάσουμε κριτικά τις αντιλήψεις και επιλογές που εξυπηρέτησαν ανάγκες του παρελθόντος και που δεν συνάδουν πλέον με τις εκπαιδευτικές ανάγκες στο πανεπιστήμιο του παρόντος και του μέλλοντος. Τέτοια θα έλεγα ότι είναι ο αριθμός των μεγάλων αμφιθεάτρων σε σχέση με τον αριθμό των αιθουσών σεμιναρίων και εργαστηρίων. Τα μεγάλα παράλληλα έδρανα αντί των μεταβαλλόμενων τραπεζιών και καθισμάτων, ώστε να μπορεί να οργανωθεί διδασκαλία σε ομάδες ή με άλλους τρόπους που διευκολύνουν την ενεργό μάθηση και όχι μόνο της καθέδρας διαλέξης. Η σταθερή πρόσδεση των καθισμάτων στο πάτωμα, ελλείψη άλλων αποτελεσματικότερων τρόπων και μηχανισμών για την ασφάλεια και προστασία τους. Αλλά και η ελλειπή συντήρησή τους, που επιτρέψτε μου να το πω και αυτό, δεν είναι πάντα αποτέλεσμα έλλειψης χρηματοδότησης, αλλά και διοικητικής εγρήγορσης σε όλα τα επίπεδα, που δεν είναι πάντα που είναι ακόμα και θέμα κουλτούρας που επιβιώνει δυστυχώς σε διάφορες ζώνες του ελληνικού πανεπιστημίου. Τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ προφανώς δεν θα μπορέσουν να επιλύσουν όλα αυτά τα ζητήματα της λειτουργίας των πανεπιστημίων. Είναι όμως σημαντικό να ορίσουμε το ρόλο και την αποστολή των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ στο πλαίσιο αυτό. Και νομίζω ότι ο ρόλος των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ είναι να συμβάλλουν με τις τεκμηριωμένες εισηγήσεις τους στον στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό κάθε ιδρύματος, ώστε να προωθηθούν και να αποτελέσουν προτεραιότητα των ιδρυμάτων όλες εκείνες οι προμήθειες εξοπλισμών, καθώς οι μετατροπές και οι αναδιαρρυθμίσεις στις κτηριακές υποδομές για την εξυπηρέτηση νέων μορφών διδασκαλίας και οργάνωσης της μάθησης που διευκολύνουν και υποστηρίζουν την ενεργό συμμετοχή των φοιτητών στη διαδικασία. Αυτό μας φέρνει στην ένατη, προτελευταία πρόκληση για τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, που αφορά στο ρόλο τους και στη θέση τους στο πλαίσιο της θεσμικής οργάνωσης και λειτουργίας κάθε ιδρύματος. Για να εκπληρώσουν την αποστολή τους και να πετύχουν το στόχο τους, τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ δεν μπορούν να είναι μια μονάδα αποκομμένη ούτε από τα όργανα διοίκησης, ούτε από τις άλλες μονάδες και υπηρεσίες των ιδρυμάτων. Ο πρόσφατος νόμος για τα πανεπιστήμια εισήγαγε μία ακόμα καινοτομία στη λειτουργία των ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων, καθώς θεσμοθέτησε για πρώτη φορά τον πολυετή στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό κάθε ιδρύματος, που υποστηρίζεται από μονάδα στρατηγικού σχεδιασμού, η οποία πλαισιώνει τον πρίτανη του ιδρύματος. Μέρος της αποστολής των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ είναι η επιδίωξη να συμβάλλουν στο στρατηγικό σχεδιασμό κάθε ιδρύματος και επιμέρους ακαδημαϊκής μονάδας. Ακόμα όμως σημαντικότερο είναι τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ να συμβάλλουν σταδιακά στη διαμόρφωση μιας ιδιαίτερης και διακριτής εκπαιδευτικής και παιδαγωγικής φυσιογνωμίας και ταυτότητας κάθε ιδρύματος, κατά το δυνατόν διακριτής στο ελληνικό καταρχάς πλαίσιο ιδρυμάτων. Φίλες και φίλοι, τα φημισμένα πανεπιστήμια στον κόσμο δεν είναι γνωστά μόνο για τη συμβολή τους στην ανάπτυξη της επιστήμης μέσω της έρευνας. Τα πραγματικά φημισμένα πανεπιστήμια στον κόσμο είναι εκείνα που δίνουν μεγάλη έμφαση στην εκπαίδευση που παρέχουν στους φοιτητές τους. Είναι εκείνα που έχουν καταφέρει να διαμορφώσουν μια ιδιαίτερη εκπαιδευτική φυσιογνωμία που έχει αληθινά μετασχηματιστική δύναμη στους φοιτητές. Είτε είναι ιδρύματα παγκόσμιας κλάσης που στοχεύουν στην αριστεία, είτε έχουν περισσότερο τοπικό και προσανατολισμό και στοχεύουν στην καταλληλότητα της εκπαίδευσης και των προγραμμάτων σπουδών που οργανώνουν και προσφέρουν ως προς την επιστημονική κατάρτιση και απασχόληση των αποφύτων τους. Στόχος λοιπόν των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ είναι να συμβάλλουν στη διαμόρφωση της εκπαιδευτικής και παιδαγωγικής πολιτικής και φυσιογνωμίας κάθε ιδρύματος. Όχι μόνο μέσω της συμβολής τους στη διαμόρφωση και υλοποίηση του στρατηγικού σχεδίου κάθε ιδρύματος, αλλά και μέσω της συνεργασίας με τις άλλες μονάδες και υπηρεσίες του ιδρύματος. Στο πλαίσιο λοιπόν της αποστολής τους, τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ χρειάζεται να συνεργάζονται ιδίως με τη μονάδα στρατηγικού σχεδιασμού για την κατάρτιση και υλοποίηση του στρατηγικού σχεδίου του ιδρύματος και τη διαμόρφωση της εσωτερικής πολιτικής του για την υποστήριξη της διδασκαλίας και την συνεχή βελτίωση της μάθησης. Με τη μονάδα διασφάλισης της ποιότητας για την ανάπτυξη και λειτουργία του εσωτερικού συστήματος διασφάλισης της ποιότητας του Ιδρύματος και τη συνεχή βελτίωση της οργάνωσης της μάθησης αυτό. Με τα γραφεία διασύνδεσης για τη συλλογή στοιχείων και την ανατροφοδότηση της διδασκαλίας και της μάθησης μέσα από τη συστηματική πλέον παρακολούθηση της πορείας των αποφύτων του Ιδρύματος στην αγορά εργασίας. Όπως ξέρετε, έχουμε πια συστηματικά graduate survey και στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια. Πολύ σύντομα η ΕΘΑΕ θα μας δώσει και τα πρώτα τέτοια αποτελέσματα του survey που έχει ήδη υλοποιηθεί. Με τα γραφεία πρακτικής άσκησης για την ανατροφοδότηση από την αξιολόγηση της πρακτικής άσκησης. Τις μονάδες προσβασιμότητας για την υποστήριξη της εκπαίδευσης στον ΑΜΕΑ. Τις μονάδες υποστήριξης αλλοδαπών φοιτητών για την υποστήριξη της εκπαίδευσης των φοιτητών από άλλες χώρες. Τις τεχνικές υπηρεσίες για την κατάρτιση του κτηριολογικού προγράμματος κάθε ιδρύματος για τον προγραμματισμό και σχεδιασμό της παιδαγωγικής αναβάθμισης, τις μετατροπές και αναδιαρρυθμίσεις των κτηριακών υποδομών και τον κατάλληλο εκπαιδευτικό και ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό των αιθουσών διδασκαλίας. Με τα κέντρα διαβίου μάθησης και τις πλατφόρμες e-learning των Ιδρυμάτων για την οργάνωση σειρών επιμορφωτικών διαλέξεων για τους διδάσκοντες του Ιδρύματος, διαζώσεις ή εξ αποστάσεως, με σύγχρονη ή ασύγχρονη εκπαίδευση. Με ειδικούς επιστήμονες, τμήματα και σχολές που ειδικεύονται στα θέματα παιδαγωγικής, διδακτικής και τις λοιπές επιστήμες της εκπαίδευσης για το σχεδιασμό και την υλοποίηση επιστημονικών μελετών στο αντικείμενο της πανεπιστημιακής παιδαγωγικής, διδακτικής και των αποτελεσμάτων της μάθησης. Με τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ των υπόλοιπων ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων για την ανταλλαγή ιδεών, το συντονισμό και τη συνεργασία σε κοινές δράσεις, αλλά και με τα αντίστοιχα κέντρα των πανεπιστημίων άλλων χωρών, καθώς και των ευρωπαϊκών οργανώσεων πανεπιστημίων για τα θέματα διδασκαλίας και μάθησης, όπως την European University Association. Η τελευταία πρόκληση, η 10η, αφορά στους πόρους λειτουργίας των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, που είναι απαραίτητοι για την επίτευξη των στόχων τους και την εκπλήρωση της οπωσδήποτε φιλόδοξης και μακροπρόθεσμης αποστολής τους. Από όσα γνωρίζω, έχουν δεσμευτεί πόροι για το σκοπό αυτό στο πλαίσιο του ΕΣΠΑ 2021-2027 από το Υπουργείο Παιδείας, και η συνέχιση της συγκεκριμένης δράσης, γνωρίζω πολύ καλά, ότι έχει την ισχυρή υποστήριξη και της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Θα χρειαστεί φυσικά να διαμορφωθεί ένα ολοκληρωμένο και κοστολογημένο σχέδιο δραστηριοτήτων σε συνεργασία με τη διαχειριστική αρχή του ΕΣΠΑ για την περίοδο μετά τον Οκτώβριο του 2023, οπότε ολοκληρώνεται η παρούσα περίοδος. Είναι όμως σημαντικό να επιδιωχθεί και να εξασφαλιστεί η πρόσθετη στήριξη της λειτουργίας των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ από τους πόρους των Ιδρυμάτων, είτε την κρατική χρηματοδότηση, είτε ίδιους πόρους, προκειμένου να διασφαλιστεί και η μεγαλύτερη δυνατή δέσμευση κάθε Ιδρύματος και της διοίκησής του στο έργο και την αποστολή των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Να γίνει κατά το δυνατόν όσο περισσότερο ιδιοκτησία των ίδιων των Ιδρυμάτων η υπόθεση της λειτουργίας και της αποστολής τους. Είναι επιπλέον όμως σημαντικό να επιδιωχθεί και η άντληση πόρων από χορηγίες ιδιωτών για συγκεκριμένες δράσεις. Επιδιωχθεί η κινητοποίηση και ιδιωτικών πόρων για το σκοπό αυτό από ελληνικές ή και ξένες επιχειρήσεις που έχουν εγκατασταθεί στην Ελλάδα. Άλλωστε, οι επιχειρήσεις είναι από τους πιο σημαντικούς ωφελούμενους από την ποιότητα της μάθησης στα πανεπιστήμια, ενώ γνωρίζουμε καλά ότι ένας από τους βασικότερους λόγους για τους οποίους οι ξένες επιχειρήσεις εγκαθίστανται στην Ελλάδα είναι ακριβώς η ποιότητα του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού που μπορούν να βρουν. Κλείνοντας, και ελπίζω να μην μακρηγόρησα πολύ, κυρία Γαβριλίδου, θα ήθελα να τονίσω ότι το ταξίδι των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια έχει ξεκινήσει και προσωπικά δεν έχω αμφιβολία ότι παρά τα εμπόδια, τις δυσκολίες και τις προκλήσεις που έχουμε μπροστά μας, σε κάποιες μόνο από αυτές αναφέρθηκα, το ταξίδι αυτό θα είναι συναρπαστικό τα επόμενα χρόνια. Τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ θα φτάσουν στον προορισμό τους όταν θα έχουμε πετύχει μια εμφανή σε όλους, σημαντική και τεκμηριωμένη με επιστημονικό τρόπο βελτίωση της ποιότητας της παρεχόμενης εκπαίδευσης στα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια, που κανείς δεν θα μπορεί να αμφισβητήσει. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Το κλείσα. Όχι. Πολύ ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την ομιλία που έθεσε το πλαίσιο, όχι μόνο σε αδρές γραμμές, αλλά και με μεγάλη λεπτομέρεια. Είναι η ώρα των ερωτήσεων. Αν έχετε κάποιες ερωτήσεις, παρακαλώ. If you have any questions, please. Κυρία Πανταζή. Ναι, ναι.
If I'm allowed to add an 11th challenge for each KEDIMA, Center for Teaching and Learning, to develop their own expertise, their own specialty, the same way you thought about how each university is developing their own pedagogical identity. Any comment?
I don't think I have anything to add. I just agree with that. I think I mentioned it already, that it is important for KEDIMA to contribute to a particular identity for each pedagogical identity for each institution, and that's I think one of its mission.
Ωραία, ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Υπάρχει κάποια άλλη ερώτηση? Any other question? It was all so clear and well argumented, so yeah.
Particularly to our international friends.
Yeah. Okay, so Now it's time to change. The ones who would like to be present at the room B, please go to the other room. The ones who want to stay here, they stay here. And I would like to ask the chair, Professor Karalis, to the floor. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, good morning. We are entering the parallel session 1.1, the first parallel session of this conference. I am Thanasis Karalis. I'm coming from the University of Patras. I'm a professor of lifelong learning and adult education. And I'm also the coordinator of our Center for Teaching and Learning, KEDIMA, in Greek. In this session, we have two very interesting presentation coming. The first one from the network of Greek CTL, as Professor Gavrilidou is going to present. This is a survey conducted in the framework of the network of Greek Centers of Teaching and Learning. And as far as I know, the second presentation is coming from the University of Macedonia. So, Professor Gavrilidou, we can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Karalis. So I'm very glad to be here, and I'm going to talk about the academic staff development needs assessment in Greek universities. So let me start with the outline. I will start with the purpose and the introduction, a short introduction. Then I will proceed with the academic. I will try to define what is academic staff development. I will present a brief history of the CTLs in Greece, and then I will describe my research methodology, our findings, and I will discuss our findings. So the purpose of this presentation is actually to report, it's to report data of a large-scale study aiming at assessing the self-reported training needs of academic staff working in Greek universities with the purpose of utilizing the collected data to design appropriate professional development programs that address their specific needs. So I will start with a short introduction and talk about academic staff development. And I would like to mention that academic staff in Greece has undergone no formal training for their role as university teachers before entering academia, even though the changing context in higher education and the need for raising accountability and improving improving the quality of learning and teaching has currently become a major challenge among higher education institutions. So, the preparation and professional development of faculty members as a parameter of quality assurance has also gained increasing attention. And what we should do, actually conducting a training needs assessment using questionnaires, is a valid method for investigating and validating the needs, focus, scope, and target group for a training program. Okay, I'm talking about academic staff development, but let's say a few words about that. As we have mentioned before, academic staff in Greek universities is strong in content, but lack basic knowledge of theories or strategies of learning and teaching, since they have never undergone formal training on university pedagogy. Of course, we know very well that changing any level of teaching practice at universities, it's not easy. It's not easy not only in Greece, but also internationally. And this requires intensive academic staff development. And by academic staff development, we mean the process during which academic staff of higher education institution enhance their knowledge and skills associated with teaching and learning. And academic staff development includes an in-depth consideration of learning and teaching situations so the academic staff can adjust and further develop their teaching competence and activities, but also it may include student-centered approaches to teaching and learning, inclusive teaching, also activities that promote deep learning, IT creative use in classroom, etc. And its purpose is to transform professional teaching practice and raise job satisfaction. Both are very important. Job satisfaction and also the efficacy. So it is a bi-directional dynamic process of education, experiential learning, training, and support activities, which is beneficial both for the academic staff and the institution. So, any academic staff development plan should be based on training needs analysis. And talking about that, training needs analysis includes data collection and analysis activities held by higher education institutions in order to decide the content and the form of training offered in the frame of academic staff development projects, and it should demonstrate the following 7 characteristics. First of all, it should draw on and respect the culture and organizational philosophy of the institution, be proactive instead of reactive, be able to distinguish between situations that can be addressed through training and those that cannot, so we have to be realistic, allow various organizational stakeholders to participate. It's all the categories actually of teaching staff, not only the DEPES we call, but also other categories, etc. And not only that. Be based on observable skills rather than perceptions. Address the need of varied use of sampling techniques and data analysis, and have a cost or benefit analysis. Okay, so now it's time to say a little some things about the history of CTLs in Greece. Actually, following the law 4009 of 2011, Democritus University of Thrace, it is here before, established the first in Greece teaching and learning center, followed after some months only by the University of Patras. And these 2 higher education institutions in 2020, they co-signed a memorandum of mutual understanding and undertook common activities. And in 2022, a new legislation regarding higher education in Greece, the law 4597, the centers of teaching and learning centers that should be established in each higher education institution. And this gave the birth actually to the network we have today, which includes 24 partners. So this is a very big number. After this brief introduction, let me now offer the data of this research by starting with a research methodology. And Okay, so the study took place from January to March 2023, and it involved a convenient sample of 1,295 academic staff members coming from various higher education institutions, with 56, I think, percent being male. So this shows that the majority of DEP, or teaching staff in Greece, are males, unfortunately. Okay, so the most represented institution was the Democritus University of Thrace, followed by the University of Thessaly. Kafenia is speaking now at the other room, and then the Hellenic Mediterranean University, the Harokopio University, and the University of Western Attica. We used, the study employed a self-report questionnaire with 2 parts. The first part contained 7 multiple-choice questions addressing participants' demographic and professional backgrounds, and the second part explored different aspects of the theme with a Likert type scale ranging from 1 to 5. And let's now see our findings, beginning with a preparedness in university teaching and emotional experiences. Actually, the study findings revealed that initially 29% of participants felt somewhat or not at all prepared to teach on their first day in a university classroom, while 25% felt much or very much prepared. However, when asked about their current level of preparedness, the latter group increased to 88%, and only 11% reported feeling somewhat or not at all prepared. Upon entering a classroom, the most common emotions experienced by participants were satisfaction and joy. Additionally, 45% reported anticipation, suggesting a sense of expectancy for the upcoming class. In contrast, 19% experienced anxiety, potentially reflecting concerns about classroom management, lesson delivery, or student behavior. And interestingly, 8% of respondents felt neutral or indifferent where entering the classroom. A small minority of participants reported emotions such as boredom or aversion, indicating that these emotions are relatively uncommon in this setting. And let's say a few words about the willingness to adapt and pursue professional development. A considerable majority of participants, 65%, exhibited a strong inclination to alter their teaching methodologies, while a minor fraction, only 9%, demonstrated minimal or no interest in pursuing such changes. Additionally, about 4 out of 5 participants expressed enthusiasm for supplementary training to augment their pedagogical and/or instructional competencies. In terms of favored training format among those interested in further development, the most prevalent choices were specialized material available at any time. So this means they need asynchronous training, and also distance learning, followed closely by experiential workshops and a hybrid approach integrating in-person meetings with distance education. Concise face-to-face seminars is also very popular, and educational conference constituted 27 and 28% respectively. And expert assistant in student management and situational management observed lower preferences amounting to 18 and 17% respectively. So now let's go in changes in teaching preparation and implementation. Okay, we have a very nice table here with regard to the challenges confronted by educators during their pedagogical preparation and implementation processes. The findings reveal that the most significant obstacle was students' behavior, followed by students' insufficient prerequisite knowledge. Nevertheless, even the most substantial challenges were deemed to have minor to moderate importance. Conversely, the least influential obstacles included difficulties in monitoring the achieving of learning outcomes. We don't know how to monitor our learning outcomes, actually, managing course schedules, and effectively communicating with students. Θανάση, παίζουν 5 λεπτά πριν το τέλος για να ξέρω το χρόνο μου. Okay, let's see now the interest. Έχω 5 λεπτά? Oh my God, okay. Interest in professional development. Great. So the results presented here demonstrate the interest levels of educators in various professional development topics related to student self-regulation, with higher mean values indicating grading importance. The most important topic, as you can see in this table, was the familiarizing students with active learning methods that facilitate learning. And this highlights the growing understanding of the crucial role active learning plays in student engagement and success. And the second most important topic was familiarizing students with collaborative learning methods. We are not very good in collaboration in Greece, I guess. Okay, so I want to gain time and I will just leave. Now let's say a few words about the interest in professional development. You can see here that, you can see here the various subjects we had in this table as well. And now let's discuss the reasons for not attending educational seminars on university teaching. First of all, it's the lack of time. So we have a lot of workload to deal with, and these insights highlight the need for higher education institutions to design seminars that effectively address faculty members' needs and interests. So let's say also a few words about incentives that could, encourage participants to attend educational seminars. Seminars would genuinely help them. Participants were more likely to attend if the seminars counted towards their promotion or professional development. And these findings emphasize the need for higher education institutions to create relevant, high-quality seminars and incorporate them into faculty development and evaluation processes to encourage greater participation. Let's see also the significant factors associated with willingness to engage in professional development versus test results. You can see here the answers of the teaching staff. And in summary, a positive association exists between the willingness to engage in professional development and being female, having less experience, or being at an early academic stage, as well as demonstrating grading openness to modifying one's teaching approach. Conversely, those who are not willing to engage in professional development are typically male and possess more experience and exhibit less openness to modifying their teaching approach. Do I have 2 minutes for my conclusions, Thanasi? Okay. So I will skip all that and maybe pass to the conclusion. Okay, so in conclusion, the findings of this study underscore the importance of offering professional development opportunities that focus on promoting active and collaborative learning methods, scaffolding learning experiences, and fostering student self-regulation. Additionally, higher education institutions should consider the diverse needs and preferences of faculty members when designing professional development initiatives and ensure that seminars are relevant, engaging, and directly applicable to teaching practice. We hear that all the time. We organize some kind of conferences like that or seminaries. By doing so, institutions can contribute to the enhancement of teaching quality and ultimately improve student learning outcomes. The findings of this study have several practical implementations for higher education institutions. First, by understanding the challenges faced by instructors, institutions can develop targeted interventions and support systems that address these concerns. Second, the high level of willingness to adapt and pursue professional development among participants suggests that institutions should invest in diverse and flexible training opportunities that cater to individual needs and preferences. And finally, fostering a collaborative and supportive teaching culture can contribute to improved teaching quality, better student outcomes, and overall satisfaction among instruction. Of course, this study has its limitations that should be considered because the sample may not be representative of all the universities. We have a lot of more professors who didn't just answer the questionnaire. So, that's all from now from me, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gavrilidou. I think that this study has a profound significance because it's the very first study, the very first survey in all Greek universities. 3 years ago, as you kindly mentioned, we had another similar research project by the CTL of Democritus University and the University of Patras with scientific coordinator, Professor Katerina Kedraka. But this study is the very first that we have as research population all teaching staff of Greek universities. So we have food for thought. We have material for questions. Please prepare your questions for the discussion at the end of the session. Or no? Okay. So we can proceed with questions because Professor Gavrilidou has to leave the stage. Professor Pantasidou.
Learning outcomes are very important. Was one of the challenges, and we saw in the survey that the self-reported willingness of teachers learning outcomes was below average. So what a suitable strategy would be blending some seminars that were popular among the respondents and some that they are judged as more useful?
If we see all these perigramματα of FAE, we see that actually they don't have real learning outcomes. They have maybe some purposes or some general ideas, but not learning outcomes. And furthermore, even if there are some learning outcomes like that, they are not aligned with what we do in classroom, the teaching methods, nor how we evaluate if we have succeeded in the learning outcomes. So this suggests that professors, all the teaching staff, have to be trained to do so. They don't know. Nobody have taught them that. And we started to do that in a seminary we organized during the EMI project we have here in Democritus University of Thrace. And we prepared some material which is ready now to be diffused to all universities. And then we can see further what can we do that. We need training about that. We don't know how to deal with learning outcomes. Thanks for the question. Yeah, Terry.
Hi there. As a comment board in the question, because we did a similar piece of work in Ireland a number of years back, and the outcomes that you have communicated here are really, really similar. I think the bit that got me was that men in long experience are not interested really in changing. We found the same thing. There was a gender issue. Time is a huge problem. Absolutely. The one thing that we sort of did, I suppose, over the last number of years is the recognition that you have to work with who will work with you.
Yeah.
And that those that aren't involved, don't worry about them. Those that are willing to work with you, engage with them. And there's a myth that's your focus, which is persuading them that engagement is important. And that's the challenging bit, I think.
Last week, we were in Thessaloniki and we discussed exactly that at the University of Macedonia. And we were worried because not so many people attended these seminaries. And we said, me and Thanasi said, okay, this is a universal phenomenon and we have to work with that and we are satisfied with that. Let's build a relation with them and then we will see how gradually we can have a greater audience. Yeah, thanks for the remarks.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gabrielidou. I think we can proceed with the second presentation from the University of Macedonia concerning faculty members as well, but in a different issue, that of information and communication technologies. Professor Satradzemi.
Okay, thank you. Mhm. Okay, now I'm ready with the technology. So, good morning. I'm Maya Satrazzemi, and I present the paper, The Attitudes of Faculty Members Towards ICT, a case study in a Greek university. Is a common work with my colleagues, Stelios Xenogoulos, Kostas Zafiropoulos, Tanya Karga, and Ioanna Dagrileli. I'm a coordinator of the CTL of the University of Macedonia, and the aim of this study was to investigate faculty members' attitude and perception of a Greek university, the University of Macedonia, regarding the use of ICT in teaching. So the study was conducted in the first semester of the academic year 2022-2023. We used a questionnaire which was based on a relevant related literature and included 43 5-point Likert scale questions. The survey was filled in by 76 in-service faculty members from 4 schools of the University of Macedonia. We have totally 206 faculty members plus 69 laboratory personnel. So we have these schools, business administration, okay, economic and regional studies, information studies, and social sciences, humanity, and arts. We examine these 8 factors: attitudes towards ICT, self-efficacy in using ICT, institutional support, barriers to the use of ICT, obligation to use ICT, performance acceptance, facilitating condition, and behavioral intention to use ICT. Here we can see the related work and the scales proposed in the literature. The first is the work of Hernandez and al. They develop a tool for exploring the attitudes towards ICT. Self-efficacy in using ICT is, we use the scale from the work of Chow. They develop and empirically tested, I'd say, a model to predict the factors affecting students' behavior and intention in using mobile learning. The other factor is influence institution support. We used or we adopted the question of the work of Aguragaga. They used a portion of technology acceptance models to determine and analyze factors that influence faculty and educational stakeholders' acceptance of the adoption of social network as an educational tool and platform. Barriers to the use of ICT. This comes from the work of Minarikova and Novotny. They examined barriers of chess secondary school teacher to the use of the ICT in teaching and in further education in ICT, obligation to the use of ICT and facilitating condition. This comes from the work of Salem and al. They apply the UTAUT model to explore the acceptance of Moodle as a teaching and learning tool. And the last two factors, performance acceptancy and behavioral intention to use ICT. All this comes from a unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, UTAUT model, which examines the acceptance of technology and investigate or determine the effects of performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating condition. The findings. 76 faculty members and also laboratory teaching personnel fill in the questionnaire. We can see that almost 30% belong to the School of Social Sciences and Humanity and Arts. After that, we have the School of Information Studies, the School of Economic and Regional Studies, and last, the School of Business Administration. But the other chart, we can see that the School of Social Sciences, Humanity and Arts has 70 faculty members, and only 23 of them fill in the questionnaire. The only school that the member that fill in the question exceed the 50%, is almost 63%, is the School of Information Studies. Of course, I belong to this school. Maybe they feel obliged to fill in the question because they are my colleague. It's a reason. So let's see the percentage of the professor. They are 30, it's above, let's say 30%. After that, we have the associate professor, then the laboratory teaching personnel, and last, assistant professor. Oops, sorry. The first scale is about to measure attitudes toward ICT. It's the scale used and proposed by Hernandez and Ramos, comprise 15 items. And we can see that the high value, the mean value for the first three questions is ICT facilitate university teacher research, ICT improve and facilitate teacher-student communication, and the use of ICT in university teaching implies the development of new student competences. Also, we can see that 12 questions receive a mean value above 4, and this is encouraging. Let's see the last three questions, or let's say the last two. Students evaluate my teaching more positively if I use ICT, and university teachers have training opportunities for the integration of ICT in their teaching. The last two questions received the smallest mean value, but it's good. The second, also I put the question in Greek because we translate all these questions from the English prototype to the Greek one. So if someone wants to repeat this survey, can use the question in Greek. Self-efficacy is the second factor. We have 3 items, and we can see that all of them receive a mean value over or very close to 4. All the faculty members feel confident of using ICT if there is no one around to show me how to do it. I am confident of using ICT even I have never used such a system before, and I am confident of using ICT if I have only the software manual for inference. And this is also very encouraging because the mean value is around 4. The third factor is the institutional support. Here the question are in a negative form, so also the questions are very encouraging because they don't believe that we don't have policy or rules for the use of ICT. Also, they don't believe that ICT are not priority of our university, the use of ICT, and they don't believe that they don't have support of the top management to use ICT in teaching. Barriers to the use of ICT. Here we have 8 items, and also the responses are very encouraging because they don't have any severe barriers to use ICT. The highest mean value is 3.72. A lack of sufficient technology school, so they don't believe that we have sufficient technology in school. And the second one is lack of time. About the obligation to use ICT, we have 4 questions, and also they don't feel obliged to use ICT because the students ask to use ICT, because it is in line with my university policy, and they don't feel any pressure of using ICT because my colleagues are using ICT too. Also, the results are very positive. The next factor is performance acceptance. We adopted these items from UTAUT model. We can see that also all the mean values are very high. They would find using ICT in the classroom usually my job. Using ICT in the classroom enables me to accomplish tasks more quickly, and using ICT in the classroom increases my productivity. Facilitating conditions.
Professor Satragemi, we have 5 minutes more.
Okay. Facilitating condition. I have the knowledge necessary to use ICT. This question received a high mean value. And a specific person or group is available for assistance with ICT difficulties and have resources necessary to use ICT, and ICT are not compatible with other technologies I use. This is also a good value because this question is in negative form. Behavior intention to use ICT. Also, you adopted this question from the UTAUT model, and they said, I attend, I planned, I predict, I use ICT in the next semester. All these questions receive a high mean value. So, the conclusion. Positive attitude toward the use of ICT. They consider it has a positive impact on teaching, class administration, communication, and research, while it provides possibility for interdisciplinarity. Successful adoption of ICT in teaching requires ongoing professional training, but opportunities are not so common. The most prominent barrier to adopting ICT is the lack, let's say, of adequate technological equipment, followed by lack of time at the later degree. Faculty members do not feel pressure in using ICT because their students' colleague or the institution wants it, and the performance expectancy of ICT, behavior intention to use ICT in the next semester were rather high. So this is, we have also to answer two more research questions. If there is any difference in the views of faculty members for all these 8 factors in teaching, depending on their academic rank, we have to explore also this and find answer to this question. We have the data. And the last one is there any difference in the views of faculty members towards the use of ICT, self-efficacy, all these 8 factors in teaching, depending on the school they belong? Because we have, as I said, 4 different schools, and also we want to answer this second research question. Okay, thank you very much. In time.
Thank you, Professor Satrajemi, for presenting us the findings of a very interesting survey. And I mean very interesting in terms of international literature, because the main pillar of your research was to investigate the attitudes of teaching personnel towards ICT. I think that if we had this research 5 or 6 years ago, it would be an interesting project. But in post-COVID era, this is a vital question for all universities. So we have many issues to think about. And please, we have about 10 minutes for questions and discussion. Professor Pantasidou.
I would like to ask if the survey had at the beginning a definition of ICT, perhaps through different examples, and whether you plan in the future to differentiate between the different kinds of
The different kinds of
ICT. For example, you're talking about course management systems, you're talking
yes,
about...
not only course management, learning management system, we talk about to use quiz in their classroom, also to use multimodal type of content and things like that. And also we want to see if there are differences between the faculty members of each school, so to prepare different seminars and things like that.
Me again. I'm interested, do you think that you would have got quite different results prior to our experience with COVID? In Ireland, we did a survey in 2019, and then we had 70% of our staff had not really engaged with online learning. They hadn't engaged that much with technology. And I'm surprised that there's such a positive view coming through on your survey. Do you think it would have been different prior to the COVID experience?
Yes, yes, I believe, because all the faculty members have to use ICT in their courses, so we have different, let's say, results after the COVID era.
A little bit away from ICT in response to the experience that some of them have had during COVID. So we thought it would be much more positive.
Yes.
But it's not turning out to be as positive as we thought, because people are saying it's the people are important. Give me a rest from the technology for a while.
No, I don't believe. I believe that all this has positive effect.
In the
They don't.
case in the case of Spain, we have lived the same wave. We have experienced this wave. Many people are not engaged with technology. Hello, my name is Linda Castañeda from Spain. I'm sorry. Very little people really engage with the use of ICT. Even in some of our universities, it is compulsory to have at least some elements
Yes.
or resources in the LMS. But with the COVID, they were forced to use it. So many of our faculties were forced to be trained and to use technology. But now many of them are saying, please come back to just face-to-face. Not with face-to-face enriched with technologies, no, just face-to-face, especially because of a big pedagogical issue, exams.
Okay, but this is different. Yes, they want to offer lesson face-to-face, but they think that they use more the technology in there.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Maya, thank you for your presentation. It was really, really interesting. Anna Mavroudi from Norway. So I would like to ask you, because we had this problem of supporting active learning with the use of ICT, especially during COVID. What do you think that we can learn from this research about it? How can we go about it? Which of these parameters are more important to facilitate such conditions for the teachers so that they can support students with active learning methods and ICT integration?
We talk about this factor.
Yeah, if you have any idea on which of these factors are related to supporting our teachers in facilitating active learning methods with ICT. If you have any ideas on how you could help us supporting our teachers to facilitate active learning methods with the use of ICT.
I believe that the institution support, first of all, and not facilitating efficacy. I believe most of all is institutional support, and then we can see some of the question and included in attitudes towards ICT. We can see the results and also find dependency between the academic rank and their and the school they belong.
Okay. I think we prefer to continue the discussion having a coffee. Okay, we have half an hour for a coffee break. Thank you very much for attending this session.
and genetics. I'm not a biologist though, but yes, but I have to tell you that in our department we achieved the so-called osmosis. The biologists prefer this word. If we were in computer science, we would choose the word link, but it's the same thing. So we have a very honored guest, and he will give us, from what I understand, a very free and open presentation, discussion, where we can exchange our opinions and share our thoughts. Manuel Costa is an associate professor, at the School of Medicine in the University of Porto. He started as a biochemistry and molecular biology in these areas, but I understand that he had a second love in his life, and he moved to the areas of education in the health sciences. So, dear Manuel, the stage is yours. You're very welcome here in Alexandroupolis.
Okay, can you hear me? Great. So thanks very much for being here today with me. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. It's a wonderful invitation. You're doing wonderful work. And what I thought I would do here today is try to have you know a bit of a story. Okay? So I'm not going to go over numbers. I'm not going to go over theories. I'm not going to go over literature. I'm going to tell you a story. Okay? And telling you the story has a reason. I want a story because I would like us to reflect collaboratively about what are the key ingredients to make a learning and teaching center successful. What is it that we often do not talk about, but it's there all the time, and we need to take care of it. Okay, that's the main topic for my talk today. So the menu is. Let's think about a bit about the diversity of teaching and learning centers. To find key ingredients, we might want to think about what's diverse, so we can think within diversity what is common. So let's talk just a little bit about diversity of teaching and learning centers. Then I'm going to tell you about the journey of our center at the University of Minho in Portugal. So I was involved from the beginning in developing this center. Now, as provost in the rectorate, I'm responsible for this center. Okay, so I would like to tell a bit about this story and hopefully give you a bit more about. Oh, great! So I can move around. Wonderful. Is it on? Is it on? Oh, great! Wonderful. I don't like to talk behind things, and to have a conversation, it's always better not to be behind things. And so, I just thought I would add this model that you may be familiar with, the 4M model, the micro, meso, mega, mic, yeah, like that? Okay, okay. This 4 model, just maybe to organize us a little bit in some point of the talk, and then we'll talk about key ingredients. You will have your 2 minutes for you to give me your key ingredients, and then I'll give you my key ingredients, and then we'll see how it works. That's the thing I want to do too. So let's be informal. Let's not be concerned about, English, shall I interrupt or not? Let's be informal. Let's talk. Let's chat. So I think the 3 important takeaways from today, I think, that I thought about, and I'll show again at the end, is that there are multiple models of teaching and learning centers. So if you're doing this wonderful work of setting up a network, that is wonderful, because you may have many different models and you can learn from all of them. Okay? And so this idea that the story about the teaching and learning center is written in one way, it's not the way it's done. The second thing is that if you maybe want to think about being sustainable in terms of being there for the future, there's something that I learned that it's really, really important. It's that the university in which the center is operating has multiple levels. And when we started, we only thought about one of the levels, which was the teachers. But there are many levels to think about. Okay, so let's talk about that, and then at the end, let's see what can we say about it. And the last but not least, if there is a diversity of models, there may be some key ingredients that are really important for your center, even for a moment in your journey in the center that are not important for the others. And it's really important that we are always reflecting on that and learning from our journey. That's the three things that I would leave you for today. It's the three things that I didn't know when I started. Okay? Well, I didn't know many more things, of course, but okay, let's talk about the diversity of teaching and learning centers. So I'm now part of a project of 1 year at the European University Association. And the project is trying to set up a report about the challenges and benefits of teaching and learning centers in higher education. Okay? For that project, there were universities that applied to take part, and we have universities that are working since March from Italy, Estonia, Iceland, Sweden, Portugal, UK, Turkey, Romania, Holland, and Vienna. And this is the slide that summarizes some of the key things that we can really, identify quickly. Year of birth. See how diverse things are. You have teaching and learning centers showing up in 2005. You have teaching and learning centers showing up in 2023. So the world is really traveling at different speeds. Okay? And this is really important because the speeds that the world is traveling are really also part and a result of the context that these countries are in. Okay? And if you look at the names that are underneath, you will have, like in Iceland, Center for Teaching and Learning, but for example, in the UK, it's called Teaching and Excellence Academy. And in Austria, even though they have a team of teaching and learning center, they decided that they didn't want to have a center. Why was that? It's interesting, because they thought, if it's a center, we are being considered a part which is excluded from the university. So we won't be a center. We have to be something else. And so they were working in a different model in which they also have a different structure, which is very interesting to learn. I'm still learning from it. That's from the Vienna School of Economics. So it's really wonderful. So names and years of birth, completely different. If you talk about how they work, and when we ask them to write their mission, look at that. Look at that. Look about the mission from the University of Hull in the UK mission. To celebrate, develop, and promote excellent teaching. That's our mission. Celebrate and promote. And wonderful, isn't it? Right? But if you go, for example, to Turkey, to provide support to any member of higher education institution in their educational and academic life, from students to alumni, and from academic to administrative staff. So look how different things are. Okay? So, and this is really a key message. And all of this has a story behind. So sometimes, when I started to think about teaching and learning centers, because in Portugal, there's no tradition of teaching and learning centers, unlike here, I learned yesterday that in the law, there's something about the importance of that. In Portugal, you have a 0 here and a 0 here. That's what we have, 0, 0. Okay? And so it's important to learn how to actually map your own journey. But for that, you need to understand that there are several journals you can make. And I was thinking that, I had a few, glimpses about stuff happening in the UK. And then, for example, I learned about Ireland. And in Ireland, there were totally different things and wonderful things. And that's there are many different models. Okay, so this is really critical. Okay, just to give you a glimpse. And very importantly, because this is not just words, it's how they are structured. So for example, in the countries of UK and Sweden, there are national frameworks to guide the development of these structures. National frameworks. In Austria, there's a regional framework. In all the other countries, no framework. So whatever we do, we invent. Right or wrong, we invent. So we have to invent it right. And when we invent it right, we don't copy or import. We adapt. We learn and we adapt again. Okay? And look at the formalization. In most institutions, in most countries, the center is formalized. But in Estonia and in Portugal, we still have not the center formalized in the university structure. because the regulations of the university, as they exist, don't allow it. So 5 years later, we are finally changing the regulations so we can fit in. And even more important, who works at the center? Who is the people who are at the center? Well, in most countries, it's non-academics, but in Sweden and Portugal, it's academics. So the center of my university, we are academics doing the work. Okay? So it's very different. And this landscape is really, really important if you want to understand how to really do a better journey. So let's bring the 4M model in. The 4M model in from Poole and Siemens is really useful model, in my opinion, to think about what we're doing. It's really a practical model. So you can think about what you do with people, the micro level. So for example, when you set up training sessions, you're thinking about mostly, normally, people. But you can think about, well, organizations of people at a moderate scale, departments, curricular units. That's the meso level. So you can operate offering things, whatever that is, to people, but also to departments. Or you can try to influence your own institution as a whole, the macro level. Okay? And that's maybe what you want to do when you have something bringing top down, but you don't just want it to bring it top down, you want to talk about it at the institutional level. And then, and that's why I'm here, to actually learn from you and interact with you and keep interacting with you, it's the mega level, which is outside, the world outside. The country, the networks, the other countries, the international models. And one of the ideas that I have learned from my experience is that even though we didn't know, we were working initially at the micro level, and we started to do things at all the other levels without knowing the model. And all the other levels are really, really important. Why? Because whatever happens here has an impact on all the other stuff. So when you bring people who are interested and excited about teaching together, they gain power. And power is wonderful, but power is disturbing for the prevailing power. That's a very easy thing to understand. So you have to think about, if you're starting, what are you doing at this level? If you're doing nothing, that's fine. But maybe you want to think about what's happening at every level that is a consequence of what you're doing already. That's really key to understand the context, to understand what's going on. Okay? And I'm going to get back to that with more concrete information. Okay. So let me just now go over the story very quickly and some facts about the Center of UMinho, because again, if we're going to have key ingredients, we might have a story to think about them. So our center was really discovered the idea of the center in 2016. On the left-hand side, Philippe Vaz. On the right-hand side, Rui Vieira de Castro, current rector. He was then a vice rector. And Philippe Vaz, the pro-rector of the time. And they thought they would need to have something concerning teacher training. And so how did it start? Well, they sent an email to the deans of the schools and say, we want to do this. Is there something you want to suggest for us to include? That's how it started. And responding to this call, something happened. People were brought together. So people who were interested in this process, answering the email in their schools, will suddenly have a new space where they were brought together. And time passed by, people started to talk to each other, and in 2017, the Idea Center was like formalized. There was a ceremony with a rector, and they said, we're going to have a center, but it's not part of the structure. But we're going to have it anyway, okay? And we were happy, and I was in that group. I was really happy that it would happen. And along the way, we started from a very, mission of, this is a center that is supposed to deliver teaching training, to what it is now. We need to improve students' learning experiences through the development of the educational community. And the community part here is key, because we really evolved to act, or try to act and interact with everyone. Okay? So what sort of things are happening at Idea Center? Well, the first thing to talk about is the team. I told you they were academics. So we are now these 10 people, and we have people from sciences. Casilda is from physics. Rui is from biology, from the hard sciences, I would say. And that's it. We have from engineering another Rui. We have from engineering Teresa at the bottom. We have from education Flavia and Jose Alberto. We have from communication Elsa and Sandra. And we have from humanities Sylvia. Why are these people there? Because they were asked from the school to be nominated? No, 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 because we chose them. Why did we choose them? Because we knew they were champions. Because without the existence of any center, they were already doing things. And we want to learn from all of them together. And that's bringing these people together that really brings a different power to the team. And this is something that is really happening. Why? Because we have informality. And I'll talk about that at the end. Okay? What sort of things do we do? Of course, we do many training. The most crucial ones, the most impactful ones are the long hours, the ones which have a number of hours. Why? Because they bring participants together for a significant period of time, and they can interact amongst them and with the team and with everyone who is around. So I'll tell you about this. Left-hand side, Docência Mais. Docência Mais, it's our initial teacher training program. We call it initial, not because people who get into the university have to do it, but because if you never had something, that's where you start. So you can have full professors or researchers coming into teaching professor. And for 2.5 days within a hotel, these people to develop a project to change their teaching. In 2.5 days, they enter, they know they're going to teach something or they have taught something. 2.5 days later, they have to say, I'm going to teach this differently in this, this, and that. What happens along the way? They get some seminars, but they get tutoring, they get advice. Nowadays, who do they get advice from? Teachers and students, because we invite students to be tutors. Okay? And that's a way of engaging tutors and to steer the process in a way that it's student-centered. And it's interesting, we are about 1,500 teachers at the University of Minho. Of all the initiatives that we've done in 4 years, we have had in all these long courses about 1,400 certificates. You know, things are happening and things are evolving. And what's really nice is that whenever we open these processes, we always get more applicants than we have places. Always, all the time. Happened again this year. This year's is going to happen starting this Sunday. That's when this year's retreat is going to start. Normally 30. During the pandemic, 100. During the pandemic, people were calling for this. It was online, so we didn't have the problem with the rooms. And therefore, we do it 100 people. And it went so well that we had to do 2 editions in 1 year. So in 1 year, we trained 200 people. Okay? The other important thing, supporting innovation with a bit of money, but it's not just the bit of money that counts. What really counts is the number of people who get involved. Because we frame our teaching support programs into team projects. So the idea is get yourself into a team and propose a project. It's not get your project into the Congress. That's really important here. The other things we do, and this is just a glimpse, is working again outside the university. So during the pandemic, we were starting to get calls from colleagues from other universities saying, we want to be part of your programs. And he said, I cannot make you part of my program because I don't have space. So, and we're doing this program with another university, and I forgot to mention that, which is the University of Aveiro, which is also really important, but I'll get back to that. So me and University of Aveiro colleague, so why don't we flip this game? Why don't we tell people, okay, if you offer 2 sessions, we will offer 2 sessions each, and we'll start to develop a network of a national program of seminars. Nowadays, we are 22 institutions doing that together. And we have offered something like 11,000 places of training since September 2020 in 8 editions. Next edition is this September. And this is like a simple collaborative thing that happens. It's the only project in Portugal that works with universities, polytechnical institutes, and private institutions. We always work together on this. So it's really wonderful to think about the outside of it. Okay, a bit more. Internationalization. It was critical for us to learn about, I have a pointer. Zoe, it's okay. I have a pointer. I'm just going back and forth. That's okay. It's critical for us. It's critical for us to actually learn from other colleagues, and being a part of the EUA projects is a wonderful thing. because you do meet projects from many countries. So, and since 2019, we started to participate in UA annual projects. And now, also because of that, we are now proposing projects for Erasmus+. So we got funding already for 4 Erasmus projects. And this is stuff, so I met Zoe in one of these TPG things. Okay? Okay, and what else do we do? A number of things. What else do I need to highlight? One thing, which is this thing, the unit of support for academic activities. The unit of support for academic activities, it's a staff unit, and they are normally in charge of the learning management system, training teacher with technology, supporting students with digital things and all that part. Along this process of developing of the idea, we merged together into a single thing. So the director of the unit now is part of the Idea Center, and everything we do, we discuss together. And this is critical, because that was the moment in which we found out how to do things to get them to support it happily, because they are not having stupid work that we were giving them to do, because they say, you know, we can do this better if, and okay, let's do the better if. Okay, and it's also very important because now we are part of their training in technology initiatives. For example, they were always complaining that they offer courses for teachers about technology and nobody shows up, right? So what happened was that now we get together and we have one academic and one of his guys doing the courses and people show up. Because now the academics are showing how to use the thing, not just telling how to use the thing, okay? So it's a very interesting partnership, and this is part of the game. Okay, so, and then we have many things, many other things that I don't have time to talk. You might talk about. You might want to add. You might want to do it at the end. And last but not least, we have the unanticipated things. So since February this year, we are having conversations around artificial intelligence within the university. This is something we didn't plan, but the moment we saw it happening, we thought we have to do something about it. Okay, and so we have run first 2 conversations face-to-face, one in which campi, because we have 2 campi. Then we had an online event for 4 weeks, every 4 months, every Wednesday, 3rd Wednesday at 5 o'clock, whatever, we were discussing teaching and learning, assessment, quality, how does it work with AI? And this is something that IDEA does a lot, being available to read the reality and do something about it. Right or wrong, we don't know, but that's okay. The important thing is to show up and discuss. If you don't know, you just say, we're gonna learn. And that's part of the spirit, okay? Okay, and I'm reaching like the end of the first part of my bit. Let's see how I am with time. Okay, not now, because I need a bit more, but that's okay. So, to make a long story short, using the 4 model, what are we doing? That's easier to understand. We're targeting individuals. We have things that we're doing for departments and specific profiles. For example, we have a training event for course directors that starts in the beginning of the academic year. It ends at the end of academic year. And directors come in, they get together, they get some seminars, they get some suggestions, but then they work together in one thing. They choose among their activity, what's the thing they want to change this year? And we work with them throughout the year. So that's one thing. We do things with schools, and that's also where Manuel gets in, because Manuel is the provost. So informally, because that does not exist formally in the universities, I have regular meetings with the deans of education of schools. We have a WhatsApp thing, so I'm always suggesting things to them and asking things about them. And we get together to discuss important things. For example, now we have the resilience funds. We have to spend the resilience funds. And how are you going to change? How are you going to spend this? The rectorate has an idea. Okay, but that's the idea. How do we make it work so that everybody's happy? We decided, for example, on changing infrastructure. And in our school, in our university, you have common buildings for teaching and learning, but you also have buildings for schools. How do you manage? In particularly when you have one school with 8,000 students, which is the engineering school, as compared with students to under 1,000 students. How do we talk about this? We put the things on the table, and that's where Manuel gets in, because then I can address the school's perspective. Okay? And that's where Manuel also gets in, because I do the same with the Students' Union. So when the pandemic came, one of the most important things that happened was that we met like every 2 weeks, me and the Student Union. How are things going on? What's happening? And again, this is creating new spaces. This is not using the structures, because our students have the possibility and they are represented in the structures. But the structures are heavy. The structures are slow. If you wait for the structures, you know, the train has passed, the boat has passed, everything has passed. So you need, in this current era, in everything is so fast, you need to create new spaces. And that's also that without knowing, we were developing these spaces. And now that something that we cherish and we do try to talk about these spaces. And at the country and global level, I told you about the national initiative, interaction with you, learning from you, and also in other parts, it's key. One of the most important things, I think, for us, and I don't have data to show this, for why people also believe that we are doing a good work is we always, we systematically bring international perspective and international speakers. So online was brilliant, because with the pandemic, we brought people from Australia to talk about how to change assessments. We brought people from many places to do things. And that tells the whole academic community that we're not just a silo, a center outside of the system. We are a center that is part of the university system, but it's part of the world system of higher education. And for academics, it's the thing. You just have to do with academics for teaching what you do with academics for research. If you think about the things that happen and you move them into, that's the thing that we sort of try. Okay. Now I told you I'm not going to, this is too much. I'm not going to tell you more about this. Okay, so I told you a bit more about the idea. I hope you are at least convinced it's too strong, but at least you have the feeling that you agree that we are excited and that we generate some excitement. Okay? Now, the question is, what are the key things that we always think about to do this? And the question posed at this level of 2023 is the year we have, right? 2023, not 2017, because we are completely different mindsets now. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes for you to think about your centers and to come up with 2 or 3 ingredients that you always think about to make your center successful. I'm going to hear from you, and then I'm going to show you Manuel's 7 key ingredients for success. Okay, but first I want to hear from you. So hit the clock. You have 2 minutes. Break, relax, talk, make noise, and I'll be back in 2 minutes with you. Okay, go. Is it okay? Is it not too fast? Okay, 1 minute has passed. I hope you'll have at least one. Then you have another one in the last minute. Okay, 5 seconds, and I'm going to call you. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's out, people. So if you can hear me, raise your hand. Great. So if you can hear me, please raise your hand. Raise your hand. Great. So if you can hear me, raise your hand. Great. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from the back. One suggestion, one key ingredient. That big group over there. Have to be quick because my time is counting.
Yes. In the presentation before, a colleague said that one of the results was that when the question, when the staff would ask, what do you want to change in your working environment? One of the answers were, my colleagues. and our answer is colleagues and trust between them.
Wonderful. Trust, that's a wonderful thought. Trust among colleagues. How do we develop trust? How do you think about developing trust? How does it work? If you're a center and you do teacher training, what's the connection? What's the report that builds trust instead of just delivering the training? That's a really critical question. Here, another one.
We've thought of suggesting you persistence, commitment, and security. 3. Security in terms of the academic staff feeling secure that the benefit will refer to their own personal development and not evaluation in the, quantitative terms.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're getting really great ideas. Here,
Hi. Communication
communication, like what? Communication between
colleagues.
between colleagues. Again, colleagues, communication. Confidence is a bit about communication. If you have the good confidence, you communicate differently, maybe. How do you develop communication to get the enhancement of confidence? Great. Here.
First of all, faculty participation, then be a part of job satisfaction for a faculty, and then innovation in terms of teaching. In terms of work.
I'm not writing it down because I'm far away from there, but it had to do. I don't, I'm getting old, So, but the idea of participation, of course, is critical. But as a center, what can you do? What's the ingredient thing to think about? What's the key thing to think about? Or what are the key things to think about to enhance participation? So, for example, when we started our teaching and learning sessions, we were very excited because we had, 100 people maybe showing in. 1.5 years later, we are not so excited because we had 100 people showing in. So there's the issue of how you develop this participation beyond the first layer, which is waiting for. Wonderful. Here.
I think it's important the student engagement in this issue.
Okay, so when and how the students come in. So I think Luke has some things to say about that. Our journey, they came out really late. And to be honest, and I discussed this with Luke last night, now they are a bit of a bottleneck for our development because we want to go further than they do, and they don't understand why they need to go further. So we're setting up this year a course to train student leaders about the future of education so that they can learn about other things that exist that they probably don't know about. I'm forgetting about that line. I'm sorry, but at the end you can jump in or you can just shout. Is that okay?
Okay, we discussed about communication, just said, and activities to attract the students. Maybe in the interdisciplinary between some different groups. And so, of course, motivation for to increase the attraction of the students.
Thank you very much. So we have the discipline thing here. So for example, me and Katrina are from molecular biology. If you like the session, you say, the guys from molecular biology are wonderful. If you hate the session, I don't want to do anything about molecular biology. And this is critical because there are communities that are sustained around disciplines. And they are wonderful communities about education, like in biochemistry, in medicine, in engineering, international communities that we need to learn from them. And we need them to bring in and pass their message to other communities. If there's one thing that I learned in my journey, my personal journey, I attended engineering education meetings, I attended biochemical meetings, I attended medical meetings to learn how things were doing in each way. And I learned the very important things that are easy things that some communities do that other communities know nothing about. So the lowest hanging fruit in one discipline is like out of sight from another discipline. Isn't it curious? So if you put them together, shout out. Yeah.
Based on the last thing you said, I would say the share of expertise between one teaching center and the other.
This idea of working as a community, this idea of working as not as a center which is isolated within its walls, but as a center that is a dynamic part of a community, that mobilizes the community and is mobilized by the community. Look, last one, because I have to carry on with my 7 things, and I only have time to see 3.
Just to say, I mean, I think that's really important, and it's about identifying that network of influencers within the disciplines. And once you have those influencers, you don't need to pay money, you don't need to, but you have voices.
Absolutely, yes. So one thing that we learned, and I know NTU has also learned, because I talked about that with Gina Mahoney, is that we set up these calls for projects. People say, I need money. But at the end of the project, they do things and they don't spend the money. Because it's not the important bit. The important bit is doing the things that they want to do. And sometimes they write the project and you realize, I'm not sure what they're going to do with this money, but that's okay, because I also want them to do the thing. And at the end, they didn't spend the money, which is fine, but they're together. Okay, so let's see if you think I can open a restaurant. Chef Manuel's 7 key ingredients. And this is learning from my journey, okay? Learning from our journey. And I told you, this is not science. This is just a story to talk, because I faced this crowd as a community that I can talk to and I wish to talk to. First, political advocacy from the top. Okay? The next slide is about when this is important, or when this was important. Political advocacy from the top. So the email that was sent, it was not sent by Manuel. If Manuel had sent the email in 2016, like, oh no, I don't care. But because it was someone from the rector who sent that small email, it made a difference. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute. The diversity, we'll talk about that in a minute. Is that okay? I want to hear from you. The diversity and collegiality of the people that are part of the center. And please make notes that I put this thing here, because the team of our center right now is those who are in the center idea, plus those who are in the educational support office, plus some students. So team is a working flow. As opposed to, and I've heard from that, for example, from our colleagues in Iceland. We have a team. We have people who get time bought to work with us. But then, we are not able to reach the students. Okay? Because they have this feeling, and I'm not saying this is right or wrong, this is just that they have a team, but the team cannot be just the center. The team needs to be more than that. Collective resilience. Someone said persistence. I call it collective resilience. I'll tell you a short story about that. The positioning within the structure. How far are you from the decisive voices? From how many decisive voices do you depend from? That's very important, very key. Ability, communication. But communication for us was very important to add one thing, the ability to sense our academic community. When you talk about communicating, you often talk about what you do to spread. We spend, without knowing, we spend many hours discussing what we feel from the community. And why do we feel a lot from the community? Because we have teachers from different schools. the deans, because Manuel talks with you. Sometimes people talk in the corridor with one of us. And that's critical for us to understand what are you going to do next, right? And we've done things and dropped them, and this teacher's this self-concept. This is critical. I'm going to talk you about more. So it's one thing when you start, you say, I'm going to touch a teaching and learning center at 4. And you write this in a piece of paper, you have a blank, and you write it. It's important to do that. Nowadays, what we write blank is completely different from what we've seen as our vision. Nothing to do with what it was before. Okay? Flexibility and informality. That's really hard. The university regulations are changing, so spot. And this can be something to give confidence, or this could be this, because then there will. We're now a number of people doing things, and there will only be a few people that will have the spots. But so far, flexibility has been key. So we'll try to preserve somehow that flexibility. Okay. How much time do I have so I can know how? Katarina. Okay. So 5 minutes for 7 things, it doesn't work. So I'll focus on a few. Okay? So, stories. Senior advocacy. I told you about that. It was this guy who actually set it up. And it was this guy, because I know, that had long school of that we're not involved. And that was really, really critical. Okay? Second, diversity and collegiality. Here, I read technical support, educational. Because this means we are normal within ourselves. It's just a place for academics. It's a new, with a new identity. It was interesting to the presentation room 2, the second one about burnout. And I was also reflecting on one thing. If there was one gang of people during the pandemic that was happy, was this center. Everybody was like climbing walls. But we felt we were doing something really meaningful for people. And we felt that we were there because we understood what people were talking about, and we knew how to talk to people. And that is still true. I still find it hard to believe that 5 years later, there are people who meet with me every 2 weeks, and they have 0 compensation. And they are excited. This year we had, for the first time in the university, a pedagogical sabbatical. So in my university, if you do a sabbatical, you go and do research here and there. This year, one of these guys said, I want to do a pedagogical sabbatical. Yes. So he was at MT. And he did a research project on education, even though he's a biology teacher. And this is commitment with a new identity that's coming out. I don't think it's coming out. I mean, it was always there. There was just no opportunity for it to come out. Now it's there. Collective resistance. When the rector team changed, a new team came in, and we almost broke everything. Because the new priorities of the new team did not include what we thought was important. And so it was just this close that everything ended. And though the rector, that person that was in charge, resigned, and I took her job. And I added a little bit in getting things back under control. But it was just this close, this close. Collective resilience kept us going for 6 months, talking where I'm going to go. I'm not going to stay here. This is really not logical. They were killing everything, but we stayed. Okay, persistence, resilience, really important. And to get that collective resilience, you need informality to really feel that you're part of a new thing. And that's something that I can support. Positioning. The rector is 2 steps up from the center. That's step number 1. And then I'm not the director of the center, I'm the supervisor, okay? That's step number 1, and then it's step number 2. So it's very easy for the rector to actually be approached and do things. Sensing and communication. One of the most critical things that I learned, use social media. Use social media to learn, use social media to communicate. That's what takes us to the macro and the mega level. That it would not be possible to do it the other way around. Same concept, just to draw this thing to close. We started as a center that had within our minds the job of doing great teacher training. So our questions were, when do we do the training? What's the curriculum? Who are we going to invite? We spent hours, because we wanted to do it really, really good, really good. Nowadays, it just doesn't matter. But what matters most is how do we develop this community? How do we bring people to our new identity? And so we design things. We need to sense, communicate, and we've designed many different things. Some of them we just designed them. We didn't learn from anyone. The Docência Mais, we invented it. Maybe there are other parts of the world that are doing similar things. I don't know. But we thought we need to have something where people talk to each other. We need to have something where people stay with us. We need to have people supported and feel supported to implement what they're doing. And of course, there's more to this story. Last but not least, what I'm doing here with you. No graphs, numbers, no groups. Sharing. Sharing. If you do something, please share. Create spaces for sharing. We had, when the pandemic struck, we had this idea, people are really so out of space right now. We have to get people to talk to each other. But we're going to create a coffee session. And we created a coffee session. It was on Wednesdays afternoons at 6 o'clock, and we thought we're going to do 3 sessions. We did 12 sessions. There were 200 people showing up, 300 people showing up. Okay? And that's just a shit. We didn't know what to tell them. We just said, let's talk about, we had people from the center, we had breakout rooms, let's talk. And there were people really furious, and there were people giving good suggestions. At the end, there were conclusions, and that kept us going. That really kept us going. And we are doing a bit of that with the artificial intelligence at the moment. Okay? And that's
Two more
that's
minutes.
it from Manuel. No, that's it from Manuel. I'm not going to go over this. I'm going to go back to the 3 bits and see if they make some meaning to you. Learning and teaching centers exist in different models. We have a very model which is our own. We learn from others, but we don't import. We adapt. Neither do we learn from the literature, being that of education, or from biochemistry education, or from medical education. Of course we learn, but not to replicate, to make us critical, more critical about it. Targeting the community, the students, the staff, the personality, the diversity, the social media, everything is part of the game. Learn about the key ingredients. We have been learning all across times. We will keep learning. We will keep learning from us, and we'll keep learning from good partners that are happening everywhere across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel, for this very, very interesting presentation. I have to do my duty, and I will keep one word: sharing. I think this is the most important. This is the key point of this speech, presentation, journey, or history, whatever you like. Thank you very much. Please. Are there any questions, or someone would like to say something, add something? Yes, Zoe?
Thanks for this really inspiring presentation. You gave us a lot of ideas as usually. Yeah. So I would like to ask, are there any other centers like IDEA in other universities in Portugal? Because you said, no, you're the only one. Okay. Yeah. So you see that this is a one-man show, actually, not a one-man, but one center, one team show. Huh? One concept show. Yeah. How would you say something about that?
I would say it's one concept show because it's a one concept team. So we have, as I said, no tradition in terms of teaching and learning centers in universities. We have no funding to do these sorts of work. People who volunteer for this work, they're not compensated in any way. So what's left? What's left? The happiness of doing something that, fills your heart, right? So there are movements going on in other universities since 2, 3, 4 years ago. There are more things happening. What I see mostly in my colleagues is that people are creating centers with staff. So for example, our good friends at the University of Aveiro, who we have been working for quite a while, they have established one teaching and learning center, but mostly run by staff. And I see that they, for example, have a different level of difficulty in engaging other colleagues that we have. So for example, we do this Docência Mais with them every year. We co-designed it, by the way. We really co-designed the thing so it makes more sense to everyone. And they tend to repeat participants from year to year. We don't. We always have new people coming in. So they have a smaller basis of recruitment than we have. So to make a long story short, I think what's unique about us is the team and what came out from the team. Okay? And of course, we read things, we talk to people, we know our colleagues, we know our field, but you know, it's not just, I'm sorry, just to use this example, people from education. It's education, it's engineering. So the guy who is from engineering is an international expert on project-based engineering education. The guy from biology did nothing in his life before. He was just an enthusiastic teacher. And he came out and now he was the one who did the pedagogical sabbatical. So it's the team that I think makes. So I would say if there's one thing that I would really, really believe in is that if you set up a center, you have to think on diversifying the team in any way. And be aware that that does not mean hire everyone. It means that when you create the concept is more global and more diverse.
Hi, Manuel. Thank you for that fabulous talk. I have to say that because he's introducing me later. But I think there's some, perhaps you could explain a bit around institutional change, and certainly the model you told there is very familiar in the UK. You're absolutely right. All universities have centres and they all have their own flavour and their own specifics, but the more effective ones actually lead on institutional change and help modernise the institutions and improve the student experience. How do you do that within your centre?
I cannot have a very short answer to the how. I cannot have a short answer to the how, but but I'll give you an answer. I'm going to give you an answer anyway. My answer is you will never really be able to convince a community if you don't try to lead change. So how do we lead change? We lead change through my actions as powerful influencer within the structure. I'm always pushing people. But I'm pushing people based on what we've done before. So this job of pro-rector for innovations in teaching and learning is for years in my university, for years. And some had, people from the outside coming in and giving a course. Some had, it's a different way of doing things, but whatever we try to do, I try to do it like that. We try to do it like that. We do things informally, whatever, and after we learn a bit from it, we spread, we invite, we take part. And within the process of involving people in the activities, in the initiatives, in the discussions, we generate a certain, I would believe, uncomfortableness for staying still. And then the job is to get these people on board and steer the things in the good direction. So that would be a long answer. I'm trying to find a short answer, but I'll stop here. Maybe this was not totally clear, but we'll have more time during coffee, I hope. And sorry about that.
So thank you very much, all of you, for the questions and especially for the very, very interesting history you presented. Your history and the enthusiasm with which you do your job. We change. Professor Botoglu is the chair for the next session.
Hello to this session. I'm Kafene Botsoglu, and I will present the three papers of the session. The first one has the title, The Role of Emotions and Group Dynamics in Higher Education. Mrs. Anna Tsiboukli, she's the presenter, and Thomas Babal is also the co-author of this paper. So, the floor is yours. We can listen to you. Thank you.
Great. That's great. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Zoe Gavrilidou for this wonderful opportunity to be here today and discuss about significant issues regarding training in higher education. And of course, Katerina Kedraka, my very good friend, that she started with this idea, I think, about 7 or 8 years ago, and many other good colleagues that are here today in this company. Now, I think that somehow in groups, even though we don't know each other, communities share some common visions, and I think that our talk with Professor Babalis, who unfortunately cannot be here today because he had some health issues, very much relate to what Emmanuel said before. He talked a lot about the community, the need of safety, of belonging. And our discussion today is mainly based on the role of emotions and what they can actually do in higher education. This is a very significant topic, something we don't discuss much about in all the work we do. We usually pay a lot of attention to academic success and dropout, and that's right. This is a priority for the European Commission as well. This is very important. But we need to bear in mind that universities are basically human-centered organizations. And therefore, as such, we cannot do much but take into consideration the negative and the positive emotions that are usually in interplay, and they influence the quality and the intensity of the relationships, the quality of teaching, the effectiveness, and the outcomes inevitably. Now, talking about emotions, just to briefly say that a lot of stress and anxiety is often present in the classrooms, and especially in big classrooms in large universities in Greece, where we often have to deal with 200 or 100 students in the audience. And they affect in turn the learning climate, the outcomes, the quality of the classroom setting, and the attendance rates. And you can see that this is also happening even in online classes. We all know the cemetery phenomenon of the closed, not just microphones, but also videos. We can't actually see the students. Some of the students are there. Some are not even present, and they're doing other things. This is based a lot on the emotions and the interplay. Positive emotions are definitely key to success, and I don't want to stay with that because I think we all understand that very well. But negative emotions relate very much with the lack of satisfaction from the learning content and context. That's both for students and for teachers, with resentment sometimes for the choices made. We know that several students in the Greek universities were not actually in the first place willing to attend specific courses, but because of the Pan-Hellenic exams, they ended up even in classes or courses maybe they don't care at all about, and they often complain about that. That is a source of anger towards self and others, anxiety, fear about the future for program completion and what is going to happen next in the employment sector. And very often this comes out in passive aggression, tension, polarization. And I think any one of us who works in big universities can actually see that in the corridors, in the rooms, in how material are often destroyed. Why is this a problem? Because in education, we do need to develop an emotional bond with our students. This is something very significant. This is the case, we know this is the case in treatment, in therapy, but in education is even more so. And it's not very easy to form this bond, especially, as we said, in large audiences. Furthermore, all of us as teachers have our own assumptions, and our students do have their own assumptions, internalized prejudices, stereotypes, and this affects a lot the dropout rates and the attendance rates. And obviously, the lack of bonding is a very good reason for negative underlying emotions that sometimes are expressed in overt or in covert behavior. Another important and significant factor is the university culture. I think Emmanuel said before that different universities employ different methods in how they develop their teaching centers. That's very true also in Greece, I suspect, that we all have our own pace and our own way of working because each university has a unique culture that we need to take into consideration. And this culture is different and it creates another context, other tensions, another type of relationships that we cannot simply repeat. Where do the lack of emotional bonding and the loss of trust lead? Because unless you have a bond, you cannot really have trust. Emmanuel talked a lot about it previously. Apart from the dropout rates, in phenomena of transference and counter-transference in the classroom setting, transference is something that we all know, that students usually tend to transfer to their university teachers what they have experienced in previous years in education. In Greece, I'm afraid the experiences are not so positive because of the system, of the exam system, especially the last few years at the Lyceum, but even maybe in the primary education is a bit different, but that changes a lot in secondary and higher education. These experiences are usually negative. Now, the question is whether we, as university teachers, actually fall into the trap of counter-transference. And this, at some points, it might happen. And this creates a lot of frustration for both teachers and students, unfulfilled expectations, at some points even cynicism or indifference about the context, the learning context, professional burnout, that is something we don't talk about a lot in higher education. We do talk a lot about it in primary education, but not in higher education. And the phenomenon of depersonalization, which simply means that I can no longer see my students as persons, but I can see only numbers. So I have 300 students, 400 students, but I don't have John or George or Maria or specific persons I have to deal with. And this is a further boundary in the creation of an emotional bond. Most of the studies we see are mainly based in only one feeling, and that is satisfaction from students and teachers, and mainly from students' satisfaction from the course material, from the learning processes, from the quality of services. Teacher satisfaction about the quality of their work is rarely discussed, and about the quality of the educational practice. This is a taboo topic to a large extent. Quality measures depend largely on teaching methods and instruments rather than on intrinsic motivation for teaching. Job satisfaction, frustration, and burnout also are not fully discussed, but we do have some positive experiences from other continents, and I think we can learn a lot from there. For instance, in Australia, we have a very big qualitative study of university teachers that actually reveals that teachers' expectations about student engagement is significant for increasing satisfaction or for increasing frustration. It also depends a lot, it affects rather the teaching styles. When university teachers seem to place emphasis on the course content, they tend to pay less attention to the emotional interplay in the classroom settings. And when university teachers are more interested in the learning process, then they do care more about emotions. And I'm sorry to stay with the notion of emotions, but coming from a department of pedagogy, I think this is extremely important. I can understand that maybe in other faculties is not the first priority, but for us it is a first priority in many sectors. And we also know that we have to deal with adults. Students are young adults. Therefore, we don't have the possibility of regulating their emotions and behavior. This is very different from primary education or secondary education. We talked about already about the online courses and the phenomenon where we can very clearly see that boredom is what leads students to have their cameras off. Maybe we choose to ignore sometimes this phenomenon, especially, as I said, in front of a computer or in front of large audience, but nonetheless, it is present and it does affect attendance and dropout rates from courses and from classes. Now, moving to the feelings that university teachers have, because university students, of course, it's maybe easier to talk about their feelings. It's very difficult to talk about our feelings as university teachers. First of all, you probably are aware of the stage fright anxiety phenomenon. This is a phenomenon very well known in drama, in theater, in music groups. But apparently, it is a phenomenon present also in university teachers when they have to face large audience. And to a great extent, it is based on the theory of symbolic interaction, on this tradition of Erving Goffman. And of course, I think Shakespeare said that we are all actors and the whole life is a theater and we just all act on that. But we do have an example of a qualitative study, again, maybe a bit old nowadays, but I think very important. And it's a question why we haven't continued with such type of studies to better understand what's going on in the classrooms. This is based on focus group, the first addressed to students, and whether they were able to understand anxiety in their teachers. The second in novice lecturers, and the third in what we call the experts and teachers with who have received Teaching Excellence Awards. And it does seem that stage fright is a real phenomenon. Of course, there are differences between the groups and how every lecturer can handle the situation. And students can have empathy or even sympathy. And it doesn't affect them on teachers' evaluation, but it does affect the coping mechanisms that teachers themselves employ. And these mechanisms, again, depend on whether they select to use an authoritarian style of teaching or a more democratic, student-centered style of teaching. Now, and whether they focus more on the content or they focus more on the process of learning. Another issue with university students' emotions has to do, as we said again, with feeling lonely in the university environment. That's a very good reason, especially for the first 2 years, to drop out or to lower attendance. When they don't identify with the university they are attending, then they are more likely to drop out. This is a case especially for students who come from lower socioeconomic and educational backgrounds. And the more they feel the distance between themselves and the teacher, the more likely they are to drop out. And again, we have very good experiences from studies in Norway, and I think we can learn a lot from that. What, therefore, we need to do is to actually develop a holding environment. That's not very easy. Within the holding environment, we cannot allow any longer phenomena such as mobbing, bullying, or even sexual harassment in teaching to happen. The first studies on that took place in the United States in the 80s, and they identified how many women students were actually victims of social harassment. We don't have such studies yet in group universities, but to develop the sense of belonging and to form groups is very significant for reducing these negative results. And I won't stay with all these details because I understand that I have to finish my lecture. I will just say that holding environment is not an easy task. This is based a lot on the Tavistock tradition, the communication systems, and the way we interact with each other. These affect our teaching styles, these affect our way of thinking, and the transitions we need to make from a very from a closed culture to an open culture and a system thinking. But I would say that leveraging diversity regarding human rights are not as privileges that can be taken away, but as something that we need to respect. Intersectionality, equality and equity are very important. And in closing, I would have to borrow the quotes of a very well-known Greek professor in public administration. He's in the University of New York, Dimitris Argyriadis, who said that in public administration, we don't just need efficiency, efficacy, and economy. Of course, we do need that. We need that also in education, but we also need equality, equity, and ethics. And even more so, I would say in education, we also need to add emotions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Tsiboukli, for this very interesting presentation. There will be time at the end of the presentation for questions and discussion. So now the next presentation has a title, Teaching Organization and Learning Methodologies in Departments of Pedagogy and Primary Education in Greece. Mrs. Konstantina Tsoli, she will present this paper. The co-author is again Mr. Babalis Thomas. So,
thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I am Konstantina Tsoli. I am an assistant professor at the Department of Pedagogy and Primary Education. And first of all, I would like to thank President Zoe Gavrilidou and the organizers to provide us with this opportunity to present this paper that we have prepared along with Professor Thomas Babalis. The presentation consists of three basic parts: the introduction, the body, and the conclusions. So let's start with the introduction. Homo Academicus. This is the title of the book published by Pierre Bourdieu in 1984, where he turns his attention to the academic world. Bourdieu examines the social background and practical activities of his fellow academics, from Foucault, Derrida, and Lacan, to figures who are lesser known, but not necessarily less influential. Bourdieu analyzes their social origins and current positions, how much they publish, where they publish it, their institutional connections, media appearances, political involvements, and so on. Bourdieu's work encourages scholars to reflect on their current position within the university field. Let's take a closer look at the life of academics. Most of the higher education institutions allocate three duties to their academic staff. The duties are conducting research, teaching courses, and performing administrative tasks. This is an incredibly diverse array of disciplines. According to anthropologist John Zicke research in 2014, professors spend a large amount of time in meetings and 30% of their time doing administrative tasks unrelated to teaching and research. So much to do and so little time. And how they actually spend their time. According to a Higher Education Research Institute survey, 59% is in teaching, 23% in service, and 18% in research. The percentages remain roughly the same today. On the other hand, departments expect them to spend their time mainly on research, and if we ask professors themselves, no one would like to tell them what to do. Indeed, great emphasis is given to research performance by academics who wish to build on a successful career, bearing in mind the publish or perish challenge, thus the pressure and race to publish academic work. However, as surveys have shown, they spend a lot of time on teaching. This requires many hours to prepare the course, and as we can see on the screen, notes, handouts, special tutorial, pre-rehearsal with examples. Of course, they hope their students appreciate their work if they bother to show up. And Anna talked a lot about the dropouts, but the question is, why don't they show up? Apparently, there are many answers to this question, but as far as professors are concerned, they need to reflect on their teaching skills. A key factor for success in higher education, as in any other education level, is an understanding of the characteristics and needs of students that could be factored into psychological characteristics such as motivation, emotional state, self-concept, and sociological characteristics such as family background, peer pressure, friendships, societal expectations. Therefore, teaching is an important duty of the academic staff, and here is where the university pedagogy comes. Often learning is treated with a dualism, since it's either teacher-centered or student-centered learning. However, in practice, learning forms a continuum on which professors can move, applying student-centered teaching methods and evaluations, both outside of the lecture format and in the lecture. At the tertiary level, teaching and learning methods for each course are usually determined by the instructor, as these are dependent on the nature of the course. Generally, teaching and learning can be classified to those methods who foster autonomous learning and those who do not. Teaching and learning methods who do not foster autonomous learning are usually large group methods. Lecture method is the oldest and the most popular teaching method in higher education institutions. Teaching and learning methods favoring autonomous learning are usually implemented in small groups, or they call for individual work by students. We can see some examples: the seminar method, laboratory practice, fieldwork, study and analysis of bibliography, tutorials, placements, interactive teaching, PBL, the project-based learning, written assignments, and so on. After 2013, when the first findings were published by the high-level group on the modernization of higher education, whose vision was to invest in quality teaching, in all higher education institutions in Greece, teaching and learning support offices were gradually operating. In accordance with the 4 Cs that schools need to develop to students to address the challenges of the 21st century: critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, and collaboration, an excellent university teacher should possess the 5 E's. These are different E's from Anna. Education, experience, enthusiasm, ease, and eccentricity. So in this context, we designed this study with the purpose to investigate the teaching organization and methodologies that are implemented in the 9 departments of pedagogy in Greece. This is an initial attempt to record the teaching organization and learning methodologies in the pedagogical departments with these 3 objectives: to identify the teaching organization, which is implemented in the compulsory courses in each department, to identify the extent of ICT use in the compulsory courses, and to compare the content of the course outline in the 9 study guides regarding the teaching organization and the ICT use, so that we can identify similarities, differences, and patterns. We examined the study guide of each department for the academic year 2022-2023, which includes, among others, the titles and the description of the compulsory by choice, and the optional courses in a common course outline form distributed by the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, ETHA. So for our study, we examined only the compulsory courses, 255 in total, and that is because all students are required to attend them and to participate in the exams, while the compulsory by choice and the optional courses are not addressed to all students. Moreover, we examined 2 sections of the course outline form, the teaching organization, which describes in detail the manner and methods of teaching, and the use of ICT in teaching, laboratory education, and communication with students. A quantitative content analysis was conducted. It involved the counting of the presence and frequency of certain words and themes that describe the teaching organization and learning methodologies. We will see them later at the results. And the sample was the course outline forms of the 9 pedagogical departments in Greece, and these are the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, University of Patras, Crete, University of the Aegean of Thessaly, Democritus University of Thrace, University of Ioannina, and University of Western Macedonia. According to the results of the research, first, it revealed that the teaching staff applies in total 26 different manners and methods of teaching. And you can see here the numbers. We have 18 teaching methods, or 15, 13, 12, and some universities 6. In this slide, you can see the top 5 teaching, organization, and learning methodologies. I will present them later at the discussion section. And regarding some universities applied some teaching methods, rarely. For example, the audiovisual material, the role-playing, the interviews, the theater performances were recorded only in one university, or the coaching classes, practice exercises, counseling, stimulation. These were methods that were applied in only 1 or 2 universities. And for example, project-based learning, innovation, educational material, as well as reflective diaries. Regarding ICT, all departments used ICT, mainly in teaching, then in communication with students, and at last for the laboratory education. Now we can see the discussion. The first most frequently used teaching method by all departments is lectures. The second is the study and analysis of bibliography. The third is the written assignment. The fourth is the practicum, teaching practice. And the fifth is the workshops. Project-based learning, role-playing, production of innovative educational material, reflective diaries are not widely used in the compulsory courses of the pedagogical departments in Greece. Teamwork also is not widely used as a teaching method. 3 universities seem to adopt the teamwork more often compared to other more crowded and urban universities. And all the departments of our study use ICT, mainly in teaching and communication with students, and less in laboratory education. Of course, this study has a number of limitations. For example, the conceptualization and the translation of the teaching methods results in confusion. Moreover, the risk for the theory and practice discrepancy to exist, because teaching and learning are live processes. The administrative workload is too heavy for the teaching staff. So in some circumstances, the completion of the course outline is quite formal and automated, and some courses were not available or did not include the needed information for this study. Some recommendations are support the transition from a teacher-centered to a student-centered education model, increase the use of active, experiential, and innovative educational practices, and of course, promote the development of the teaching and learning support offices in Greece. I'd like to close with this quote from Edward Bulwer-Lytton: "Nothing so good as a university education, nor worse than a university without its education." Here are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Now, Evangelia Krasadaki, she will present a paper under the title "The Results of In-Depth Survey for Teaching and Learning in Greek Technical University." Evangelia.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Good morning, everybody. My name is Evangelia Krasadaki, coordinator from the Technical University of Crete, coordinator of the Teaching and Learning Support Center. Here is the results of our survey. The survey was done last summer, between May of 22 and October of 22, not as written there. The questionnaire is a quantitative one. It consisted of 5 sections, 29 questions, some of them with many items. It concludes demographics, questions about the teaching, 10 questions with 34 items, questions about assessment and feedback, 3 questions with 16 items, learning outcomes, and some suggestions from the participants. The pilot survey done for 1 week. Here are some indices about the internal consistency reliability. These are okay. And a few words about the population and the sample of our survey. We present here all the members of the academic community who are involved in the teaching. In the second column, we see the population, the academic staff, the laboratory teaching staff, special teaching staff, laboratory technical staff, the contract teachers for courses and contract teachers for laboratories. And in the last column, you see the participant percentages. Totally, the population of the Technical University of Crete is 273 people, and 94 participated in this survey. 34% is the total contribution, 1/3, almost 1/3. Most of them are the members of the academic staff. Here are some demographics about the sample. I have to say that we make a weighting of the data set by the status of the participants for avoiding over or under representations. So in the last column, we see that participants are mostly men, and their status are members of the academic staff. As we say VEP in our Greek terminology, let's say. About the participants from the schools, Technical University consists of 5 schools. Most are members from the school that I offer my services, the Production Engineering and Management School. A question about the years of teaching in higher education, either in Greece or abroad, because we have many members from abroad, and the years of teaching experience is 0 to 5, 6 to 7, 6 to 10, 11, 20, and more. And we conclude that very low teaching experience is a very it's not a good percent, it's 37%. And this 37% mostly are those people who teach by contract, either courses or laboratories. And a few are academic staff members in the entry level, as we say, epikuros καθηγητής. So this is a message for our center for future training activities. we ask about the time spent on teaching, research, and administrative issues. And we see in the first line the mean from 1 to 10 is the question. So the mean is 6.0 for all the participants of the survey, while for only the academic staff, it's 5.7, since in the survey participated laboratory teaching staff who are more actively involved all their time in teaching activities. We ask about the time spent on research in only the academic staff. The mean value is 5.14, and the time spent for administrative or organization issues, which is less, 3.2. In conclusion, we can say that the time spent on teaching is higher. We ask what kind of course they describe. They most describe undergraduate courses and laboratories. And also we ask about the classes they use, either amphitheaters or many other kind of different classes, because we are a technical university, we have various classes. We see that most they use amphitheaters, as Emmanuel told before, and Mr. Mitrakopoulos, I think. About this, the number of students in classrooms, we saw, the number of students in classrooms, we saw that all the laboratories have a small number of students in the classroom. It's normal. The 88% of postgraduate courses are with few less than 40 students, and a significant percent of 34% of undergraduate courses have involved in their classes a small amount of students. This is a message for us in order to in our future activities promote all the active learning activities in such small groups of students. The ICT tools in teaching. We have various questions here about slides, web pages, software, scientific software for teaching, quiz, etc. And it seems that all the teachers, all the staff, mostly they use slides. This is the main ICT tool for teaching. The second one, it's the scientific software, and lastly the internet for presenting some using the internet. Next, we ask the participants what they ask their students what ICT tools they ask their students for learning. So among slides, web pages, software, quizzes for self-assessment, videos, ebooks, etc., it looks like very often they ask the students to use ebooks, and secondly slides, and third scientific software, and fourth third web pages, and fourth scientific software. This is the results for students, as the participants, of course, told us. Also, we had a question about the students' role in the classroom with different options. Mainly they are listeners. They are listeners and carry out some instruction of the staff, of the teacher, or they are active, they are doing things, etc. The results show that students are active mainly during laboratory sessions. This is the result, and the result also, it happens mostly in architect engineering school and mineral resources engineering school. We ask in a different question what the activities of the students in class. So it seems that in a technical university, because we have to solve problems and small assignments, exercises, our students often and very often they solve problems and participate in micro groups among all the other options here. And for home activities, mainly they write reports and prepare team projects, group projects. The group projects are standard in a technical university, so it is, therefore, in conclusion, for teaching, we can say that often and very often, our students inside the classroom, they solve problems, and outside, they prepare written reports and make group projects. In the next section of our questionnaire, we have included some questions about the assessment and feedback with many different options. Here is different types of assessment. We ask what the staff do. Announce the final written exams at the end of the semester. Apply the final written exams at the end of the semester, or written assignments during the semester, or group projects, or ask for oral exams at the end or at the end of the semester, and many options. It seems from the results that mostly is applied the final written exams at the end of the semester by the 65%, but we also saw that the participants apply various combinations of assessment for the students during the semester, and just a few percent of 16% of the participants uses only one option for the assessment of their students, as is the final written exams at the end, June, September, whatever. And we ask in a next question about how they design the assessment, whatever they apply. The items are more, but we present here a few because I have an interest. We ask if when they design their assessment, they design self-assessment, quizzes, such things for the students, or they design the group projects because it's a standard in order to improve, among others, disciplinary knowledge, but among others, to improve the teamwork and skills of the students. And here are the answers of often and very often, and it looks that no. They don't apply any activities for the assessment. They design for improvement of generic skills of their students. And this is a message. Also a message is that the self-assessment is not applied. For the feedback, we had a next question, and it looks here among all the options that the feedback, there's no feedback either in personal level or in group level. The percentages of often and very often are very low, 21% and 20%. Most participants told us that they announce the grades and reply on any questions if their students have, why, for example, why I took a grade of 5, no more. In this, this is another important and interesting message. Yes, okay, we finished. The last section of our questionnaire takes have some questions about teaching goals and learning outcomes. So we ask about the coverage of teaching goals and the adjustment of teaching goals in respect to the difficulties of the students, the whatever has to do with the students. Therefore, we see here that the teaching goals are covered in a very high level. The mean value is 7.87. And the adjustment, there is an interesting conclusion for the adjustment of teaching goals during the semester, which shows that there is a small percentage of 14% of the participants, or 13 persons, that they don't adjust the teaching goals for the needs of the students. So this is an important, also, we think, message from this survey. And the last question was about the learning outcomes, coverage and adjustment. We see that they say that the coverage of learning outcomes are high, 8.15, while the adjustment is less. I don't know exactly what it means, but maybe it means that when we say about learning outcomes, we have a bureaucracy, bureaucratic something in our mind. The last section is some suggestions from the participants about huge topics of interest for future training. Of course, the first one is university education, pedagogy, and engineering education. The main limitations and main conclusions. Many limitations may come from two reasons, because external contract teachers did not participate in the survey, and the percentage participations among schools may affect the results. We don't know. About the main conclusions, we can say that future training activities of our center, beyond participant suggestions, of course, may focus on those with low and very low teaching experience. We have some. Those with the value, in order to improve the value and to communicate the value with our staff of feedback and formative assessment. Of course, future training activities may focus on group activities, mainly in case of small audiences of classes, as we saw we have in Technical University of Crete. And of course, the last one, it has to do with the awareness of our staff of an inclusive culture, because as we saw, they don't adjust teaching goals to their students. This is our last conclusion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it's time for questions. There is one question. Yes. To whom? I think that you can start with Mrs. Krasadaki, who is already ready.
I would like to pose the same question I asked to Zoe. So you have in mind some things, some topics that the instructor should be trained. That's how I interpreted the last slide. And some others that would be what they ask. But definitely you have a set menu of priorities which you augment with things that they have asked for. Did I understand that correctly?
We follow the chart after October last year, and I follow. Sorry. Yes, we conducted first a survey. We found these interesting conclusions for us because it's the first time we did this survey in our university. And then we designed training activities, asynchronous, synchronous, and all the forms based on these results, because we saw that there are some interesting points to intervene, to improve knowledge, skills, whatever.
Hello, thank you for that. Very, very interesting. I was interested by the types of delivery by staff and how they taught, and within your the delivery, whether by lecture or whether by group work or whatever. Do you think that's changed since the pandemic? in terms of have people learnt about more effectively how to engage with technology, and therefore has it, or have everybody just gone back to the way it used to be?
Yes. During the pandemic, it was we are obliged to follow ICT tools because otherwise you cannot do nothing. Either in in undergraduate level, because in postgraduate level we had already distance learning courses and programs, so this is not a problem. But nowadays, everyone came back and forget all teleconferences, all these tools. But in some meetings with our students, I saw that many colleagues use Zoom, WebEx, Teams, whatever, for cooperation, because we have a lot to do during the semester, cooperating with our students about the projects. We have a lot of projects, a lot of exercises, assignments during the semester, a lot of work to do with our students. So we use, and our students, I have noticed, they don't come in my office. They follow the distance, you know. They don't knock the door. They send a mail or call the telephone and ask for an appointment in Zoom, for example. This is something I don't know. I have this experience. I don't know how the other colleagues.
So what was amazing is that the professors and the teaching staff, they went to in-person teaching, but students didn't come to class. No, we have empty amphitheaters and classrooms. I don't know if it's the same to you too, but that's the situation right now in Greece.
Yeah, I think student participation and engagement on campus is a challenge across the world post-pandemic. But I think it's interesting in terms of how do we drive participation for students to come to campus. So, for example, during the pandemic, and certainly where we are, we found that students really liked lectures online. They liked it. They could go back to it. They could see it because it's been recorded, and they could keep going back to it. So now lectures are banned. We do not do any lectures at the university, the transmission of knowledge. We just don't do it. Everything on campus is interactive. It's group work, it's labs, it's practicals, it's exciting stuff we do on campus. Lectures is just done online because then students like that. But again, still we're trying to drive student behaviors and say, come to campus for the exciting things, for the collaborations, the peer engagement, all that. Mixed results. It's not perfect, but it's just about trying to think slightly differently. Online.
I think Linda wants to speak.
In the same field, in the same phenomenon, while during the COVID, one of the problems or one of the main complaints of my colleagues and professors, not only from my university but from other universities, were my students are not there. They're cheating on the video conferencing. Yeah, they invent amazing ways to be there without being there. Yeah, in the lecturings. And I remember that I was talking with a colleague, and he told me, "I don't understand. I'm doing the same. I'm the same person. I'm doing my 3 hours lecture by video conference." And I say, "What? You do a what? A 3 hours lecture on psychology of education." You see? Imagine how, and I say, and they, but in face-to-face they come. Of course, in face-to-face they come because they are not listening to you. They are being together, they are doing another things, they're sharing the time, they're flirting, they are being young people at the university, but they are not listening to you. And she said, "Oh, whoa, interesting." So what? Yeah, that's the point. But what happened when we came back? When we came back, our students, especially the experience of some of online masters, our students became more and more critical with what we do in our face-to-face experiences. even online experience. They don't want to come for a face-to-face online video conference for you to lecture me. They don't want to come to the campus, obviously, but they don't want to come to the face-to-face video conference for being there while you are telling me something. I can hear you in another moment, in another format. I need something else. And they are more and more critical with this. They are criticizing the way we develop lectures. And regarding your paper, I think it's amazing. I'm curious about why you went out assessment from delivering classes, because this is a statement. This is a kind of a statement. When we understand that delivering classes and assessing are two different activities. Hi. Anyway, the question is, we need one of the big challenges that I'm seeing from our perspective with all the students, with all the teachers, with many approaches, is to convert the experience. I remember from the Manuel speech, the experience of learning in a global experience, probably.
Nice. Is there any other question? Zoe?
I don't have a question for Leah, so I have a question for Anna Tsiboukli. And okay, so we all consider how to treat emotions a pivotal, let's say, parameter of university teaching and environment in general. But what do universities do about that to treat the feelings, the emotions of students and also the emotions of teachers? Are there any structures? I'm not aware of that. Do you do anything special in the National Kapodistrian University? So I would like to know, because we consider it is important, but we do nothing.
Thank you. That's very true. That's a very good question, actually. If I had the answer, I think I would be running a session for everybody. But what we actually do is try to make small groups, teaching in small groups, where we can use more experiential methods to interact with each other. And that's very useful for creating bonds. We have our laboratory of lifelong learning, and we use a lot of group dynamics there. Now, in relation to what universities do about teachers, I don't think they do much, because that actually needs a change in culture, in understanding that universities are human-centered. They cannot be run as companies. They have to be run as human-centered organizations. And unless you pay attention to your teachers, then they cannot pay attention to the students. Even if you want to be a good company, you still have to be human-centered. That's very important. But we were thinking about maybe discussing issues about burnout, depersonalization. We had some discussions about research in that area to see what is happening. But we are still in the very beginning, so I don't really have a clear answer for you. Thank you.
Because I'm from the NKU and the National Kapodistrian, and it was a finding from our study. There is a contradiction, what we want for our future teachers to become and what we do in our universities. So what I can say, because my PhD was on emotional intelligence, is that we give some lectures, not in a form of lectures, more on workshops on emotional intelligence and cultivating life skills. So this is something by using experiential methods. So we try to, we act like these are our students in class, so that they can learn and then teach in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Yes.
I just wanted to jump in for a quick suggestion about the previous issue by Linda, and also connects to this one. I would really like to thank people I really think that people would better start thinking about the design of the processes and design instead of the units like teaching, learning, offices, support. It's the design of the process that will, without putting a lot of money in, that will save us from lots of troubles that we're in. I would vividly want to recommend everyone to think about the campuses of the future. And there's a wonderful report written from Australia. It's called The Tipping Point of University Campuses. And it is based on interviews with academic leaders. And it's very interesting to read it and see how they envision the campuses of the future. And why is it important to envision the campuses of the future? Because if we're talking about face-to-face, we're talking about places, we're talking about physical world. And if you don't understand what the design of the physical world is going to look like, then you will not be able to design the teaching, the learning, the support in place of the future. And this is something that, at least in my country, we don't talk about a lot. So governments, now they want to have an initiative to improve student success. They don't talk about the design of the process. They talk about, let's implement tutors. Let's implement this. And the system is going to be made of boxes, and the boxes make sense. But the truth, the hard truth is that, are we thinking about the system as a whole? Are we thinking about the design of the system as a whole? So I think that this is the kind of thought that we should really be clear about. And I would recommend, there's a Norwegian scholar. She has wonderful ideas about the future, sometimes a bit crazy. Her name is Rika Toft Norgard. She has made wonderful presentations about what the hybrid world of the future can be in higher education. So I would like to recommend two things, the Australian report and Rika Toft Norgard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any one last question maybe? Yes, please. Mrs. Charlie.
We saw that list of the different pedagogies used in the departments, and I interpreted that certain of those were considered as negative and some others are positive. So are we talking about a variety of methods that we should use, or you have very specific recommendations of things we should do or should not do?
That's a very nice question. All methods are are acceptable. All methods are acceptable. It depends on the audience, on the learners. So, of course, we accept all methods as far as the professor knows why, for whom, and why they chose to use this method. If you know your goals in 3 levels, as the taxonomy that we know, then all methods are acceptable.
Thank you very much. So I think it's time to close this session. Thanks to all the presenters for their very interesting presentation. Thank you for attending the session and shared with us your thoughts about about very interesting things. So it's lunch time now. Enjoy and relax. Outside. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Με τον Wake School, το Amwelt, τι αποτελεί? Αποτελεί το αντιληπτικό σύμπαν, τον υποκειμενικό κόσμο που έχει ο κάθε οργανισμός, μέσα από το οποίο αντιλαμβάνεται το περιβάλλον του. Αυτό που έχει σημασία σε σχέση με το Amwelt είναι ότι υπάρχει ενότητα ανάμεσα στην αντίληψη και στη δράση. Δηλαδή, ανάλογα με το πώς αντιλαμβάνομαι το περιβάλλον μου, αποφασίζω να δράσω μέσα σε αυτό. Αυτή η ενότητα αντίληψης και δράσης αποτελεί το λειτουργικό κύκλο και στην ουσία ο καθένας από εμάς μέσα στο Amwelt που ζει και λειτουργεί, φέρνει σαν τον ιστό μιας αράχνης, έχοντας πολλούς ομόκεντρους λειτουργικούς κύκλους. Ωραία. Η δεύτερη στάση μας είναι η θεωρία του Deleuze and Guattari σε σχέση με το περιβάλλον και τις συναρμογές. Χρησιμοποιώ τον όρο συναρμογή και όχι τον όρο συνάθρηση, γιατί μεταφράζω το γαλλικό όρο agencement και όχι το assemblage το αγγλικό, γιατί ετυμολογικά είναι λάθος η μετάφραση. Δηλαδή, η ετυμολογική ρίζα των δύο λέξεων δεν συμπίπτει. Οπότε, λοιπόν, αυτό που μας αφορά σε εμάς είναι οι συναρμογές. Δηλαδή, είπαν οι Deleuze και Guattari ότι σε ένα περιβάλλον διάφορα σημεία του περιβάλλοντος ενώνονται και σχηματίζουν συναρμογές, δηλαδή οικολογίες, οι οποίες, αν και δεν έχουν οργανική ενότητα μεταξύ τους, λειτουργούν σαν σύνολα, σαν διευθετήσεις, σαν σχεδιασμοί, οι οποίοι έχουν μια συγκεκριμένη διάρκεια ζωής για όσο καιρό χρειάζεται να έχουν αυτή τη διάρκεια ζωής μέσα στο συγκεκριμένο περιβάλλον. Η τρίτη στάση μας είναι η θεωρία της αντιληπτικής ψυχολογίας του Γκίψον. Αυτό που μας ενδιαφέρει από τον Γκίψον είναι το εξής. Ο Γκίψον είπε ότι η αντιληπτική επίγνωση δεν ταυτίζεται με την αισθητηριακή επίγνωση. Δηλαδή, δεν σημαίνει ότι μια πληροφορία, επειδή είναι διαθέσιμη στο περιβάλλον μου είναι αντιληπτή. Μια πληροφορία είναι αντιληπτή εφόσον εγώ την ενηματοδοτώ σημαντική για μένα. Διαφορετικά, απλά δεν τη λαμβάνω. Και ας υπάρχει εκεί. Άρα, ο όγκος της πληροφορίας δεν έχει να κάνει με το πόσο γίνεται αντιληπτή σε μένα. Και η τελευταία στάση μου έχει να κάνει με τις τελευταίες προσεγγίσεις της βιοκοινωνικής θεωρίας, κυρίως από το 2010 και μετά, που υπάρχει μια μεγάλη πληθώρα δημοσιεύσεων. Και στην ουσία αυτό που υποστηρίζεται συνεχώς και από ανθρωπολόγους και από κοινωνιολόγους και από βιολόγους, είναι ότι πια η βιολογία δεν είναι σκέτη βιολογία, αλλά είναι μια βιολογία η οποία έχει νόημα. Και αυτό που έχει σημασία είναι ότι οι βιολογικές διαδικασίες και οι κοινωνικές διαδικασίες δεν είναι διχοτομικά στοιχεία, αλλά είναι εγκολπωμένες πραγματικότητες. Έχοντας πει αυτά τώρα για το θεωρητικό το κομμάτι, το οποίο θα σας φαίνεται λίγο άσχετο, το καταλαβαίνω, θα περάσουμε στην έρευνα, μήπως μπορέσουμε να δείτε πώς το συνδύασα. Λοιπόν, η έρευνα λοιπόν στηρίζεται σε ημιδωμένες συνεντεύξεις. Ρωτήσαμε λοιπόν τους 22 συμμετέχοντες πώς αντιλαμβάνονται τις προκλήσεις του περιβάλλοντος σε σχέση με το πανεπιστήμιο, τη διαφοροποίηση του ρόλου στη διάρκεια του χρόνου και την ετοιμότητα της πανεπιστημιακής κοινότητας. Μετά τους ρωτήσαμε τι θα επιθυμούσαν σε επίπεδο υποστήριξης, σε επίπεδο περιεχομένου και σε επίπεδο τεχνικών χαρακτηριστικών επιμόρφωσης. Και η τελευταία ερώτηση αφορούσε ποιες είναι οι στάσεις τους απέναντι στα κεδημά. Η πρώτη, χρησιμοποίησα το MaxQDA για την ανάλυση των συνεντεύξεων και έκανα μια θεματική ανάλυση και στη συνέχεια μια ανάλυση συσχέτισης. Λοιπόν, το δείγμα μας είναι αυτό. Είναι βολική δειγματοληψία. Αποτελείται από 22 μέλη, από 22 συμμετέχοντες συνολικά, 14 μέλη ΔΕΠ και 8 μέλη ΕΔΙΠ, ΕΕΠ και ακαδημαϊκής εμπειρίας. Αυτό που έχει σημασία για την ανάλυση μας στη συνέχεια είναι ότι 15 άτομα είναι από τις κοινωνικές και ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες, 7 από τις θετικές, έχουμε 8 μέλη ΕΔΙΠ, ΕΕΠ και ακαδημαϊκής εμπειρίας και 14 μέλη ΔΕΠ. Ωραία. Πάμε τώρα στη θεματική ανάλυση. Στη θεματική ανάλυση θα κάνουμε 7 στάσεις ή 6, ανάλογα. Θα δω, μήπως δεν προλάβω. Μπορώ να κόψω μία στάση. Λοιπόν, προτού να ξεκινήσω όμως να κάνουμε αυτές τις στάσεις, αυτές είναι οι 11 κατηγορίες της θεματικής ανάλυσης. Αυτό που βλέπουμε εδώ πέρα, δεν ξέρω αν φαίνεται πίσω-πίσω, είναι ότι στην ουσία η κατηγορία προκλήσεις και η κατηγορία προτινόμενες θεματικές επιμόρφωσης αποτελούν τις δύο πολυπληθέστερες κατηγορίες. Δηλαδή, είναι αυτές οι κατηγορίες που είχαν τις περισσότερες εγγραφές. Άρα, είχαμε πάρα πολλές μεμονωμένες εγγραφές, άρα έχουμε πάρα πολύ μεγάλη διασπορά στις απαντήσεις. Δεν υπήρχε δηλαδή μια ομοιογένεια ή μια συνοχή. Αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για τη συνέχεια της συζήτησης. Λοιπόν, πάμε τώρα στις 7 στάσεις της θεματικής ανάλυσης. Στην κατηγορία προκλήσεις, βλέπουμε ότι οι συμμετέχοντες στην έρευνα ανέφεραν σαν πρώτη η κατηγορία με τις πιο πολλές εγγραφές ήταν οι φοιτητές, στη συνέχεια οι κοινωνικο-οικονομικές προκλήσεις, διλήμματα σε σχέση με την ταυτότητα του πανεπιστημιακού και το ρόλο του και τελευταία ήταν η διδασκαλία. Εάν πάμε δίπλα στην κατανομή εγγραφών που αναφέρονται στη θεματική κατηγορία προτινόμενες θεματικές επιμόρφωσης, βλέπουμε ότι έρχεται η διδασκαλία πρώτη και στη συνέχεια ακολουθούν οι φοιτητές, το ακαδημαϊκό έργο και η συνεργασία της πανεπιστημιακής κοινότητας. Λοιπόν, θα αναφερθώ εκτεταμένα στους φοιτητές, γιατί ήταν και το στοιχείο που αναφέρθηκε και στα αποτελέσματα της ποσοτικής έρευνας το πρωί. Αυτό που αναφέρθηκε λοιπόν στο επίπεδο των προκλήσεων σε σχέση με τους φοιτητές. Το πρώτο κομμάτι είναι η κινητοποίηση. Δηλαδή, ανέφεραν οι συμμετέχοντες μήπως αυτά που τους λέμε δεν τους αφορούν, μήπως τους λέμε πράγματα που δεν έχουν νόημα για αυτούς. Η άλλη παρατήρηση ήταν ότι αυτό που τους νοιάζει είναι να μαθαίνουν πράγματα πιο γρήγορα, πιο δομημένα, να πάνε παρακάτω. Αρκετοί ανέφεραν ότι το επίπεδο των φοιτητών είναι πάρα πολύ χαμηλό. Άρα αυτό το μάθημα που καλούνται να κάνουν δεν είναι πανεπιστημιακού επίπεδου, αλλά είναι ένα μεταηλικιακό μάθημα. Και επίσης υπήρχαν όχι πολλές εγγραφές, λίγες, αλλά τις θεώρησα σημαντικές, μου αναφέρθηκε η επικοινωνία. Ότι δυσκολεύονται πάρα πολλοί συνάδελφοι ως προς την προσωπική επικοινωνία με τους φοιτητές, έχουν ένα άγχος μήπως παρεξηγηθεί αυτό που λένε. Και πολλοί από αυτούς προτιμούν το γραπτό λόγο σε σχέση με τον προφορικό, για να μπορούν να έχουν καλύτερο έλεγχο. Εάν πάμε στις προτινόμενες θεματικές επιμόρφωσης, πάλι σε σχέση με τους φοιτητές, πάλι αναφέρεται αυτή η νοοτροπία του σχολείου. Πολλοί ζήτησαν να δουν πώς φτιάχνουμε ομάδες, δηλαδή πώς δουλεύουμε σε μεγάλο αμφιθέατρο, πώς δουλεύουμε με πάρα πολλούς φοιτητές, αλλά χωρίς να είναι δασκαλοκεντρικό το σύστημα διδασκαλίας μου. Άλλοι ανέφεραν επίσης θέματα επικοινωνίας, δηλαδή ζητήματα ταυτότητας, φύλου, ζητήματα επικοινωνίας σε σχέση με το πώς μπορώ να πείσω τους φοιτητές και όχι να τους επιβάλλω κάτι. Και τέλος, ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό μίλησε για την ανάγκη των φοιτητών για συμβουλευτική, για mentoring. Ανέφεραν πάρα πολύ ότι είναι παιδιά πάρα πολύ πιεσμένα, με διαλυμένες οικογένειες, διαλυμένα τα ίδια, που χρειάζονται υποστήριξη προκειμένου να μπορέσουν να συνεχίσουν τις σπουδές τους. Ωραία. Η τρίτη μας στάση είναι σημαντική αυτή η στάση, γιατί αναφέρεται στην ετοιμότητα της πανεπιστημιακής κοινότητας. Θα δείτε, βλέπετε εδώ πέρα, δεν ξέρω αν φαίνεται πίσω, ότι μόνο 6 άτομα είπαν ναι. Αυτά τα 6 άτομα είναι, τα 5 από τα 6 είναι σίγουρα άντρες από τις θετικές επιστήμες. Όλοι οι άλλοι θεωρούν ότι η πανεπιστημιακή κοινότητα δεν είναι έτοιμη και αναφέρθηκε ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές δυνάμεις αδράνειας. Δηλαδή, αναφέρουν συγκεκριμένα υπάρχουν άτομα που θα μπορούσαν απλώς παρασέρνονται από την τάση, ότι η νοοτροπία είναι παλαιολιθική, ότι ο καθένας είναι βολεμένος και προσπαθεί να εξελιχθεί μόνος του. Και τέλος πάντων, αντιστάση σημαίνει ότι δεν σκέφτεσαι τι θα μπορούσα να κάνω εγώ διαφορετικά, αλλά είναι πιο εύκολο να πεις τι κακά παιδιά που είναι φοιτητές. Αυτό, τη διαφοροποίηση του ρόλου θα την αφήσω, θα την κόψω αυτή τη στάση για να προλάβω. Και πάμε τώρα στην ερώτηση στον κύκλο που αφορούσε στο τι επιθυμούσαν οι συμμετέχοντες. Σε επίπεδο υποστήριξη, σε επίπεδο περιεχομένου και σε επίπεδο τεχνικών χαρακτηριστικών. Η ερώτηση που αφορούσε στην υποστήριξη, στην ουσία ήταν μια ερώτηση ασφαλείας, την οποία ήθελα εγώ να δω αν τελικά θα μου πούν στην επόμενη ερώτηση τα ίδια πράγματα. Αλλά τα ευρήματα σε αυτή την ερώτηση ήταν εντελώς διαφορετικά. Δηλαδή, ξαφνικά, εκεί που περίμενα να μου αναφέρουν είτε για το περιεχόμενο είτε για τα τεχνικά χαρακτηριστικά της επιμόρφωσης, μου μίλησαν για την κουλτούρα. Και στην ουσία μου είπαν ότι δεν με ενδιαφέρει μόνο να έχω επιμορφώσεις, με ενδιαφέρει να έχω μια διοντολογία υποστήριξη συνολικά. Με ενδιαφέρει να υπάρχει μια επικοινωνία μεταξύ των μελών της ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας. Με ενδιαφέρει να μην είναι ο καθένας χαμένος στο έργο του που δεν ξέρουμε τι κάνει ο διπλανός μας. Δηλαδή, με ενδιαφέρει αυτή η αίσθηση. Ότι μπορούμε όλοι μαζί να συνεργαστούμε. Και να υπάρχει ένας διάλογος. Δηλαδή, αυτό που λέει στο δεύτερο, που λέει μια υποδομή θεσμική που καθιστά τη δουλειά μου κομμάτι ενός διαλόγου περισσότερων ανθρώπων. Ήταν αυτό που ερχόταν και επανερχόταν με διαφορετικές μορφές σε πάρα πολλές απαντήσεις. Αυτό που έχει σημασία εδώ είναι ότι βλέπετε ότι υπάρχουν απαντήσεις σε σχέση με την κουλτούρα, δεν βλέπετε, αλλά υπάρχουν και 5 συμμετέχοντες που είπαν ότι θέλω υποστήριξη σε πρακτικά ζητήματα. Έχει σημασία να πω ότι όλα τα μέλη ΔΕΠ αναφέρουν υποστήριξη που είχε να κάνει περισσότερο με την αλλαγή κουλτούρα στο πανεπιστήμιο, ενώ αυτοί που ζητούσαν υποστήριξη σε πρακτικά ζητήματα ήταν τα μέλη ΕΔΙΠ, ΕΕΠ και Ακαδημαϊκής Εμπειρίας. Λοιπόν, όσον αφορά τα τεχνικά χαρακτηριστικά της επιμόρφωσης, ήταν μοιρασμένες οι απαντήσεις. Διαζώσεις και εξ αποστάσεως, σύγχρονο και ασύγχρονο. Αυτό που είχε σημασία για αυτούς όμως ήταν η τοποθέτηση. Δηλαδή, να μην έρθει κάποιος να μου πει, έλα, εγώ να σου δείξω πώς θα το κάνουμε. Το δεύτερο ήταν ότι εγώ θέλω να βρεθούμε. Δηλαδή, όλοι ανέφεραν την επιθυμία. Όχι όλοι. Αυτοί από τις θετικές επιστήμες, όχι. Οι άντρες. Ξεκάθαρο. Να το πούμε. Ναι, δεν θέλουν. Θέλουν όμως να βρεθούμε, αλλά να βρεθούμε από κοντά και να κάνουμε κάτι διαφορετικό. Να κάνουμε ένα workshop που να έχει νόημα. Δηλαδή, η συνάντησή μας όντως να έχει μια added value. Να μην είναι μια επιμόρφωση τυχαία που μπορώ να την πληρώσω κι εγώ μόνος μου ή μόνη μου και να την κάνω. Αλλά να βρεθούμε και να κάνουμε πράγματα, να δημιουργήσουμε συνέργειες, να κάνουμε κοινότητα, να γνωριστούμε μεταξύ μας. Αυτό είναι. Αυτό φάνηκε από τις συνεντεύξεις, ότι θα ήταν το κομβικό σημείο προκειμένου να συμμετάσχουν. Όσον αφορά τα τεχνικά χαρακτηριστικά της επιμόρφωσης, για να πω αυτό, σε σχέση με ήταν ξεκάθαρο ότι υπήρχε μάλλον πάρα πολύ μεγάλη διάκριση μεταξύ των θετικών και των κοινωνικών και ανθρωπιστικών σπουδών και των φύλων. Δηλαδή, οι άντρες από τις θετικές επιστήμες θέλουν επιμορφώσεις στο γνωστικό τους αντικείμενο από άτομα καταξιωμένα στο γνωστικό τους αντικείμενο. Τελεία. Εκεί σταματάει. Ωραία. Οι γυναίκες από τις θετικές επιστήμες όχι. και το φύλο έπαιζε ρόλο εδώ. Και η βαθμίδα, τα μέλη ΕΔΙΠ, ΕΕΠ και από τις θετικές επιστήμες, όχι, μόνο τα μέλη ΕΔΕΠ. Ωραία. Όσον αφορά τώρα τις τάσεις απέναντι στα κεδημά. Αυτό που παρατηρούμε είναι ότι οι 17 στους 22 αξιολογούν τα κεδημά θετικά. Κάποιοι έχουν επιφυλάξεις. Ωραία, αλλά η πλειοψηφία είναι θετική. Όσον αφορά τα συναισθήματα, βλέπουμε ότι πέφτει λίγο το ποσοστό και πάμε 15 που εκφράζουν θετικά συναισθήματα και κάποιοι έχουμε 4 άτομα χωρίς κανένα συναίσθημα. Και όσον αφορά στη συμπεριφορά, δηλαδή κατά πόσο έχουν την επιθυμία να εμπλακούν όντως ανεπιφύλακτα, μόνο οι 9, δηλαδή κάτω από τους μισούς, είπαν ναι. Οπότε βλέπουμε υπάρχει μια πτωτική στάση ανάμεσα από την αξιολόγηση, το συναίσθημα και την πρόθεση εμπλοκής. Εάν δούμε τώρα κάποια αποσπάσματα, στην ουσία αυτό που έχει σημασία, να ξεκινήσω από τα συναισθήματα. Στα συναισθήματα, τα θετικά είναι ότι νιώθουν ότι κάποιος τους υπολογίζει, ότι το πανεπιστήμιο επενδύει στο προσωπικό του, ότι υπάρχει μια αίσθηση σιγουριάς, ότι υπάρχει αυτή η αίσθηση της κοινότητας, ότι υπάρχει αυτός ο διάλογος. Αυτό αναζητούν. Αυτά είναι τα συναισθήματα τα θετικά. Όσον αφορά τώρα τις επιφυλάξεις και την πρόθεση εμπλοκής, κάποιοι κινούνται στο φάσμα της επιφυλακτικότητας, οπότε είναι στο αν δεν δω τον deal δεν είμαι σίγουρος. Δηλαδή θέλω πρώτα να δω πώς λειτουργεί, να δω τι μου κάνει και μετά θα εμπλακώ. Και το άλλο είναι ότι εγώ ποτέ δεν ζητάω. Έχω συνηθίσει να μην ζητάω γιατί το έχω ανάγκη. Και υπάρχει βέβαια και η περίπτωση των ανθρώπων που λένε είναι θέμα προτεραιοτήτων, είναι θέμα χρόνου. Άρα, αν είναι κάτι το οποίο θα δω και πιστώ και ότι όντως μου κάνει, θα εμπλακώ. Ωραία. Το θέμα μας είναι λοιπόν να περάσουμε στο τελευταίο βήμα της ανάλυσης, η ανάλυση συσχέτισης. Στην ανάλυση συσχέτισης έχω αφαιρέσει την ηλικία, γιατί με εξαίρεση ένα συμμετέχοντα που είναι 37 ετών, όλοι οι υπόλοιποι ήταν από 45 και πάνω, οπότε δεν υπήρχαν διαφοροποιήσεις και μέσω της ανάλυσης. Δηλαδή, καταλαβαίνετε, είναι πολύ κοντά οι ηλικίες. Ωραία. Τώρα, όσον αφορά τώρα τις άλλες κατηγορίες, τη βαθμίδα, το φύλο και το επιστημονικό πεδίο. Το επιστημονικό πεδίο είναι η παράμετρος η οποία παίζει το σημαντικότερο ρόλο. Δηλαδή, σας είπα ότι από τις θετικές επιστήμες υπολογίζουν πάρα πολύ, μάλλον αυτό που τους αφορά πάρα πολύ είναι το γνωστικό τους αντικείμενο. Και λιγότερο οι συνέργειες, λιγότερα τα παιδαγωγικά, λιγότερο αυτή η αίσθηση του διαλόγου και της κοινότητας. Νιώθουν πιο έτοιμοι, νιώθουν ότι δεν έχει διαφοροποιηθεί πολύ ο ρόλος τους στο πέρασμα του χρόνου και έχουν λιγότερες προκλήσεις να αντιμετωπίσουν. Ενώ αντίθετα, οι συνάδελφοι από τις κοινωνικές και τις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες θεωρούν ότι ναι, ο ρόλος έχει διαφοροποιηθεί, ναι, έχουμε καινούριες ανάγκες, ναι, χρειαζόμαστε επιμορφώσεις. Ωραία. Το φύλο παίζει ρόλο. Δηλαδή, οι γυναίκες είναι αυτές που έχουν πιο θετικές τάσεις απέναντι στα κεδημά. Είναι αυτές οι οποίες αντιλαμβάνονται μεγαλύτερο εύρος σε κοινωνικές προκλήσεις και είναι και αυτές οι οποίες τονίζουν την ανάγκη για συνέργειες, για διάλογο, για επικοινωνία, για κοινότητα. Χωρίς να σημαίνει ότι δεν το κάνουν και οι άντρες. Απλά οι γυναίκες είναι σε μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό. Ωραία. Τι έχουν να μας πούν, τι να τα κάνουμε όλα αυτά τα αποτελέσματα σε σχέση με το κεδημά. Δηλαδή, ποιος είναι ο ρόλος τους. Στο πρώτο, για να επανέλθουμε στην Σαπουνόφσκα του Άμουελτ. Το πρώτο είναι λοιπόν ότι διαπιστώσαμε ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά Άμουελτ. Δηλαδή, αυτές οι μεμονωμένες εγγραφές που αφορούν στις προκλήσεις και τις προτινόμενες θεματικές επιμόρφωσης δείχνουν ότι ο καθένας έχει ένα δικό του αντιληπτικό σύμπαν. Οπότε έχει πάρα πολύ σημασία να τα εντοπίσουμε, να δούμε ακριβώς πώς είναι οι υποκειμενικοί κόσμοι του κοινού στο οποίο απευθυνόμαστε. Το δεύτερο είναι ότι μου έκανε εντύπωση ότι δεν υπήρχαν σε αυτές τις συνεντεύξεις, δεν αναφέρθηκαν λέξεις που βρίσκονται στα ευρωπαϊκά κείμενα σχετικά με τη συμπερίληψη, σχετικά με την κοινότητα, σχετικά με την πολιτιότητα. Ήταν λίγο πολύ στο μικρό κόσμο του τμήματος. Στο μικρό κόσμο που εργάζεται ο καθένας. Και το επόμενο είναι ότι όταν σύγκρινα αυτές τις απαντήσεις με αποτελέσματα άλλων σχετικών ερευνών, αυτό που έλειψε, να σας πω, υπήρχαν σε εμάς μεγάλη συγκέντρωση στη διδασκαλία, υπήρχαν κάποιες αναφορές, όπως είδαμε στην επικοινωνία, ελάχιστες στην έρευνα, όμως δεν υπήρχε καμιά αναφορά σε σχέση με την ηγεσία, σε σχέση με την διοίκηση, σε σχέση με την κοινότητα και σε σχέση με την ψυχική υγεία. Δηλαδή, τα τελευταία χρόνια υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές έρευνες που αναφέρουν ότι τα μέλη της ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας είναι οι πρώτοι που έρχονται σε επαφή με τους φοιτητές και είναι οι πρώτοι που μπορούν να διαγνώσουν και να κατευθύνουν κατάλληλα τους φοιτητές που αντιμετωπίζουν προβλήματα ψυχικής υγείας. Και σε εμάς οι συμμετέχοντες, στη μεγάλη τους πλειοψηφία, το ανέφεραν ότι τα παιδιά χρειάζονται συμβουλευτική, χρειάζονται mentoring. Όμως, κανένας δεν το προσέγγισε από την πλευρά της ψυχικής υγείας. Όλοι το βλέπουν από την πλευρά του mentoring, την παιδαγωγική και τη συμβουλευτική. Αλλά όχι προς τα εκεί. Ωραία. Οπότε αυτό προς τη Σαπουνόφσκα και ως προς το Άμουελτ. Αυτό λοιπόν που προκύπτει από αυτό το έβριμα είναι ότι θα πρέπει τα προγράμματα επιμόρφωσης να είναι στοχευμένα και να μπορέσουν να διερευνήσουν ποια είναι αυτά τα διαφορετικά Άμουελτ τέλος πάντων. Και είναι σημαντικό να διερευνηθεί και γιατί υπάρχει αυτή η απόσταση με τα ευρήματα των άλλων ερευνών. Και γιατί οι ευρωπαϊκές λέξεις κλειδιά, ας πούμε, δεν υπάρχουν μέσα στις απαντήσεις. Ωραία. Το δεύτερο συμπέρασμα που είναι σημαντικό προέκυψε από την ανάλυση συσχέτισης και είναι οι συναρμογές. Είναι αυτές οι πολλές σαπουνόφυσκες. Είναι αυτοί οι πολύ διαφορετικοί κόσμοι. Είδαμε ότι, εγώ διαπίστωσα από τα ευρήματα προκύπτει μάλλον ότι υπάρχουν δύο διαφορετικοί κόσμοι ανάμεσα στις θετικές επιστήμες και στις κοινωνικές ανθρωπιστικές και υπάρχουν και δύο διαφορετικοί κόσμοι ανάμεσα στις βαθμίδες, στα μέλη ΔΕΠ και στα μέλη ΕΔΙΠ, ΕΕΠ και στη ακαδημαϊκή εμπειρία. Οπότε, αυτό τι μας λέει. Μας λέει καταρχήν ότι θα πρέπει. Μάλλον, πρωτού να δούμε τι μας λέει, να δούμε αν είναι όντως συναρμογές. Και είναι όντως συναρμογές, γιατί αυτά τα μέλη, αυτοί οι συμμετέχοντες, όντως αποτελούν μη οργανικές ενώσεις. Δηλαδή, είναι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι είναι ο καθένας στη μοναδικότητά του, υποστηρίζει την άποψή του και βλέπουμε κοινά στοιχεία μεταξύ των απόψεών τους. Αποτελούν διευθετήσεις, δεν αποτελούν ομάδες, δεν αποτελούν οργανικότητες, αποτελούν μη οργανικές ενώσεις. Έχουν τη δομή μιας συναρμογής, γιατί υπάρχουν συγκεκριμένα στοιχεία με συγκεκριμένες σχέσεις και εμφανίζεται, αναδύεται από τα αποτελέσματα ένα συλλογικό υποκείμενο. Και επίσης είναι μια νομαδική προσαρμογή με την έννοια ότι είναι συναρμογή, με την έννοια ότι είναι μια συναρμογή η οποία εμφανίζεται όταν καλούνται να πούν την άποψή τους για ένα θέμα που τους αφορά. Γιατί είναι σημαντικές οι συναρμογές? Γιατί είναι αυτό που ανέφερε και ο τελευταίος ομιλητής το πρωί, δεν θυμάμαι το όνομα, από την Πορτογαλία, που ανέφερε κάποια στιγμή, είπε ότι υπάρχουν τα trainings και τα individuals, αλλά από εκεί και πέρα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να φτιάξουμε το profile από το schools και τα departments. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό λοιπόν να δούμε τι χρειάζεται η κάθε σχολή, το κάθε τμήμα, η κάθε επιστήμη, το κάθε επιστημονικό πεδίο, το κάθε φύλλο ενδεχομένως, η κάθε βαθμίδα, ούτως ώστε αυτά που προτείνουν τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ να είναι στοχευμένα και να έχουν νόημα για συγκεκριμένες ομάδες, για συγκεκριμένες συναρμογές. Δηλαδή το one size fits all δεν είναι κάτι που θα έχει αποτέλεσμα εδώ. Και αυτό που έχει σημασία είναι τα 5. Εντάξει, ωραία. Αυτό, όπως έλεγε και ο Ντελέζ και ο Παχνέ, είναι σε μια πολλαπλότητα αυτό που μετράει δεν είναι οι όροι, τα στοιχεία, αλλά αυτό που βρίσκεται μεταξύ τους, δηλαδή το περιβάλλον, αυτές οι σχέσεις που δημιουργούνται. Εκεί βρίσκεται το στοίχημα. Να βρούμε ποιες είναι αυτές οι σχέσεις, αυτές οι νοηματοδοτήσεις και αυτές τις νοηματοδοτήσεις. Το τρίτο σημαντικό συμπέρασμα, έβριμα μάλλον και συμπέρασμα, είναι ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές δυνάμεις αδράνειας. Οπότε, υπήρχαν συμμετέχοντες οι οποίοι μίλησαν για ανάγκη διοντολογίας υποστήριξης, για την αίσθηση της κοινότητας, για την επικοινωνία, για συνέργειες, για συνεργασία και όλα αυτά βρίσκονται σε ένα άγωνο οργανωσιακό περιβάλλον. Οπότε βλέπουμε πάλι εδώ πέρα το κλάσ ανάμεσα σε δύο κόσμους. Αυτό έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη σημασία ως προς τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, γιατί δείχνει ότι θα πρέπει ενδεχομένως να υποστηρίξουν τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ τους συμμετέχοντες στις μορφώσεις τους με θεματικές που αφορούν στην ηγεσία και συγκεκριμένα στην αλλαγή κουλτούρας. Δηλαδή, να μαθαίνω κάτι καινούριο, αλλά θα πρέπει να μάθω επίσης πώς μπορώ να το εντάξω σε ένα άγωνο οργανωσιακό περιβάλλον, ή σε ένα εχθρικό, ή σε ένα μη φιλικό. Οπότε είναι σημαντικό να υπάρχουν και αυτές οι θεματικές. Επίσης, σε άλλες έρευνες θα έχει φανεί ότι μετά το πέρας της επιμόρφωσης, οι επιμορφούμενοι επιστρέφουν στις ριζωμένες πραγματικότητες των ΑΕ τους. Δηλαδή, είναι πάρα πολύ εύκολο να σε πάρει αυτό που λέμε το ποτάμι. Οπότε είναι σημαντικό να έχουν και αυτή την υποστήριξη. Και επίσης, πολύ συχνά αυτές οι θεματικές ηγεσίας απευθύνονται σε πρόεδρους τμήματων, σε κοσμήτωρες κτλ. Είναι σημαντικό να ανοίξουν και να απευθύνονται σε όλο τον κόσμο. Δηλαδή, όλοι μπορούν να είναι φορείς αλλαγής από τα κάτω προς τα πάνω πια. Άρα, κλείνοντας, γιατί τελειώνουν και τα 5 λεπτά, στην ουσία αυτό που φάνηκε μέσα από την έρευνα είναι ότι θα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε την πλαισίωση. Θα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε την κατανόηση και την ανάλυση των επιμορφωτικών αναγκών. Δηλαδή, στην ουσία δεν πρόκειται για ένα επιστημολογικό πρόβλημα, δηλαδή ποιες θεματικές επιμόρφωσης είναι relevant ή όχι. Στην ουσία πρόκειται για δύο οντολογικές θεωρήσεις. Το πρώτο είναι ότι δεν απευθύνομαι σε επιμορφωτικές ανάγκες. Ο σκοπός μου δεν είναι να καλύψω επιμορφωτικές ανάγκες. Ο σκοπός μου είναι να μπορέσω να επικοινωνήσω με διαφορετικά Amwells και διαφορετικές συναρμογές. Άρα, δεν μιλάω για οικολογίες, μιλάω για την αντίληψη. Απευθύνομαι εκεί. Το δεύτερο είναι ότι τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, ο καινούριος ρόλος που για μένα προκύπτει, είναι ότι δεν στηρίζουν μόνο τη διδασκαλία και τη μάθηση στα πανεπιστήμια, αλλά λειτουργούν ως φορέας αλλαγής. Οπότε αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό, γιατί είναι ένας καινούριος ρόλος. Αυτά ήθελα. Ελπίζω να μην σας κούρασα τουλάχιστον.
Ευχαριστούμε την κυρία Κονιδάρη στην ώρα της. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Λέω να συνεχίσουμε με την επόμενη ομιλία, κύριε Καραλή, και να κάνουμε μια συζήτηση στο τέλος. Ο κύριος Θανάσης Καραλής και η κυρία Νατάσα Ράικο. Η εργασία παρουσιάζεται από τον κύριο Καραλή, διδασκαλία και μάθηση στο Πανεπιστήμιο, προοπτικές και εξελίξεις μετά την πανδημία του κορονοϊού.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ελπίζω μετά την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα εισήγηση της κυρίας Κονιδάρη, κάτι που έχει σχέση με τον COVID να μην μας ξυπνήσει άσχημες μνήμες από το παρελθόν, ιδιαίτερα τώρα που ακόμα και ο ΠΟΗ έχει κηρύξει το τέλος της πανδημικής περίοδου. Ένα ερώτημα είναι πού το θυμηθήκαμε αυτό με τον COVID. Η απάντηση είναι η εξής. Όταν στις 16 Μαρτίου του 2020 το Πανεπιστήμιό μας μετά το lockdown αποφάσισε να πάει διαδικτυακά, στο εργαστήριο που ήμασταν τότε με την κυρία Ράικου, γιατί πλέον η κυρία Ράικου είναι επίκουρη καθηγήτρια στο Πανεπιστήμιο της Θεσσαλίας, σκεφτήκαμε να κάνουμε κάποια έρευνα σχετικά με την κατάσταση στην οποία βρίσκονται οι φοιτητές στη συγκεκριμένη χρονική στιγμή. Αυτό μας έγινε λίγο συνήθεια, δηλαδή επαναλάβαμε την έρευνα λίγο αργότερα και επειδή συνεργαζόμασταν τότε τα δύο υπάρχοντα γραδίμ με συντονίστρια την κυρία Κεδράκα, επαναλήφθηκε η έρευνα στο Δημοκρίτιο, κάναμε κάποιες δημοσιεύσεις και έτσι κατά κάποιο τρόπο μας έμεινε και παρακολουθούμε το τι έγινε με την πανδημία, το τι πρόκειται να γίνει και ούτω καθεξής. Βεβαίως έχουμε επιστρέψει σε μία φάση την οποία ορίζουμε ως νέα κανονικότητα. Συνήθως έτσι τη διαβάζουμε ή όσο ήμασταν μέσα στην κρίση λέγαμε πώς θα γυρίσουμε και πότε και με ποιο τρόπο και με ποιους όρους θα γυρίσουμε στην κανονικότητα. Κατά άποψή μας ο όρος είναι αδόκιμος, τουλάχιστον από κοινωνιολογική άποψη. Οι κοινωνίες δεν έχουν κανονικές καταστάσεις, δεν υπάρχουν κανονικές κοινωνίες. Όπως έλεγε ο αείμνηστος συμπατριώτης μας, ο Καστοριάδης, οι κοινωνίες αυτοθεσμίζονται. Επομένως δεν υπάρχουν φυσιολογικοί τρόποι για να λειτουργεί μια κοινωνία ή θεόθεν, ας πούμε, τρόποι για να λειτουργεί μια κοινωνία. Άρα προτιμούμε εδώ τον όρο ομαλή ροή. Δηλαδή μια αδιατάρακτη ροή στον τρόπο οργάνωσης που έχει επιλέξει μια κοινωνία. Περάσαμε λοιπόν την ανώμαλη ροή και είμαστε πλέον και πάλι στην ομαλή ροή και συνήθως επιστρέφουμε χωρίς να γυρνάμε σε αυτό που λένε σε όλες τις κρίσεις lessons learned. Το λένε στο χωριό μου. Δεν ξέρω πώς αυτό μπορεί να αποδοθεί. Διδάγματα το έχουμε αποδώσει, έτσι. Ή μαθήματα που μάθαμε, εν πάση περιπτώσει. Αλλά γυρίζουμε και λίγο είναι business as usual, που λένε. Θεωρούμε ότι η πανδημία δεν έχει αφήσει μάλλον κάτι, ενώ στην πραγματικότητα οι κοινωνικές συνέπειες είναι σοβαρότερες από το ιατρικό long COVID. Απλώς σε όλες τις πανδημίες ιστορικά έχει αποδειχθεί ότι τις αλλαγές μπορεί να τις δούμε όχι τον πρώτο χρόνο, αλλά σε μία δεκαετία, 15ετία κτλ. Έτσι λοιπόν αυτό που θελήσαμε να κάνουμε είναι να διερευνήσουμε αυτούς τους τρεις άξονες, δηλαδή τις αλλαγές που έχουμε λόγω της πανδημίας στην πανεπιστημιακή διδασκαλία και μάθηση, τις προκλήσεις κατά την επάνωδο και προβλέψεις και προοπτικές για το μέλλον. Και θα μου πείτε πώς να το κάνουμε, όχι με βάση τις δικές μας απόψεις προφανώς, αλλά κάνοντας μια βιβλιογραφική επισκόπηση με κάποιες τεχνικές τις οποίες προφανώς δεν προλαβαίνουμε να εξηγήσουμε τώρα, αλλά σπέβδω να πω ότι έχουμε δώσει το κείμενο για τα πρακτικά για δημοσίευση, οπότε όσοι και όσοι ενδιαφέρονται μπορούν να το δουν εκεί. Απλώς να πω ότι χρησιμοποίησαμε 133 εργασίες οι οποίες πληρούσαν κάποια κριτήρια, μέσα από την Scopus και την PubMed. Εργασίες οι οποίες αφορούσαν στο τι έγινε και στο τι προβλέπεται από εμπειρογνώμονες, ειδικούς ανθρώπους που ασχολούνται με αυτά τα πράγματα να γίνει μετά την πανδημία. Εδώ είναι μία αποτύπωση του από πού προέρχονται αυτές οι εργασίες. Και ένα πρώτο στοιχείο έκπληξης είναι ότι προέρχονται οι περισσότερες από την Ασία. Και αυτό έχει να κάνει με τις αλλαγές στο πεδίο της πανεπιστημιακής εκπαίδευσης διεθνώς. Δηλαδή έχουμε 56 εργασίες από την Ασία, 25 από την Ευρώπη, 20 από την Αμερική Βόρειο και Νότιο και έναν αρκετά σημαντικό αριθμό και από την Αφρική, που θα ήθελα να πω ότι αφορά κυρίως θέματα ανισότητας, δηλαδή προβλήματα τα οποία κυρίως βίωσαν σε αυτή την Ήπειρο αυτή την περίοδο. Όσον αφορά τώρα τις προκλήσεις κατά την επιστροφή, βλέπετε ότι έχουμε την ολοκλήρωση της ψηφιοποίησης του Πανεπιστημίου, δηλαδή πράγματα τα οποία μείναν στη μέση, κυρίως από τεχνική άποψη, ή εμπόδισαν την καλή μετάπτωση και τη διδασκαλία στην περίοδο του COVID από τεχνική άποψη, διασφάλιση των συνθηκών ευημερίας των φοιτητών. Έχουμε δηλαδή μια ευαισθητοποίηση, ακριβώς γιατί καταλάβαμε ακόμα και στην επάνωδο ότι υπάρχουν παιδιά που πλήττονται. Δεν είναι μόνο τα παιδιά, οι φοιτητές που επλήγησαν την περίοδο της μετάπτωσης γιατί ένα 10-15% δεν είχε καλή πρόσβαση, αλλά κάτι το οποίο αγνοήσαμε γυρίζοντας είναι ότι πήγαμε διαζώσεις αγνοώντας ένα 10-15% των παιδιών τα οποία είχαν προβλήματα υγείας ή φοβόντουσαν μήπως κολλήσουν COVID και γυρίσουν στο σπίτι τους που υπήρχε κάποιο ευπαθές άτομο. Αυτό το αγνοήσαμε τελείως, γιατί είναι το κλασικό business as usual. Δηλαδή γυρίσαμε στην εντός εισαγωγικών κανονικότητα, δεν μας ενδιαφέρει ό,τι άλλο υπήρχε. Γεφύρωση του ψηφιακού χάσματος και βλέπετε και ορισμένα πράγματα τα οποία αρχίζουν και αποτελούν πλέον πεδίο δόξης λαμπρό για τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, δηλαδή αναβάθμιση των ικανοτήτων του διδακτικού προσωπικού, προσαρμογή των τεχνολογικών συστημάτων στις ανάγκες της διδασκαλίας, νομίζω πολύ σημαντικό, μια έγνοια για την αύξηση του φόρτου εργασίας των φοιτητών, μια προσπάθεια για συμμετοχή των φοιτητών, δηλαδή μια ενίσχυση της διάστασης της φοιτητοκεντρικής μάθησης και βλέπετε και ανάγκη για αναστοχασμό του διδακτικού προσωπικού πάνω στο ρόλο τους και στις διαστάσεις του ρόλου και στα καθήκοντά τους. Οι προβλέψεις. Σαφέστατα, αυτό το οποίο επικρατεί είναι ότι είναι σχεδόν σίγουρο κατά τους ειδικούς που έγραψαν αυτά τα άρθρα ότι πάμε σε μια ταχύτερη και εντονότερη υβριδοποίηση της τριτοβάθμιας εκπαίδευσης. Δηλαδή φεύγουμε από το διαζώσεις, πάμε στο ηλεκτρονικό χωρίς φυσικά να μπορεί κανείς να πει το βαθμό στον οποίο θα συμβεί αυτό. Βλέπετε για την ανάγκη υιοθέτησης κουλτούρας αλλαγής και μετασχηματισμού, γιατί καταλάβαμε ότι πρέπει να είμαστε ευαίσθητοι και έτοιμοι για την υιοθέτηση των αναγκαίων αλλαγών. Αύξηση συνεργασίας μεταξύ των πανεπιστημίων. Εδώ δεν είναι η τυπική αύξηση συνεργασίας, είναι αύξηση συνεργασίας πάνω στις νέες προκλήσεις. Παραδείγματος χάρη να προσφέρουμε υβριδικά προγράμματα, online προγράμματα κοινά. Πιστοποίηση διαδικτυακής εκπαίδευσης και αυτό είναι λογικό γιατί όταν αρχίσαμε πλέον να έχουμε πανεπιστημιακά πτυχία μέσω MOOCs αναδεικνύεται και το θέμα του αν αυτά είναι πράγματι πανεπιστημιακά πτυχία και όχι ένα χαρτί το οποίο δεν αντιπροσωπεύει τίποτα. Εικονικό πανεπιστήμιο, συσχετίζεται φυσικά και με την υβριδική και το κλασικό που μας μένει από την κρίση ανισότητες κατά την πρόσβαση. Όσον αφορά τις τεχνολογικές λύσεις, πειραματισμός με μοντέλα machine learning και ανάγκη για αύξηση των ανοιχτού κώδικα τεχνολογικών λύσεων υπό την έννοια να μην υπάρχουν μεγάλες εταιρείες οι οποίες να μπορούν να μονοπολίσουν πλέον την εκπαιδευτική διαδικασία. Προοπτικές ή προβλέψεις. Κάτι που συναντήσαμε σε ένα 10% περίπου των άρθρων ήταν μια, θα έλεγα, αμερικάνικη μανία να δίνουν με αρκτικόλεξα, να προτείνουν κάποια μοντέλα με αρκτικόλεξα, με 3-4 γράμματα, του στυλ ας πούμε σκέψου, δες, πράξε και αναλόγως να αναλύουν τι είναι αυτό το σκέψου, τι είναι αυτό το δες, τι είναι αυτό το πράξε. Είναι μια αμερικάνικη μανία. Αναλύοντας αυτά τα μοντέλα είδαμε ότι δεν έχουν κάποιο σοβαρό παιδαγωγικό υπόβαθρο έτσι ώστε να τα φέρουμε εδώ και να τα παρουσιάσουμε. Βλέπουμε διαφοροποίηση των μεθόδων αξιολόγησης των φοιτητών και αρχίζουμε αυτό και το συσχετίζουμε ενδεχομένως και με την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη αλλά και με την αξιολόγηση που είχαμε κατά τη διάρκεια του COVID, υπόθηκε και το πρωί και από τους συναδέλφους από τις άλλες χώρες. Εύλογες προσαρμογές, όταν λέμε εύλογες προσαρμογές, εδώ είναι ο όρος reasonable accommodations, ο οποίος προέρχεται από την συμπεριληπτική, από το inclusive education, που είναι εκείνες οι προσαρμογές οι οποίες είναι εύκολες και αναγκαίες, ούτως ώστε να μπορούμε όλοι να συμμετέχουμε. Δηλαδή, χωρίς να αναμορφώσουμε τα πάντα εκ βάθρων, κάνουμε αυτό που λέμε reasonable accommodation του αναλυτικού προγράμματος, των πρακτικών κτλ., ώστε όλοι να έχουμε περισσότερες δυνατότητες συμμετοχής. Στροφή σε φοιτητοκεντρικές προσεγγίσεις και ούτω καθεξής. Αυτά εδώ είναι τα βασικά συμπεράσματα και επιτρέψτε μου να πω και 2-3 πράγματα τα οποία έχουν προκύψει από τους προβληματισμούς που ακούσαμε σήμερα στο συνέδριο, αλλά βεβαίως και τους ακούμε πολύ τον τελευταίο καιρό. Όταν το πανεπιστήμιο τείνει να γίνει υβριδικό, δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε κάτι, ότι το υβριδικό ή το online έχει πολύ μικρότερο κόστος. Άρα, οι διαμορφωτές πολιτικής θα τείνουν να κάνουν τα πανεπιστήμια με μικρότερο κόστος, άρα θα τείνουν να τα κάνουν εξ αποστάσεως. Το θέμα είναι ότι πλέον, αν πρέπει να υπερασπιστούμε, και το λέγαμε και το πρωί, το διαζώσεις πανεπιστήμιο, είναι να πούμε τι πραγματικά διαφορετικό και μοναδικό, το είπε και ο Γενικός το πρωί, μπορεί να προσφέρει το διαζώσεις. Διαφορετικά, αν είμαστε talking heads στο αμφιθέατρο και talking heads στο Zoom, δεν υπάρχει λόγος να ταλαιπωρούμαστε όλοι. Αυτό όμως τι σημαίνει? Σημαίνει ότι θα προβληματιστούμε πάνω στη διδασκαλία. Σημαίνει πεδίο δόξης λαμπρό για τα κεδημά. Κάτι το οποίο ακούμε επίσης τελευταία είναι το θέμα της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και το αναλύουμε με βάση 2 άξονες. Θα φτάσει κάποτε η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη να κάνει μάθημα ή οι φοιτητές μας θα κάνουν αντιγραφή στις εργασίες τους. Αυτό είναι μία ανάλυση του μέλλοντος με παροντικούς όρους. Και αν είναι κάτι που διευκολύνει το παρόν, είναι κάτι που σίγουρα συχαίνεται το μέλλον. Το μέλλον δεν μπορείς να το αναλύσεις με παροντικούς όρους, πρέπει να το κατασκευάσεις. Επομένως, όταν οποιοδήποτε τεχνολογικό εργαλείο θέτει σε αμφισβήτηση τον τρόπο διδασκαλίας, εκείνο που οφείλουμε να σκεφτούμε είναι τον τρόπο διδασκαλίας και όχι το τεχνολογικό εργαλείο. Με άλλα λόγια, απειλή δεν είναι η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, αλλά νομίζω, επιτρέψτε μου, η φυσική ηλιθιότητα. Και να πούμε και το εξής, ότι ο πανεπιστημιακός θεσμός μετράει πάνω από 10 αιώνες. Ας αναλογιστούμε ότι στους 5 από αυτούς τους αιώνες δεν είχαμε διδακτικό βιβλίο. Δηλαδή, αυτό είναι που έλεγα προηγουμένως, ότι προσπαθούμε να αναλύσουμε το μέλλον με παροντικούς όρους. Και κάτι ακόμη, το οποίο νομίζουμε ότι έχει σημασία και κλείνουμε με αυτό, είναι ότι σίγουρα έχουμε διαβάσει ότι στον τομέα της απασχόλησης παρουσιάζονται 2 μεγάλες τάσεις πλέον. Παρόλο που έχουν αρχίσει να αποσιωπούνται, υπάρχουν ακόμα. Το ένα είναι το Big Quit, η μεγάλη παραίτηση, δηλαδή εργαζόμενοι που αρνούνται να επιστρέψουν στην εργασία τους γιατί βρήκαν την τηλεργασία καλύτερη ή κάποιον άλλο τρόπο εργασίας. Και το Quiet Quit, το οποίο θα λέγαμε είναι ελληνιστή η λούφα. Δηλαδή, κάνω αυτά ακριβώς που πρέπει να κάνω πια στη δουλειά μου και τίποτε παραπάνω. Είναι μια ήπια παραίτηση. Αυτό αναμένεται να επηρεάσει και το πανεπιστήμιο. Το Big Quit μπορεί να είναι και έχει αρχίσει να απασχολεί πάρα πολύ τους διαμορφωτές πολιτικής σε άλλες χώρες. Το Big Quit μπορεί να είναι αφήνω το διαζώσεις για να κάνω e-learning, για να παρακολουθήσω ένα πανεπιστήμιο εξ αποστάσεως ή με ηλεκτρονικό τρόπο, πράγμα το οποίο δημιουργεί προβλήματα ειδικά σε ιδιωτικά πανεπιστήμια στο εξωτερικό. Νομίζω πάντως ότι κάτι στο οποίο πρέπει να στρέψουμε την προσοχή μας, το λέγαμε και το πρωί, είναι για την ελληνική περίπτωση η ήπια αποχώρηση. Γιατί το ελληνικό σύστημα με την χαλαρότητα που έχει διευκολύνει την ήπια αποχώρηση, δηλαδή τη λούφα, δηλαδή τα μικρότερα ποσοστά παρακολούθησης. Επειδή τυχαίνει αυτή την περίοδο να είμαι πρόεδρος στο τμήμα μου, συχνά με παίρνουν φοιτητές, στέλνουν mail. Προχτές πήρα ένα mail, λέει «Καλημέρα, σπουδάζω έξω αποστάσεως». Λοιπόν, πέρα από αυτό βέβαια, να επισημάνω ότι η δήλωση είναι μονομερής. Έτσι, δηλώνει δηλαδή ο φοιτητής ότι αποφάσισε να σπουδάσει εξ αποστάσεως.
Η δεύτερη γραμμή είναι και αυτό συμβαίνει γιατί κάνω σεζόν. Από Μάρτιο έως Οκτώβριο. Άρα αυτά, θέλω να πω και το λέγαμε και το πρωί, είναι προβλήματα τα οποία θα δούμε μαζί με πάρα πολλά άλλα προβλήματα. Κλείνω μόνο για να πω ένα από αυτά, ότι σε ένα άρθρο από αυτά που αναλύσαμε, τα 133, προερχόταν από ένα επιστημονικό περιοδικό αρχιτεκτονικής. Και λέμε, εντάξει, για ποιο λόγο? Μήπως αφορά τη διδασκαλία στην αρχιτεκτονική? Όχι λοιπόν, ήταν ένα review των αλλαγών που θα χρειαστούν στον τρόπο που φτιάχνουμε πλέον τα πανεπιστήμια, από αρχιτεκτονική άποψη, αμφιθέατρα, αίθουσες κλπ, λόγω των αλλαγών στον τρόπο διδασκαλίας. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Καραλή και συνεχίζουμε. Κυρία Κατερίνα Κεδράκα, μαζί με τον κύριο Χρήστο Καλτσίδη. Κυρία Κεδράκα παρουσιάζει την εργασία κύκλη μάθησης πανεπιστημιακής παιδαγωγικής στο ΔΕΠΟΥΘΟΥ, μια πρώτη αποτίμηση. Κυρία Κεδράκα.
Καλησπέρα. Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Αυτή τη δύσκολη ώρα τέλος πάντων. Θα προσπαθήσω πολύ σύντομα, αν μπορέσω χωρίς να σας κουράσω, να σας δώσω μια εικόνα μαζί με τον συνεργάτη μου, τον κύριο Καλτσίδη, είναι μεταδιδάκτορας και έχουμε παρακολουθήσει όλους, το έχουμε στήσει, έχουμε οργανώσει τους κύκλους μάθησης που γίναν στο Δημοκρίτιο Πανεπιστήμιο. Ξεκινώντας από την εποχή που δεν ήταν και Δημά, που ήταν Γραβήμ. Από το 19 δηλαδή και μετά. Και μετά στη συνέχεια βέβαια μετονομάστηκε σε Γεδημά και πήρε μια άλλη μορφή. Φυσικά ο στόχος είναι να προωθηθεί η πανεπιστημιακή παιδαγωγική, να υποστηριχτούν τα μέλη ΔΕΠ και οι διδάσκοντες γενικά στο διδακτικό τους έργο και βέβαια ο τελικός αποδέκτης πάντα είναι οι φοιτητές μας να βελτιωθούν οι σπουδές, γιατί αυτή είναι ο ωφελούμενος, ας το πούμε, πληθυσμός. Τώρα το τι είναι κύκλος μάθησης θα το περάσω γιατί νομίζω όλοι το γνωρίζουμε. Στους δικούς μας κύκλους μάθησης, αυτούς τους πρώτους, οι ομπρέλες, οι θεματικές τις οποίες προσεγγίσαμε, ήταν γενικά θέματα γύρω από τη διδασκαλία και τη μάθηση στην τριτοβάθμια εκπαίδευση και αυτό έχει μια διαφορά από τη διδασκαλία και τη μάθηση στην πρωτοβάθμια και δευτεροβάθμια. Θέματα για την επαγγελματική ανάπτυξη και το ρόλο των διδασκόντων στα πανεπιστήμια. Και βέβαια η προσέγγιση που επιλέχθηκε για όλους τους κύκλους μάθησης, τι να κάνω. Δεν πειράζει, εγώ συνεχίζω. Η προσέγγιση στηρίχθηκε σε ένα μείγμα παρουσίασης, συζήτησης και ανταλλαγής απόψεων με όλους τους συμμετέχοντες. Το θέμα είναι ότι από ένα σημείο και μετά έχω πίνακες και ίσως εκεί θα βοηθούσε. Λοιπόν, από τον Φεβρουάριο του 19 ξεκινήσαμε τους κύκλους μάθησης και η αποτύπωση που σας παρουσιάζω τώρα είναι μέχρι και τον Ιανουάριο του 23, άρα ένα μέρος αυτών των κύκλων ήταν μέσα στο πλαίσιο του ΚΕΔΙΜΑ και του ΕΣΠΑ. 8 κύκλοι μάθησης πραγματοποιήθηκαν στο Δημοκρίτιο, ο ένας ήταν διαζώσεις και οι 7 ήταν εξ αποστάσεως. Να θυμίσω βέβαια ότι με το που ξεκίνησε ο πρώτος κύκλος μάθησης με το τμήμα ιατρικής του Πανεπιστημίου μας, στον οποίο συμμετείχε και ο κύριος Καραλής, είχε έρθει τότε κλπ. Αμέσως μετά, το Μάρτιο, ήταν τέλη Φεβρουαρίου και μετά από ίσως μία εβδομάδα, 10 μέρες, είχαμε το πρώτο lockdown και από εκεί και πέρα οι περισσότεροι κύκλοι πια καθιερώθηκε και έγιναν εξ αποστάσεως. Εδώ τώρα ίσως κάτι να έχει κουνηθεί. Εντάξει.
Θα πρότεινα, επιτρέψτε μου, επειδή η κυρία Κεδράκα θέλει να μας δείξει σίγουρα κάποιους πίνακες, όπως είπε,
ναι,
για τις δύο πρώτες ομιλίες, οι οποίες ήδη έχουν πραγματοποιηθεί, δηλαδή για την ομιλία της κυρίας Κονιδάρη και την ομιλία που έγινε εκ μέρους του κυρίου Καραλή και της ομάδας. Αν υπάρχουν κάποιες ερωτήσεις, να κάνουμε τώρα τις ερωτήσεις, ούτως ώστε να δώσουμε χρόνο στους τεχνικούς να δουν το θέμα του προτζέκτορα για να μπορέσει η κυρία Κεδράκα να κάνει την παρουσίαση. Οπότε, με συγχωρείτε κυρία Κεδράκα, κάνουμε
Παρακαλώ,
αυτή
αυτά
την...
είπαμε,
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, έχουμε μία ερώτηση από την κυρία Πανταζίδου.
Για την κυρία Κοριδάρη που απόλαυσα την παρουσίαση και θα την ξαναδώ στο βίντεο για να την καταλάβω πιο καλά. Δεν είναι ακριβώς ερώτηση. Θα ήθελα να υπερασπιστώ αυτούς τους συναδέλφους από τις θετικές επιστήμες οι οποίοι θέλουν να δώσουν την έμφαση στο περιεχόμενο. Εγώ είμαι από Πολυτεχνείο και εμείς συμμεριζόμαστε αυτή την στάση και θα θέλαμε να είναι έτσι και αυτοί οι καλοδεχούμενοι μέσα στα πλαίσια των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Μιλώ γενικά.
Λιγάκι. Αχίλια, συγγνώμη. Αλλά να σας πω ειλικρινά. Εγώ, επειδή είμαι από τον άλλο κόσμο, ξέρετε, είμαι από τις κοινωνικές ανθρωπιστικές, κάπως μου έκανε εντύπωση, η αλήθεια είναι. Και αυτό ενδεχομένως να βγει και στην παρουσίαση. Αλλά για να σας πω την αλήθεια, όλη αυτή η εμπειρία των συνεντεύξεων είναι πάρα πολύ ωραία για μένα. Γιατί από αυτές τις συνεντεύξεις που έπαιρνα διαζώσεις, ήταν πολύ ξεκάθαρο όταν έβλεπα αυτή η διαφορά ανάμεσα στις διαφορετικές συναρμογές. Δηλαδή, πώς η κάθε ομάδα μέσα στα πανεπιστήμια έχει ένα δικό της τρόπο να αντιλαμβάνεται τα πράγματα, το περιβάλλον, να το ερμηνεύει και διαφορετικά ζητούμενα. Και το δεύτερο που έχω να καταθέσω σε σχέση με τις συνεντεύξεις αυτές που πήρα μέσω Zoom, γιατί κάποιες ήταν εξ αποστάσεως, ήταν για μένα πρωτόγνωρη εμπειρία το ότι. Να πω ότι οι συνεντεύξεις που πήρα εξ αποστάσεως ήταν οι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι είχαν συμμετάσχει στην ποσοτική έρευνα και είχαν δηλώσει την επιθυμία τους να παραχωρήσουν και συνέντευξη. Ήταν πρωτόγνωρο για μένα. Έπαιρνα συνέντευξη από άτομα τα οποία δεν έβλεπα, δεν γνώριζα, δεν είχα ξαναδεί ποτέ και έβγαινε τόσο πολύ θετική ενέργεια μέσα από την οθόνη που δεν το πίστευα. Δηλαδή, έλεγα πραγματικά, αν έχει φτάσει στο Zoom σε αυτά τα επίπεδα, είμαστε εντάξει. Αλλά και πάλι σας ζητώ συγγνώμη, δεν είχα σκοπό.
Ναι.
Δέρκας από το Γεωπονικό Πανεπιστήμιο. Καταρχάς, θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και την κυρία Κορνιδάρη και τον κύριο Καραλή για τις παρουσιάσεις τους. Ιδιαίτερα ενδιαφέρουσες και έτσι πραγματικά κάποιον ο οποίος δεν είναι από το αντικείμενο αυτό. Μαθαίνω πράγματα πολλά εδώ και είμαι πραγματικά ενθουσιασμένος γενικά από όλη την οργάνωση του συνεδρίου. Θα ήθελα να κάνω δύο παρατηρήσεις. Δεν είναι ερωτήσεις, είναι δύο παρατηρήσεις. Πρώτον, αναφέρθηκε ότι είχα την αίσθηση όταν κάνετε την ανάλυση ότι τα μέλη ΔΕΠ δεν συνεργάζονται. Τουλάχιστον αυτό δημιουργήθηκε, ότι ο καθένας λειτουργεί στο δικό του κόσμο.
Όχι, δεν συνεργάζονται οι δύο βαθμίδες μεταξύ τους.
Όχι, δεν λέγεται τις βαθμίδες μας. Γενικά, σαν οντότητες μέσα σε κάθε εργαστήριο, δεν υπάρχει μια συγκροτημένη, ας πούμε έτσι, κατεύθυνση λειτουργίας τους.
Γενικότερα, ανεξάρτητα από τη βαθμίδα,
Τώρα πήρε
δεν υπάρχουν συνέργειες, δεν υπάρχει ότι θα επιδεινούσε μεγαλύτερη επικοινωνία, περισσότερο διάλογο, περισσότερη συνεργασία.
Ακριβώς. Αυτή την αίσθηση δημιουργώ και εγώ.
Δηλαδή, μεταξύ των δύο.
Όχι, δεν το κατάλαβα. Αλλά να έχετε υπόψη το εξής, ότι είναι πραγματικότητα, το ζούμε καθημερινώς αυτό. Ο καθένας λειτουργεί μόνος του. Οι δομές του Πανεπιστημίου έχουν οθήσει προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Ακόμη και στα μαθήματα που υπάρχουν συνδιδάσκοντες, δεν ξέρουμε ένας τι κάνει ο άλλος. Ερχόμαστε να δώσουμε θέματα για εξετάσεις και λέει: εγώ θα δώσω 3 θέματα γιατί τόσα δικαιούμαι. Δεν έχουμε δει από πριν, δεν έχουμε καθίσει όλοι μαζί να δούμε τα θέματα. Υπάρχει μια ισορροπία. Αυτό είναι τραγικό. Δηλαδή, έχουμε περάσει από την εποχή που υπήρχε η έδρα που ο καθηγητής έκανε τα πάντα εκεί μέσα και έδινε διαταγές και οι άλλοι ακούγανε, σε μια κατάσταση όπου ο καθένας κάνει ό,τι θέλει και με όλες τις συνέπειες. Πρώτη υπόθεση. Δεύτερη υπόθεση, να έχετε υπόψη ότι ήμουνα πρόεδρος 4 χρόνια του τμήματος και δεν ήξερα τι κάνει το διπλανό εργαστήριο. Και όταν υπήρξε κάποια στιγμή που θα έπρεπε, ας πούμε, ο ρόλος του εργαστηρίου του συγκεκριμένου μέσα στο τμήμα, μα είπε και εγώ κάνω και αυτά, έχω και αυτά τα όργανα και τα έδειχνε τότε μόνο ότι έχει αυτόν τον εξοπλισμό. Δεν ξέραμε πριν το τι εξοπλισμός υπάρχει μέσα στο τμήμα και τι πράγματα μπορούσε να κάνει. Λοιπόν, έτσι λειτουργούμε. Τώρα, αναφέρθηκε και κάτι άλλο, ότι μερικοί συνάδελφοι θεωρούν ότι το επίπεδο των φοιτητών είναι πολύ χαμηλό. Και είναι πραγματικότητα αυτό, δεν το αντιμετωπίζετε μόνο εσείς. Σε πολλά ιδρύματα, ίσως και σε όλα τα ιδρύματα, έχει πέσει το επίπεδο. Αναφέρθηκε μάλιστα το πρωί ότι πλέον έχουμε περάσει από μια ελίτ φοιτητών που ήταν το 15% ξέρω εγώ που σπουδάζαν και έχουμε φτάσει τώρα σε μια μαζική εκπαίδευση στο πανεπιστήμιο. Νομίζω ότι έχουμε φτάσει στο άλλο άκρο. Δεν είμαι σίγουρος αν όλα αυτά τα παιδιά πρέπει να είναι στο πανεπιστήμιο, γιατί θα μπορούσαν να κάνουν και άλλα πράγματα. Η ελληνική κοινωνία χρειάζεται και άλλα πράγματα. Έτσι λοιπόν έχουμε φτάσει σε μια κατάσταση που προσπαθούμε να εκπαιδεύσουμε ανθρώπους που όχι δεν έχουν την ικανότητα, δεν θέλουν να εκπαιδευτούν. Τους παρακαλάς να έρχονται και δεν έρχονται. Δηλαδή είμαστε σε μια κατάσταση που πραγματικά δεν ξέρω αν το ελληνικό πανεπιστήμιο είναι ορθολογικό. Αυτό φυσικά θέλει ανάλυση. Θα σας πω όμως ένα πράγμα για να καταλάβετε. Προς 40 ετών στην Ελλάδα εκπαιδευόντουσαν περίπου ετησίως 350 γεωπόνοι. 200 στην Αθήνα, 100 στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Τώρα εκπαιδεύονται 4 με 5.000 σε όλα τα ιδρύματα της χώρας. Αυτό είναι πλέον στο επίπεδο της γελοιότητος και της πατάλης χρημάτων από την ελληνική κοινωνία. Λοιπόν, πρέπει, εδώ μιλάμε για βελτίωση κτλ. Αλλά στην ουσία θέματα σημαντικά δεν τα θίγουμε. Λοιπόν, δεν ξέρω αν τελείωσε το πρόβλημα και η κυρία Κεδράκα να συνεχίσει.
Υπάρχουν και άλλες ερωτήσεις. Παρακαλώ, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε
Όσο υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις, περιμένουμε.
Ένα πολύ μικρό σχόλιο σε αυτό που είπατε, ότι σπουδάζουν 5.000 πια. Μπαίνουν, βγαίνει το 20% από αυτούς. Άρα είναι περίπου εκεί που μπορούν να βρουν και δουλειά σχετική.
Ωραία.
Περίπου.
Αν κοιτάξουμε τις εισρωές, βλέπουμε μια άλλη πραγματικότητα από τις εισρωές.
Το δέχομαι, αλλά υπάρχουν υποδομές οι οποίοι οφείλουν να υποστηρίξουν αυτά. Δηλαδή,
δεν διαφωνώ στα υπόλοιπα. Απλώς...
Ας προχωρήσουμε σε ερωτήσεις, γιατί περνάει και η ώρα και τις συνεχίζουμε τη συζήτηση.
Ούτε και η δική μου είναι ερώτηση. Απλώς θα ήθελα εδώ να επισημάνω και έχει σημασία αυτό. Γιατί ως μέλος της ΜΟΔΙΠ και στη ΣΟΜΕΑ του Πανεπιστημίου, τι έχουμε δει. Από τη μία λέμε πρέπει πραγματικά να υπάρξει μια σοβαρότητα προς την ποιότητα των σπουδών, ώστε να υπάρχει μια λογικότητα στο επίπεδο, στην ποιότητα και στο επίπεδο αυτών των παιδιών που βγαίνουν, για να μπορέσουν να ασκήσουν και να λειτουργήσουν ως επαγγελματίες στην κοινωνία. Ξέρετε όμως ότι υπάρχει δείκτης και μάλιστα πάρα πολύ σοβαρός ποιότητος, τι ποσοστό αποφύτων φεύγουν από το Πανεπιστήμιο κάθε χρόνο. Ο δείκτης αυτός πρέπει να είναι υψηλός. Όταν αποφύτουν το 20% των φοιτητών, έχουμε πρόβλημα. Αυτό μας είχαν πει εμάς στην πιστοποίηση στο πανεπιστήμιό μας. Δηλαδή, έχεις και αυτό να αντιμετωπίσεις. Οπότε, τι κάνουμε, προσπαθούμε, θα το συζητήσουμε και μετά, να βρούμε τρόπους που να περνάνε οι φοιτητές με προόδους, με εργασίες, με κάτι. Να βγαίνουν περισσότεροι. Καταλάβατε, από τη μία έχουμε την ακαδημαϊκή αντίληψη και σωστά, και από την άλλη έχουμε όμως τον ρεαλισμό. Πρέπει να βγουν φοιτητές.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Αν δεν υπάρχει άλλη ερώτηση, να δώσουμε το λόγο, δεν ξέρω στους τεχνικούς αν έχουν επιλύσει το πρόβλημα. Επειδή έχουμε Κίνα γενές, να έχουμε την κυρία Κεδράκα να αναμένει και τα λοιπά. Δεν ξέρω.
Εγώ τα βλέπω.
Ωραία. Να δώσουμε τότε... ωραία. Υπάρχουν δύο... Εσείς παρακαλώ, ναι, κύριος Γουλάκης. Ναι.
Με το artificial intelligence και τη φυσική ηλιθιότητα. Μερικές φορές λέμε ποια είναι η διαφορά ανάμεσα στο ΑΕ και στους εκπαιδευτικούς. Τι έχουμε εμείς οι εκπαιδευτικοί, το οποίο δεν μπορεί με κανέναν τρόπο να αντικατασταθεί από κάποια εφαρμογή τεχνολογική. Έχω όμως την εντύπωση ότι υπάρχει κάτι που μας διαφοροποιεί από οτιδήποτε άλλο τεχνολογικό κατασκεύασμα και επινόημα. Είναι ακριβώς η ικανότητά μας να διαχειριζόμαστε ακριβώς αυτή τη φυσική ηλιθιότητα. Σχόλιο ήταν.
Ναι, ευχαριστώ. Ένα μικρό σχόλιο και στους δύο συναδέλφους. Ήθελα να σας συγχαρώ καταρχάς για τις πολύ ωραίες εργασίες που μας παρουσιάσατε. Για την κυρία Κονιδάρη ήθελα να πω ότι μου άρεσε πάρα πολύ η πρωτοβουλία που πήρατε να ακουστούν οι φωνές μας μέσα στο Πανεπιστήμιο. Ό,τι και να βρήκατε έχει ενδιαφέρον Μπορεί ο καθένας από εμάς να το ερμηνεύσει μέσα από τη δική του πραγματικότητα και τα δικά του βιώματα, αλλά είναι πολύ σημαντικό που κάνατε αυτή την καταγραφή και που την είδατε σε βάθος. Είναι πάρα πολύ ωραία προσπάθεια αυτή. Εμένα μου άρεσε και σας συγχαίρω γι' αυτό. Τώρα, προς τον συνάδελφο, τον κύριο Καραλή, ήθελα να πω, και την κυρία Ράικο, τους συναδέλφους, ήθελα να πω ότι το συμπέρασμα που εμένα μου έμεινε από την έρευνά σας είναι ότι θα πρέπει τελικά η τεχνολογία να υπηρετεί τον άνθρωπο και όχι το αντίθετο. Άρα αυτό που έχει πολύ μεγάλη σημασία είναι να προτείνουμε ιδέες, προτάσεις στους συναδέλφους και να τους βοηθούμε να τις προσαρμόζουν στη δική τους πραγματικότητα, με σκοπό να υποστηρίζουν τους φοιτητές και να αναδεικνύουν τις δυνατότητές τους και να αντιμετωπίζουν τις δυσκολίες τους. Αυτά είχα να πω και σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τις πολύ ωραίες έρευνες που παρουσιάσατε.
Ναι. Βεβαίως να προσθέσετε, ναι.
Ευχαριστώ. Να το ξαναπώ. Ναι. Λοιπόν, και όλοι μου ανέφεραν ότι αυτές τις ανταγωνιστικές πραγματικότητες, δηλαδή τα μέλη δεν λέγαν «ΟΚ, να ασχοληθώ με τη διδασκαλία και τη μάθηση, αλλά έχω ένα πάρα πολύ μεγάλο γραφειοκρατικό και διοικητικό έργο και δεν προλαβαίνω». Και τα μέλη εδώ που μου λέγανε «Ναι, να ασχοληθώ με τη διδασκαλία, αλλά εγώ θέλω να εξελιχθώ και η διδασκαλία δεν μετράει πουθενά». Οπότε, αυτές οι ανταγωνιστικές και πολλαπλές πραγματικότητες είναι σαν αυτό που αναφέρετε εσείς για την αξιολόγηση και τα πανεπιστήμια. Αυτό. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Να προσθέσω κάτι. Αυτό μου θυμίζει αυτό που λένε τα μικρά παιδιά. Τώρα αυτό τι μου χρειάζεται να το μάθω. Ναι. Πραγματικά νομίζω ότι είναι μία λογική που ό,τι δεν είναι απολύτως χρήσιμο για την εξέλιξή μου, το πετάω στο σκουπίδι. Είναι μια αγκαρία, είναι ένα βάρος, είναι ένα αναγκαίο κακό κτλ. Και το να το λέει ένα παιδί πέμπτης δημοτικού ή γυμνασιόπεδο ή ένας έφηβος κλπ. Είναι κατανοητό σε κάποιο βαθμό, όχι σε ένα πλήρη βαθμό, αλλά τέλος πάντων. Αλλά το να το λέει αυτό το πράγμα το ακαδημαϊκό προσωπικό, καταλαβαίνετε ότι από πίσω δείχνει μία, ας μου επιτρέψετε τον όρο, ρηχότητα. Δηλαδή, ο εργοδότης μας είναι το Υπουργείο Παιδείας. Όλο το διδακτικό προσωπικό δεν δουλεύουμε σε ερευνητικά κέντρα. Ερευνητικό, ορίστε. Ναι, θα πω κάτι όμως. Και το Φλέμινγκ και το Παστέρ και ο Δημόκριτος, αυτά είναι ερευνητικά κέντρα. Αν θες τόσο πολύ να ασχοληθείς μόνο με την έρευνα, πρέπει να στρέψεις την επαγγελματική σου εξέλιξη κλπ. Προς καθαρά τέτοιου είδους οργανισμούς και καριέρες. Εμείς επιλέξαμε να δουλεύουμε σε εκπαιδευτικούς οργανισμούς. Νομίζω, ορίστε.
Το λόγο, κυρία.
Ωραία. Αυτό ήταν απλώς ένα σχόλιο, γιατί πραγματικά είναι πολύ στενάχωρο όλα να συνδέονται μόνο με το απολύτως χρησιμοθυρικό. Μπαν, αυτό είναι, το χτυπάω και πάμε στο επόμενο. Συγγνώμη για την... έτσι. Ναι. Είναι βέβαια και αυτό, ναι. Ναι. Δεν θέλω επόμενη διαφάνεια να φαίνεται εκεί.
Αναφέρθηκαν δύο πολύ συγκεκριμένα στοιχεία, τα οποία οφείλουμε να τα λάβουμε υπόψη μας. Και το διοικητικό βάρος είναι ένα θέμα στο βαθμό που συγκρούεται με άλλες προτεραιότητες, αλλά και την σημασία των κινήτρων και της αναγνώρισης της ποιότητας της διδασκαλίας για την εξέλιξη. Οπότε μπορούμε να βρούμε, δηλαδή, από το να κριτικάρουμε γιατί δεν είναι η πραγματικότητα αυτή που θα θέλαμε, μπορούμε να αναζητήσουμε λύσεις για να αλλάξουμε την πραγματικότητα. Και νομίζω ότι και τα δύο αυτά μπορούμε να βρούμε λύσεις και στο επίπεδο των θεσμικών κινήτρων, έτσι ώστε να αναγνωρίζεται και για την εξέλιξη η ποιότητα της διδασκαλίας, αφενός, και από την άλλη να αναζητήσουμε τους τρόπους εκείνους που πραγματικά θα ελαφρύνουν το διοικητικό φόρτο καθενός από τα μέλη ΔΕΠ. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει μόνο περισσότερο διοικητικό προσωπικό και υποστηρικτικό προσωπικό, που μπορεί να είναι ένα θέμα. Σημαίνει επίσης και το σύνολο της οργάνωσης, της καθημερινής διοίκησης και λειτουργίας των ιδρυμάτων. Το πραγματικό, ένα δίλημμα εδώ, για να μην πω ότι είναι το μόνο, αλλά ένα δίλημμα είναι περισσότερη συμμετοχικότητα και δημοκρατία, δηλαδή άπειρες ώρες συνελεύσεων, ή λιγότερη δημοκρατία και περισσότερη διδασκαλία και καλύτερη διδασκαλία. Γιατί η πολλή δημοκρατία, που σημαίνει τη συμμετοχή σε όλες τις διαδικασίες, σημαίνει πάρα πολλές ώρες διοικητικού βάρους. Είναι δίλημμα.
Ευχαριστούμε. Κατερίνα, μπορείς να συνεχίσεις.
Συμφωνώ απολύτως. Όντως τα πράγματα πρέπει να είναι προς τη μία κατεύθυνση. Απλώς, εγώ δεν θέλω αυτό το στήρο επιχείρημα ότι δεν μετράει για την εξέλιξή μου. Κλαπ, το πετάω στα σκουπίδια.
Είναι όμως πραγματικότητα.
Είναι μια πραγματικότητα.
Αυτή πρέπει να αναγνώσουμε σωστά και να την αλλάξουμε.
Και για τη δική μας την εξέλιξη δεν ξέρω πόσο θα μετράει, που είμαστε όλοι εδώ και έτσι συμμετέχουμε, αλλά το κάνουμε. Θέλω να πω ότι τα ουσιαστικά πράγματα δεν είναι πάντα μόνο με το ζύγι και με την τιμή τους. Λοιπόν, πολύ γρήγορα να σας πω ότι αυτοί είναι οι 8 κύκλοι μάθησης που έγιναν και βλέπετε και τους συμμετέχοντες δίπλα, τους αριθμούς κτλ. Παρακαλώ. Ναι. Ένας κύκλος μάθησης αφορούσε και τους διδάσκοντες σε ένα ξένο πανεπιστήμιο, στο Πανεπιστήμιο Λόγος της Αλβανίας. Λοιπόν, οι συμμετέχοντες ήταν οι 4 στους 10 άνδρες και οι 6 στους 10 ήταν γυναίκες. Η ηλικιακή τους κατανομή βλέπετε ότι κυρίως ήταν στις μεσαίες ηλικίες, από 30 ως 54 ετών. 248 άνθρωποι συμμετείχαν συνολικά σε αυτούς τους κύκλους μάθησης. Πολλοί εξ αυτών ήταν αυτό που λέμε λιγότερο έμπειροι, νεοεισερχόμενοι κλπ. Και λιγότεροι ήταν βέβαια στις υψηλότερες βαθμίδες. Τα έτη διδακτικής εμπειρίας βλέπετε ότι η πρώτη στήλη που δείχνει τους νέους ανθρώπους, γιατί κάναμε ειδικούς κύκλους μάθησης για τους αρχάριους, ας το πούμε, διδάσκοντες, οπότε είναι φυσικό να είναι αυξημένοι και αντίστοιχα είναι και η κατανομή τους στις βαθμίδες. Έτσι τα έτη εμπειρίας είπαμε στην τριτοβάθμια. Τώρα, ένα ενδιαφέρον στοιχείο. Αν είχαν προηγούμενη εκπαίδευση σε θέματα πανεπιστημιακής παιδαγωγικής ή και διδακτικής μεθοδολογίας. Και είναι ενδιαφέρον ότι 4 στους 10 είχαν μια τέτοιου είδους. Δεν ρωτήσαμε βέβαια ούτε ποια ήταν, ούτε πόσο μεγάλη ή οτιδήποτε, πάντως είναι ένα ενδιαφέρον στοιχείο. Μην ξεχνάτε ότι το Δημοκρίτιο Πανεπιστήμιο είναι ένα πολυσυλλεκτικό πανεπιστήμιο με 20 τμήματα, 8 σχολές κλπ. Δηλαδή αυτό ίσως έχει την σημασία του. Τώρα, οι ερωτήσεις, και έχω κρατήσει τις πιο βασικές. Αν ήταν κατανοητός το περιεχόμενο του κύκλου μάθησης που παρακολούθησα, αν ήταν κατανοητό. Γενικά ήταν θετικές οι απαντήσεις. Αν εστίασε σε πρακτικές εφαρμογές. Σε μεγάλο βαθμό, το αρκετά και πολύ βλέπετε κυριαρχεί, υπάρχει φυσικά πάντα και το λίγο, αν αξιοποιήθηκε η εμπειρία των συμμετεχόντων. Και εδώ νομίζω ότι τα αποτελέσματα είναι πολύ θετικά. Αν είχε επαρκή διάρκεια, πρέπει να σας πω ότι η διάρκεια των κύκλων μάθησης δεν ήταν τεράστια, πολύ μεγάλη, 40-50 ωρών κτλ. Γιατί από τις διερευνητικές επαφές που είχαμε πριν σχεδιάσουμε τους κύκλους μάθησης, πήραμε ήδη το μήνυμα ότι ναι, ωραία παιδιά, αλλά μην μας βάλετε να έρθουμε 1-2 εβδομάδες εδώ πέρα τώρα. Δηλαδή, πραγματικά κάποιοι το είπαν και λίγο και πιο κοινικά από ό,τι σας το λέω, και γι' αυτό προτιμήσαμε να είναι συντομότεροι για να είναι και πιο ελκυστικοί, ελπίζοντας ότι θα είναι και πιο ελκυστικοί για να συμμετέχουν. Αν κράτησε το ενδιαφέρον τους, νομίζω ότι είναι πραγματικά πολύ... αν αξιοποιήθηκε ο διάλογος, που ήταν για μας ένα πολύ σημαντικό στοιχείο. Αν δημιουργήθηκε αυτό το κλίμα αλληλεπίδρασης, επικοινωνίας και συνεργασίας, για το οποίο νομίζω πάρα πολύ μιλήσαμε, και είναι εξαιρετικά ενθαρρυντικό αυτό το πολύ που είναι το 75 3 στους 4. Τώρα προσέξτε, αν αισθάνονται μετά τον κύκλο μάθησης μεγαλύτερη ασφάλεια για τη διαχείριση της διδασκαλίας. Εδώ πηγαίνουν αρκετές απαντήσεις προς το αρκετά, δηλαδή δεν δείχνουν ναι μεν, αλλά έτσι δεν ήταν απολύτως σίγουροι. Θα σύστηναν σε άλλους συναδέλφους να παρακολουθήσουν ένα κύκλο μάθησης και οι ίδιοι θα ήθελαν να πάρουν μέρος σε επόμενο κύκλο μάθησης. Τότε λεγόντουσαν γραδίμ και έχω κρατήσει αυτόν τον όρο. Θα σας ενδιέφερε να είναι πιστοποιημένη αυτή η παρακολούθηση. Έτσι, ένα θέμα που χθες συζητήσαμε πάρα πολύ. Οι περισσότεροι ναι θέλουν να είναι πιστοποιημένοι. Μην ξεχνάτε όμως ότι ο μεγάλος αριθμός των συμμετεχόντων ήταν 400 διδάσκοντες, 407 μεταδιδάκτορες, έτσι, νέοι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι δεν είναι καν μέλη ΔΕ, που σημαίνει ότι προσβλέπουν σε ένα ακόμα τυπικό προσώνη συζήτηση, έτσι, την οποία έχουμε κάνει πολλές φορές, πιθανόν για την είσοδό τους στην ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα. Τώρα είχαμε και μια κλίμακα σε 10 με ένα μέσο όρο 9, κάτι, το οποίο έλεγε ότι γενικά θα αξιολογούσαν τη γενικότερη εμπειρία τους από τη συμμετοχή τους στο κύκλο μάθησης με ένα μέσο όρο 9,1, πόσο βγαίνει όλο μαζί. Που σημαίνει ότι γενικά ήταν πάρα πολύ θετική η εμπειρία τους. Μπορούσε να είναι ακόμα πιο θετική, αν θέλετε τη δικιά μου έτσι, σκέψη και αναστοχασμό. Αλλά στις συνθήκες οι οποίες έγιναν, νομίζω ότι τέλος πάντων αισθάνομαι αρκετά ικανοποιημένη από όλη μας αυτή την προσπάθεια. Έχει ενδιαφέρον να σας δείξω και μερικά ποιοτικά, γιατί υπήρχαν και μερικά ποιοτικά ερωτήματα, ανοιχτά ερωτήματα δηλαδή. Τι σας προκάλεσε το μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον στη διάρκεια? Και λέει, η ανταπόκριση ανάγκης των εκπαιδευόμενων και η δημιουργία αίσθησης ομάδας. Αυτό τους φάνηκε πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Εμείς συζητάμε γι' αυτό. Ξέρετε, μερικές φορές έχω την αίσθηση ότι εμείς τα λέμε, τα συμφωνούμε πάρα πολύ ωραία και τα θεωρούμε όλα αυτά γνωστά. Αλλά δεν είναι έτσι η κατάσταση όταν ανοίγουμε σε ανθρώπους που έρχονται από άλλα αντικείμενα, από άλλες σχολές, από άλλες κοινότητες, έτσι κλπ. Το πόσο ελκυστικό μέρος του έργου τους θεωρούν οι πανεπιστημιακοί δάσκαλοι τη διδασκαλία. Συνεχίζουν παρόλες αυτές τις δυσκολίες που λέμε και τις... Και βέβαια η αναδυόμενη ανάγκη για συνεχή επαγγελματική ανάπτυξη επαγγελματιών δασκάλων και όχι απλά η εξειδίκευσή τους σε ένα μόνο γνωστικό αντικείμενο. Αυτά είναι quote-unquote, είναι λόγια παρμένα έτσι όπως μας τα έχουν δώσει. Η χρήση των τεχνολογικών μέσων και εφαρμογών είναι κάτι που συνεχίζει να είναι αναζητούμενο. Δεν σας κρύβω ότι μιλάμε για metaverse κλπ. Όμως πριν 2 εβδομάδες, Έλενα, ήταν 2 εβδομάδες, κάναμε ένα κύκλο μάθησης για τη χρήση του e-class, της πλατφόρμας e-class. 10 λεπτά πήρε σε κάποιους συναδέλφους να συνδεθούμε στην πλατφόρμα e-class, να συνδεθούμε, να μπούμε, ο καθένας με τον υπολογιστή του μπροστά. Πώς ανεβάζουμε μια ανακοίνωση, 25 λεπτά, πώς ανοίγουμε ένα μάθημα. Θέλω να πω ότι αυτές οι διαφορετικές ταχύτητες πρέπει να τις λαμβάνουμε και αυτές υπόψη όταν μιλάμε για μια υποστήριξη του διδακτικού προσωπικού. Δηλαδή δεν είναι όλοι στο επίπεδο του Metaverse. Υπάρχουν και πάρα πολλοί συνάδελφοι και λόγω αντικειμένου και μερικές φορές λόγω ηλικίας, που και αυτό πρέπει να το λάβουμε υπόψη μας, οι οποίοι δεν είναι τεχνολογικά πάρα πολύ προχωρημένοι. Έτσι. Η χρήση βέβαια διαδικτυακών εργαλείων, γιατί παρουσιάσαμε και μέσα στην πανδημία όλα αυτά τα μικρά εργαλεία, Kahoot, Mentimeter, ξέρετε όλες αυτές τις εφαρμογές που βοήθησαν, τα breakout rooms και τα λοιπά, που βοήθησαν να γίνονται τα μαθήματα λίγο πιο διαδραστικά και αυτά κρατούν το ενδιαφέρον και την προσοχή των διδασκομένων. Ας πούμε, το κύρος versus παιγνιώδης μάθηση, λέει κάποιος. Είναι ένα ζήτημα που κάποιον τον προβληματίζει προσωπικά ως διδάσκοντα. Δηλαδή, η παιγνιώδης μορφή της μάθησης είναι έγκυρη, επιβεβαιώνει το κύρος μου. Σε ποιο σημείο αισθανθήκατε να εμπλέκεστε περισσότερο? Αυτό είναι ένα ερωτηματολόγιο του Brookfield. Τώρα, επειδή βλέπω και το Θανάση, που μόλις κυκλοφόρησαν καινούριο βιβλίο για τον Brookfield, είναι μια κλίμακα που χρησιμοποιεί ποιοτικής καταγραφής κάποιων στοιχείων. Πραγματικά ταυτίστηκαν και ενεπλάκησαν ενεργά. Σύγκρινα το δικό μου τρόπο διδασκαλίας και μπόρεσα να εντοπίσω ότι αρκετά από αυτά τα εφαρμόζω ήδη, αλλά και τις δυνατότητες που έχω για να βελτιωθώ. Πόσο θετικό είναι αυτό, δηλαδή πόσο αισιόδοξο. Καλά, στρατηγικές και τεχνικές μάθησης, ο σχεδιασμός και η υλοποίηση διδασκαλίας, ζητήματα που δεν τους είχαν απασχολήσει μέχρι εκείνη την ώρα, έτσι, πολύ συνειδητά. Και βέβαια η αξιολόγηση είναι ένα ανοιχτό ζητούμενο, η εναλλακτική τρόπη αξιολόγησης, που νομίζω ότι σε αυτό επίσης υπάρχει πάρα πολύ χώρος να γίνει πάρα πολύ δουλειά. Και βέβαια τους άρεσε και η δικιά τους βιωματική συμμετοχή, γιατί κάναμε παραδείγματα ψηφιακών εφαρμογών, quiz για να δοκιμάσουμε τα εργαλεία, όλα αυτά τα Kahoot, τα Mentimeter και τα λοιπά, και τα μικρές ομάδες που χωριστήκαμε. Δηλαδή όλη αυτή η βιωματική συμμετοχή πραγματικά είναι ένα εργαλείο για τα ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Και το σημαντικό πράγμα που μάθατε είναι η σημασία της ενεργού εμπλοκής των φοιτητών στην εκπαιδευτική διαδικασία. Η σημασία της συμμετοχικής μάθησης, η επικοινωνία, έχουμε μιλήσει για όλα αυτά. Ό,τι πρέπει να κάνουμε ο καθένας με τον τρόπο του, ό,τι περνάει από το χέρι μας, ώστε να κρατάμε ζωντανό τον ενδιαφέρον των παιδιών κατά το μάθημα. Το πώς να συμπεριλάβω ενεργά τους φοιτητές στη διδακτική διαδικασία. Θέλουν, δεν ξέρουν πώς. Νομίζω υπόθηκε κάποια στιγμή ότι λείπει αυτή η γνώση και ξαναλέω, μερικές φορές εμείς τα θεωρούμε δεδομένα, αλλά δεν είναι η δικιά μας αφετηρία, η αφετηρία όλων. Μερικά tips για να κάνω πιο ενδιαφέρον το μάθημά μου, όλα αυτά περί διαδραστικής. Και μισό λεπτό. Πώς να βελτιωθούν. Τους κάνει εντύπωση και μόνο η ύπαρξη του πεδίου και του κλάδου της πανεπιστημιακής παιδαγωγικής, η μη ενηλικίωση των θεωρητικά ενήλικων φοιτητών, γιατί μιλήσαμε και για θέματα αναδυόμενης ενηλικιότητας, και γενικά σε δύο τελευταίες διαφάνειες, σχόλια και προτάσεις που ήταν πολύ ανοιχτό. Γράφει κάποιος, είναι πολύ σπουδαίος ο ρόλος του Γραδίμ. Πήραμε ωραίες ιδέες που θα μας βοηθήσουν στη βελτίωση της ποιότητας του μαθήματός μας και ενημερωθήκαμε για τις νέες τάσεις στη διδακτική. Υπήρξε άριστη συνεργασία και ανταπόκριση από τους υπεύθυνους, αναμένουμε και άλλους ενδιαφέροντους κύκλους σεμιναρίων. Σχετικά με το ρόλο του Γραδίμ, θεωρώ ότι είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντικός και στόχος του να μας υπενθυμίζει και τον παιδαγωγικό ρόλο που πρέπει να έχει ένας διδάσκοντας τριτοβάθμιας. Πολύ καλή πρωτοβουλία. Γιατί όπως υπόθηκε στα σημερινά χρόνια, τα παιδιά έχουν μάθει να τρώνε μασημένη τροφή. Δεν σκέφτονται, δεν κάνουν διάλογο, δεν έχουν κριτική σκέψη. Οι γονείς και η κοινωνία τα έχουν βάλει σε αδράνεια. Τώρα, ο καθένας έτσι ήταν πολύ ανοιχτή ερώτηση και αποτυπώνει τις απόψεις του. Οι προτάσεις είναι εξοικείωση με το Teams και το e-class, να γίνονται ανατακτά χρονικά διαστήματα και με βιωματικό τρόπο διαζώσεις πια, γιατί ξαναλέω γινόντουσαν τα περισσότερα μες στην πανδημία, να μας προτείνει τρόπους που θα κάνουν τη μάθηση πιο ελκυστική για τους φοιτητές, αλλά και για τους διδάσκοντες. Θα ήθελα ένα σεμινάριο για το πώς αξιολογώ τα διαφορετικά μαθησιακά αποτελέσματα. Καλό θα ήταν τα σεμινάρια να περισσότερο σε αριθμό, ώστε να καλύπτονται αναλυτικότερα θέματα. Συνήθως η είσοδος των διδασκόντων στη διδασκαλία στην τριτοβάθμια γίνεται χωρίς καμία προηγούμενη επιμόρφωση, καθώς δεν αποτελεί προϋπόθεση. Καταληκτικά, νομίζω μπορούμε να κρατήσουμε και κρατήσαμε από αυτή την έρευνα, όσον αφορά τους συμμετέχοντες, πραγματικά υποδέχτηκαν θετικά, κατά τεκμήριο, όλη την προσπάθεια. Υπήρξε ενδιαφέρον, συμμετοχή, πολύ καλό κλίμα συνεργασίας. Νομίζω ότι ήταν μια θετική υποδοχή των δράσεων του ΚΕΔΙΜΑ και ως προς την ίδια του λειτουργία της δομής, χρειάζεται μια συστηματική παροχή κύκλων μάθησης, δηλαδή να μην είναι όποτε διοργανώνεται, αλλά να ξέρουν και οι ίδιοι. Φυσικά και θα θέλαμε να αυξηθεί ο ρυθμός των συμμετεχόντων και πιθανόν στο δικό μας πανεπιστήμιο είναι σίγουρο αυτό, τα άλλα πανεπιστήμια δεν είναι η ίδια περίπτωση, χρειάζεται να αρχίσουμε να εστιάζουμε σε εξειδικευμένες ανάγκες εξειδικευμένων επιστημονικών πεδίων, γιατί υπάρχουν διαφορές, όπως και να το κάνουμε, ανάμεσα στις ανάγκες των συναδέλφων από το τμήμα, τι να σας πω, Ιστορίας Εθνολογίας και το τμήμα Μηχανικών Περιβάλλοντος και το τμήμα Ιατρικής. Είναι σίγουρο ότι όλοι αυτοί έχουν διαφορετικές ανάγκες και πρέπει να προσεγγιστούν διαφορετικά. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς την κυρία Κεδράκα και την ευχαριστούμε και για την κατανόηση και την αναμονή. Και συνεχίζουμε Με την επόμενη εργασία, από την κυρία Κωνσταντίνα Κουτρούμπα, η Κατερίνα Ντονοπούλου, Δημήτριος Μπάινο και Αγλαία Σταμπολτζή, με τίτλο «Οι πεποιθήσεις των φοιτών φοιτητριών με και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες του Χαροκόπιου Πανεπιστήμιου για τις ευκαιρίες και τα εμπόδια στη διαδικασία της μάθησης». Η κυρία Κωνσταντίνα Κουτρούμπα.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Κάθισε, Κατερίνα.
Ωραία, για να ανοίξω. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, βάλουμε και το εδώ. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, σας χαιρετίζω και εγώ εκ μέρους των συναδέλφων του Χαροκοπίου Πανεπιστημίου. Δεν ακούγομαι έτσι. Τώρα καλύτερα? Εντάξει. Ωραία. Η έρευνα αυτή διεξήχθη στο πλαίσιο της διερεύνησης των αναγκών. Θελήσαμε να κάνουμε... Εμείς είμαστε ένα καινούργιο στο χώρο των ΚΕΔΙΜΑ. Δεν είχαμε εμπειρία προηγούμενη, οπότε προκειμένου να ξεκινήσουμε να οργανώνουμε τους κύκλους μάθησης και όλο αυτό το εργαστήριο ΚΕΔΙΜΑ, ας το πούμε έτσι, θα έπρεπε να κάνουμε κάποια διερεύνηση αναγκών. Η μία αφορούσε στους διδάσκοντες. Ακολουθήσαμε τις οριζόντιες δράσεις στο ερωτηματολόγιο, αλλά εδώ θέλω να παρουσιάσουμε λίγο τη δουλειά που κάναμε πολύ σύντομα και περιεκτικά όσο μπορώ σε ό,τι αφορά στη διερεύνηση αναγκών των φοιτητών μας από όλο το Χαροκόπιο Πανεπιστήμιο, φοιτητές οι οποίοι έχουν μαθησιακές δυσκολίες και άλλοι φοιτητές είναι mixed abilities. Η τάξη, το γνωρίζουμε αυτό, έτσι τα αμφιθέατρά μας είναι μεικτά, παρά το ότι παρατηρείται, να το πω αυτό, μια αυξανόμενη ροή φοιτητών με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, αλλά και σοβαρές, όχι απλώς ελαφριές, αλλά και σοβαρές, που είναι μια πρόκληση για εμάς, για όλους τους ακαδημαϊκούς δασκάλους. Εδώ πέρα λοιπόν η συμπεριληπτική... Να γυρίζω και το ίδιο, ξεχνάω όταν τα γυρίζω αυτά. Ωραία. Εδώ λοιπόν η συμπεριληπτική παιδαγωγική είναι ένας χώρος, μια φιλοσοφία, η οποία μας προβληματίζει και έχει περισσότερο σαν στόχο να επεξεργαστούμε πρακτικές διδακτικές και μαθησιακές, ώστε να μπορούμε να αντιληφθούμε καλύτερα και να διαχειριστούμε τις μαθησιακές ανάγκες των mixed abilities classrooms ή αμφιθεάτρων. Εμείς έχουμε έτσι, είμαστε μικρό πανεπιστήμιο γι' αυτό. Άρα λοιπόν, ανεξαρτήτως φύλου, καταγωγής, έτσι, τα πάντα, και διαφοροποιήσεων. Η θεωρητική βάση του προβληματισμού μας είναι, εμείς βασιστήκαμε στον καθολικό σχεδιασμό, αυτό που λέγεται καθολικό σχεδιασμό της μάθησης και της διδασκαλίας, ως κατευθυντήριο γραμμή στη δική μας τη μελέτη. Οι βασικές αρχές τις γνωρίζουμε έτσι πολύ γρήγορα. Η αρχή της πολλαπλής αναπαράστασης, η μία αρχή στην οποία βασιστήκαμε. Τα πολλαπλά μέσα Συγγνώμη, με συγχωρείτε. Αυτό θα μου διαφεύγει, μου φαίνεται. Συγγνώμη, ευχαριστώ κύριε Κανέλη. Η αρχή της πολλαπλής αναπαράστασης, η αρχή της δράσης και της έκφρασης, όπως είναι οι ενοιολογικοί χάρτες, τα σχέδια δράσης που μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε, οι διάφορες εναλλακτικές μορφές αξιολόγησης και είναι και η αρχή της εμπλοκής, όπως τονίστηκε πολύ ωραία. Και χαίρομαι γιατί υπάρχει τελικά μια κοινή γραμμή σε όλα αυτά και φιλοσοφία της εμπλοκής των φοιτητών στην μαθησιακή διαδικασία. Και για μας αυτό είναι το α και το ω τελικά. Τώρα, ψάξαμε σε πρώτη φάση να μελετήσουμε λίγο θεωρητικά και να δούμε και βιβλιογραφικά τι έχει προκύψει από τη διεθνή βιβλιογραφία. Δεν θα κάνω τώρα, θα τα διαβάσω τώρα, προχωράω παρακάτω, να το είδα. Λοιπόν, οι πολλοί συνάδελφοι έχουν ασχοληθεί με αυτό. Έτσι, πολύ σύντομα, τα βλέπετε, δεν θέλω να διαβάζω τις διαφάνειες, συντείνουν στην άποψη ότι σε ομάδες φοιτητών που ελέγχουν, ας πούμε εδώ πέρα οι συγκεκριμένοι, η Black, η Weinberg και η Broadwin, διερεύνησαν απόψεις φοιτητών και με ειδικές εκπαιδευτικές ανάγκες σχετικά με το πόσο καλά οι αρχές που εφαρμόζονται στη διδασκαλία τους συνάδουν με τις αρχές της καθολικής εμπλοκής και σχεδιασμού της διδασκαλίας και της μάθησης. Αλλά και σε φοιτητές με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, και οι δύο ομάδες φοιτητών φαίνεται ότι επωφελούνται από την προσαρμογή και τις βασικές αρχές εφαρμογής στον χώρο της εκπαίδευσης της τριτοβάθμιας, όπως και τα πολλαπλά μέσα παρουσίασης και οι τεχνικές διδακτικής παρέμβασης, που κυρίως δόθηκε έμφαση στη συζήτηση μέσα στην τάξη. Λέτε, τα παιδιά φάνηκε ότι από τις βιβλιογραφίες, από τα πορίσματα ερευνητικά, φαίνεται ότι η συζήτηση μέσα στην τάξη, η ανατροφοδότηση της διδασκαλίας και οι δραστηριότητες σε μικρές ομάδες φαίνεται να αγγίζουν και τις δύο κατηγορίες φοιτητών, και των με και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, και οι δύο ανταποκρίνονται θετικά. Έτσι έδειξαν τα βιβλιογραφικά. Όπως επίσης, άλλα αποτελέσματα ερευνών που βλέπετε, έδειξαν πως οι αντιλήψεις των φοιτητών, κάθετος φοιτητριών, με συγχωρείτε, κανονικά πρέπει να τα λέμε και τα δύο, αλλά να πατήσω τέτοιο, ναι. Έχω μείνει πίσω. Με ποικίλες μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, θεωρούν ότι ικανοποιούν και μπορούν να έδειξαν πως οι αντιλήψεις αυτών συνάδουν με περισσότερο με το κατά πόσον τους βοηθάμε να εμπλακούν ουσιαστικά στην διάχυση και στην επεξεργασία της νέας βασικής γνώσης. Όχι στην γνωσιομετάδοση. Δηλαδή, αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο πλέον το διδάσκουμε και το οποίο φαίνεται πάρα πολύ, κυρίως μέσω της διαφοροποιημένης διδασκαλίας. Εγώ τουλάχιστον αυτή δουλεύω πιο πολύ. Αυτό μας ενδιαφέρει, όχι η γνωσιομετάδοση. Κάπως η γνώση να διαχέεται και η αρχή της ελάχιστης βοήθειας να είναι αυτή η οποία να εφαρμόζεται υπό την έννοια ότι ό,τι μπορεί να παράξει, να παραγάγει, είναι ο σωστός όρος, ο φιλολογικός, έτσι, ένας φοιτητής μέσα από την αξιοποίηση των προηγούμενων βιωμάτων εμπειριών του, αλλά και μέσα από την προσωπική του κριτική σκέψη, να μην του το δίνεις έτοιμο. Επομένως, πατάμε σε αυτό το πράγμα. Αυτό βέβαια έχει έναν αρνητικό αντίκτυπο και αυτός είναι η ποσότητα, ο μεγάλος εχθρός εδώ. Όταν δουλεύεις έτσι, δουλεύεις ποιοτικά. Ο εχθρός της ποιότητας είναι η ποσότητα. Αυτό είναι όμως ένα στερεότυπο, το οποίο κάποια στιγμή βλέπουμε ότι και εμείς οι διδάσκοντες πρέπει λίγο να το οριοθετήσουμε περισσότερο. Δεν έβγαλα την ύλη μου, δεν προλαβαίνω, μπαίνω να κάνω τις 13 εβδομάδες, να προλάβω να τελειώσω. Γιατί? Είναι τόσο ουσιαστικό, είναι κάτι το οποίο ωφελεί το φοιτητή μου? Μήπως είναι προτιμότερο τελικά να δουλέψουμε πιο ποιοτικά και λιγότερο ποσοτικά? Ή ληστικά, όπως το λέμε εμείς. Λοιπόν, και προχωρώ γιατί ο χρόνος μας είναι πολύ πιεστικός. Έτσι. Επίσης, όλα τα βιβλιογραφικά πορίσματα, ερευνητικά πορίσματα, μας οδηγούν ότι όλοι οι φοιτητές, και κυρίως με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, αλλά και χωρίς, αλλά πολύ περισσότερο χρειάζονται περισσότερο χρόνο και, αν θέλετε, πιο εξειδικευμένη, πιο εξατομικευμένη βοήθεια. Και θα δείτε τώρα στην έρευνα στην οποία θα προχωρήσουμε που έχουμε κάνει ότι ζητούν πραγματικά, το ανάφερε χθες ο κύριος Καραλής, δεν θυμάμαι ποιος, συνάδελφος, ότι θέλουν βοήθεια και στις σημειώσεις τους. Έχουν πρόβλημα στο να κρατάνε σημειώσεις. Εγώ θα πω ότι αυτό δεν αφορά μόνο στους φοιτητές με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Εγώ βλέπω ότι ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό φοιτητών και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, ειδικά μετά τον COVID, αυτό το οποίο βλέπουμε είναι ότι δεν μπορούν να κρατήσουν σημειώσεις. Ξεχάσαν να γράφουν. Τα παιδιά μας, παρακαλώ, ορίστε. Ναι. Ναι, ισχύει. Βεβαίως, απολύτως. Και κάποτε αυτό, αν θυμάστε, εμείς το απαγορεύαμε, δεν το θέλαμε. Τώρα πια είναι απόλυτα αποδεκτό. Για να δω που βρίσκομαι. Συγγνώμη. Και στην Ελλάδα, η Κατσαμποχάκη και Χότζετς, νομίζω, συγγνώμη, πού είναι η κυρία, η συνάδελφος, εσείς. Πολύ σημαντική έρευνα αυτή που είχατε κάνει. Το ΙΤΟ γράφω, συγγνώμη, μου ήταν ΜΕΙΑ έπρεπε, με συγχωρείτε, ΜΕΙΤΑ. Με συγχωρείτε για το λάθος. Έτσι, προτείνεται εκπαίδευση χωρίς αποκλεισμούς, που σημαίνει διαφοροποίηση στη διδασκαλία, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη τις διαφορετικές μαθησιακές προτιμήσεις, φωνές των μαθητών και τη διερεύνηση συμπεριφορών όσον αφορά στη διδασκαλία και στη μάθηση. Το ίδιο και της Τσιβίκου. Οι έρευνες, όλοι δηλαδή αυτοί οι συνάδελφοι, και Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, απηχούν μέσα από τα πορίσματά τους ότι οι φοιτητές γενικότερα είναι δεκτικοί στο να τροποποιήσουμε ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά και να δώσουμε έμφαση στα ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά της διδασκαλίας μας, δηλαδή διδακτικός ιδεολογισμός και όχι διδακτικός υλισμός. Και ακριβώς και οι δυσκολίες που υπάρχουν δεν μπορούν να αντιμετωπιστούν με την ποσότητα και με την υλιστική αντιμετώπιση. Πολύ προσεκτικά άκουσα τη συνάδελφο, η οποία μίλησε για την οικολογική και οικοσυστημική προσέγγιση. Για το κάθε παιδί είναι πολύ σημαντικό και αυτό θα το λάβουμε υπόψη στις συνεντεύξεις που θα κάνουμε και θα σας μιλήσω λίγο παρακάτω πολύ σύντομα. Ότι το κάθε παιδί δεν έχει σημασία εσύ τι του δίνεις ή τι υπάρχει στο περιβάλλον του, αλλά τι το ίδιο μπορεί με βάση τα βιώματα, τις εμπειρίες και τις γνώσεις του και τις ικανότητές του, τις κριτικές, να αντιληφθεί. Αυτό πρέπει να το έχουμε υπόψη μας. Γι' αυτό έχει αντίκτυπο βέβαια και στην αξιολόγηση μετά. Έτσι, η οριζόντια αξιολόγηση δεν κολλάει με όλο αυτό τελικά. Εδώ πέρα λοιπόν στην έρευνα αυτή, την οποία κάναμε στους φοιτητές, είχε σαν στόχο να μελετήσει αυτά τα τρία βασικά ερευνητικά, αυτά τα τρία ερωτήματα, πόσο χρήσιμες και βοηθητικές είναι οι διδακτικές μέθοδοι, παιδιά, τις οποίες γνωρίζετε, τις οποίες εφαρμόζονται, πόσο αποτελεσματικές είναι οι παρεμβάσεις οι οποίες γίνονται από τους εκπαιδευτικούς, από τους διδάσκοντες σε εσάς, και που σας παρέχονται στο πλαίσιο της αξιολόγησης των επιδόσεών σας και ποιες είναι οι πεποιθήσεις σας, τα πιστεύω σας, σχετικά με την εφαρμογή. Τους είχαμε θέσει συγκεκριμένες φυσικά ερωτήσεις καθολικών αρχών διδασκαλίας. Εγώ θα το ερώτημα γενικά, θα το δούμε λίγο πιο κάτω, των καθολικών αρχών διδασκαλίας. Τώρα, στη μελέτη αυτή συμμετείχαν από το Χαροκόπιο 251 φοιτητές και φοιτήτριες. Ήταν οι περισσότεροι απλώς πολύ σύντομα για το προφίλ τους προπτυχιακοί, 61% περίπου, 62%. Έλληνες στην καταγωγή πλειοψηφία, πρωτοετής και δευτεροετής κατά το ίμιση, 51%. Η πλειονότητα δήλωσε ότι παρακολουθεί συχνά έως πολύ συχνά τα μαθήματα. Ισχύει σε ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό, δεν ξέρω αν αυτοί το χώρισαν σε εργαστήρια ή όχι. Στα θεωρητικά είναι λιγότερη παρακολούθηση πάντως. Γι' αυτό το τονίζουμε από κάτω ότι η υψηλότερη προσέλευση παρατηρείται στα εργαστηριακά μαθήματα. Έχει ενδιαφέρον αυτό το τελευταίο, ότι το 21% αυτών, 21,1%, ανέφερε ότι είχε επίσημη διάγνωση μαθησιακών δυσκολιών και συγκεκριμένα, να μην διαβάζω τα ποσοστά, βλέπετε δυσλεξία, δέπη, αυτισμό, χρόνια νοσήματα, κόφωση και κινητικές δυσκολίες. Δηλαδή, από τους φοιτητές που μπήκαν στη διαδικασία, το 21% είχε τέτοια προβλήματα. Και θέλω εδώ να αναφέρω, πολύ σύντομα, ότι είχαμε δυσκολία στο να συμμετάσχουν φοιτητές με προβλήματα. Εμένα προσωπικά με παίρναν τηλέφωνο οι συνάδελφοι, η κυρία Αντωνοπούλου και η κυρία Σταμπολή, τις οποίες ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, γιατί αυτές κυρίως, να πω την αλήθεια, έτσι κίνησαν και τη διαδικασία. Ήταν φοιτητές οι οποίοι πρώτον δεν καταλάβαιναν τις ερωτήσεις. Δεύτερον, υπήρξαν φοιτητές οι οποίοι με πήραν προσωπικά 2 τηλέφωνο και μου είπαν με πολύ τρόπο έτσι εμφατικό ότι με συγχωρείτε πάρα πολύ, δεν έχουμε εμπιστοσύνη ότι το ερωτηματολόγιο θα είναι ανώνυμο. Και δεν θέλουμε σε καμία περίπτωση, εάν υπάρχει παραμικρή υπόνοια ότι δεν θα είναι ανώνυμο, δεν θα συμμετάσχουμε. Δηλαδή με πήραν τηλέφωνο, ενώ θέλανε να διαβεβαιώσουν από εμένα προσωπικά ως πρόεδρος ότι δεν θα είναι. Και πάλι ο ένας δεν συμμετείχε, δεν πίστηκε. Άρα λοιπόν το ερευνητικό αυτό εργαλείο, το οποίο ήταν ένα ερωτηματολόγιο καταρχήν, περιελάμβανε αυτά τα στοιχεία, τα δημογραφικά στοιχεία, αυτές τις διαρρετικές ερωτήσεις, 10 ερωτησούλες για τη μεθοδολογία που χρησιμοποιείται και πώς αυτή την αντιλαμβάνονται και πόσο τη θεωρούν αποτελεσματική τελικά. Κάποιες ερωτήσεις για την προσαρμογή σε επίπεδο εξετάσεων, που θα επιθυμούσαν ή που θα θεωρούσαν σωστό, και κάποιες ερωτήσεις σχετικά με τις καθολικές αρχές διδασκαλίας και μάθησης. Τώρα, εδώ πέρα φυσικά στους πίνακες τους δείχνω, να φορέσω και τα γυαλιά μου, θα αναφερθώ πολύ γενικά σε αυτό που εγώ νομίζω ότι ίσως αξίζει λίγο να σταθούμε, αλλά εσείς μπορείτε να βγάλετε πολύ περισσότερα συμπεράσματα. Δώσαν και οι 2 ομάδες και με και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, τονίσανε, έτσι θα υπολογίζουμε ότι το 1 έως το 3, όπου το 1 θεωρείται καθόλου χρήσιμη, μια παρέμβαση, το 3 θεωρείται πολύ χρήσιμη. Καθόλου χρήσιμη, πολύ χρήσιμη. Στην περίπτωση της διάλεξης, αυτό που μου κάνει εντύπωση ήταν ότι και οι 2 κατηγορίες φοιτητών τείνουν να είναι απολύτως θετικοί. Είναι αυτό που λέμε, αυτό ξέρω, δεν ξέρω κάτι άλλο. Αυτό ισχύει και για τους διδάσκοντες βεβαίως, αντιστοίχως, αλλά το έχουν στερνιστεί και οι ίδιοι φοιτητές. Κάποιο άλλο σημείο που θέλω κάποια άλλα σημεία που θέλω να επισημάνω είναι ότι τα παιδιά χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, όπως δήλωσαν, σε ένα βαθμό φαίνεται περισσότερο να εμπλέκονται ή να έχουν τη διάθεση να εμπλακούν ουσιαστικά σε ομαδικές δραστηριότητες, σε διαδραστικές δραστηριότητες, σε θεατρικά παιχνίδια ή σε μελέτες περίπτωσης, σε σχέση με φοιτητές που έχουν μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Αυτό οι συνάδελφοι οι οποίοι ασχολούνται με τις μαθησιακές δυσκολίες ίσως μπορούν να το ερμηνεύσουν περισσότερο. Τα παιδιά αυτά έχουν δυσκολία στο να αντιλαμβάνονται και στο να μπορούν να επικοινωνούν αποτελεσματικά. Έχουν πολλές φορές μειονεκτικά αισθήματα και χαμηλή αυτεπάρκεια και μεγάλη ανασφάλεια, και όταν τα βάζουμε σε ομάδες, τα βλέπεις κάτω σε μια μεριά και συνήθως ακολουθούν, ουραγοί. Εκτός είναι η προσωπικότητά τους τα βοηθά αρκετά. Βλέπουμε λοιπόν ότι σε αυτές τις ομαδικές δραστηριότητες δεν τους βοηθάμε ιδιαίτερα έτσι. Τώρα, βλέπετε ότι πάντοτε και στις βιωματικές δράσεις και στην επίλυση του προβλήματος είναι πιο πίσω. Φαίνεται ότι τα παιδιά τα οποία είναι χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες πιο εύκολα μπορούν να δουλέψουν σε τέτοιες μορφές μαθησιακής επικοινωνίας. Τώρα, στο ερώτημα που τους θέσαμε σχετικά για τις διευκολύνσεις που απολαμβάνουν κατά την εξέτασή τους, αυτό το οποίο μπορούμε να παρατηρήσουμε είναι ότι ως προς τις διευκολύνσεις αυτές, οι φοιτητές και φοιτήτριες και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες αποδέχονται απολύτως την επιλογή του τρόπου εξέτασης. Δηλαδή τα παιδιά, είναι αυτό ένας θεσμικός, είναι legitimate role του εκπαιδευτικού. Είναι ο θεσμικός ρόλος, δεν μπαίνουν στη διαδικασία, δεν είναι γκρίζα ζώνη για αυτές, λέω ότι μου πεις κάνω. Άρα τα παιδιά αποδέχονται, δεν λένε ποτέ δεν μ' αρέσει, μ' αρέσει. Σύντομες εργασίες, αυτό είναι που έχουμε δει τον τελευταίο χρόνο, ειδικά μετά τον COVID, πάρα πολύ από όλα τα παιδιά. Οι προτάσεις που γίνονται, οι φοιτητές και στις αξιολογήσεις τους, είναι να τους βάζουμε προόδους. Ή δυνατόν να μην δίνουν τελικές εξετάσεις. Να γίνεται αυτό μέσα από μικρές προόδους, γιατί αυτό το οποίο μας λένε συνεχώς είναι ότι πολύ πιο εύκολα μπορούν να προσεγγίσουν μέσα από την παρακολούθηση και να μάθουν, να κατανοήσουν τη νέα βασική γνώση, παρά όλοι μαζί στο τέλος. Αυτό εμείς, να σας πω την αλήθεια, το έχουμε πολύ εισαγάγει στο χαροκόπιο, σε ένα μεγάλο βαθμό. Ακόμα δεν είμαι σίγουρα αν έχει βγει για καλό, αλλά σίγουρα βοηθά να περάσουν τα μαθήματα περισσότεροι φοιτητές. Και αυτό έγινε κατόπιν της προτάσεως, της εισήγησης που έγινε από τη ΜΟΔΙΠ, να τους βοηθήσουμε να βρούμε τρόπους εναλλακτικούς για να μπορούν να προχωράνε στα μαθήματα. Θα είχαμε πολύ μεγάλα ποσοστά φοιτητών που δεν αποφοιτούν. Ο διαφορετικός χώρος εξέτασης, η χρήση τεχνολογίας, αλλά είδαμε από την άλλη μεριά και ότι οι φοιτητές με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, συγκρινόμενοι με την άλλη ομάδα των χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, θεωρούν λιγότερο χρήσιμη την εκπόνηση σύντομων εργασιών κατά τη διάρκεια εξαμήνου, όχι των προόδων, μικρές εργασίες που τους βάζουμε, τις θεωρούν λιγότερο χρήσιμες. Αυτό θα μπορούσαμε θα ήθελα να λάβει το λόγο μετά και η κυρία Αντωνοπούλου. Θεωρούν ότι οι σύντομες εργασίες ίσως δεν μπορούν να τις διεκπεραιώσουν τόσο εύκολα. Ξέρετε, απαιτούν αρκετά μεγαλύτερη κούραση από τους ίδιους και καθοδήγηση για να μπορέσουν να κατανοήσουν μια εργασία. Η εργασία δεν είναι να χρησιμοποιήσει την κριτική σου σκέψη. Και επίσης μας λένε ότι αισθάνονται πολύ μεγάλη ανάγκη να υπάρχουν αρκετά διαλύματα κατά την ώρα της εξέτασης, ενώ δίνουν πολύ μεγάλη έμφαση στα παιδιά αυτά στο να εξετάζονται προφορικά. Και θέλω να πω ότι δυστυχώς, όπως βλέπουμε στην κοινότητα την ακαδημαϊκή, κυρίως στις θετικές επιστήμες, μπορεί να έχουν δίκιο οι συνάδελφοι από τη μεριά τους, αλλά βλέπουμε ότι υπάρχουν παιδιά, γιατί εγώ διδάσκω και στο Οικονομικό Πανεπιστήμιο, αλλά φαντάζομαι εδώ στην άλλη είναι και πιο ειδική, δεν επιτρέπουν στους φοιτητές να εξεταστούν προφορικά, ακόμα και αν έχουν χαρτί επίσημο, το οποίο έχουν καταθέσει στη γραμματεία. Το όχι είναι όχι. Δεν εξετάζω προφορικά. Και τελείωσε. Έτσι, ασκούν δηλαδή πολύ δυναμικά το ρόλο τους αυτό, με αποτέλεσμα οι φοιτητές να μην έχουν, με τις μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, να μην έχουν αυτή την διευκόλυνση, αν θέλετε. Γιατί όταν εξετάζεις... Έχετε δίκιο. Και όμως, πιστέψτε με ότι υπάρχει μια άρνηση σε αυτό. Δεν έχει ακόμα γίνει κατανοητό το δικαίωμα, αλλά και η ουσία του πράγματος. Γιατί ένα φοιτητή που εξετάζει προφορικά, που έχει μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, τον βοηθάς. Του κάνεις την ερώτηση, του την απλοποιείς, χρησιμοποιείς ένα παράδειγμα, επαναλαμβάνεις. Αυτό δεν μπορεί να γίνει στην γραπτή εξέταση. Έτσι. Πολύ ωραία. Ακριβώς. Έτσι λοιπόν... Έτσι, αυτό είναι το βασικό συμπέρασμα το οποίο έχουμε εδώ πέρα εξάγει. Και ως προς τις αρχές για τις οποίες μιλήσαμε, της ενσωμάτωσης, του πιο καθολικού σχεδιασμού της μάθησης και της διδασκαλίας, οι φοιτητές και οι φοιτήτρες χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες φαίνεται να υποστηρίζουν σε μεγαλύτερο βαθμό αυτές τις αρχές, ίσως γιατί τις κατανοούν καλύτερα. Είναι αρκετά αφηρημένες, ό,τι είναι αφηρημένο. Παιδιά που έχουν κάποιες δυσκολιούλες, δεν το κατανοούν, θέλουν απλοποίηση. Το αφηρημένο και το γενικό δεν βοηθάει. Και θέλω να πω από την εμπειρία μου ως παιδαγωγός ότι δεν βοηθάει ούτε τα παιδιά χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Καταλάβατε, όσο η διδασκαλία μας έχει γενικότητες, δεν είναι κατανοητή. Δεν είναι κατανοητή σημαίνει ότι υπάρχει αποχή μετά από εκεί πέρα. Από και μετά σε κοιτάνε με το βλέμμα, πώς το λένε οι Κινέζοι, daydreaming. Έτσι γίνεται daydreamers, δηλαδή μας κοιτάνε, αλλά κοιμώνται στην πραγματικότητα. Στην καλύτερη, αλλιώς φεύγουν κιόλας. Πολύ απλά. Άρα, το δίκαιη αντιμετώπιση από την πλευρά του καθηγητή, το να υπάρχει ένα περίγραμμα στην ηλεκτρονική τάξη του μαθήματος, τα παλαιά θέματα εξετάσεων, γίνεται χαμός, το γνωρίζετε. Άμεση πρόσβαση στο υλικό του μαθήματος, προφανώς φαίνεται να τα υποστηρίζουν περισσότερο οι φοιτητές χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Σε σύγκριση με τους άλλους. Οι δε τελευταίοι, αυτό το οποίο φαίνεται, δηλαδή με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, να μην μπορούν να αξιολογήσουν τις αρχές αυτές, εάν δεν τις έχουν βιώσει στην καθημερινή διδακτική τους εμπειρία. Δηλαδή αυτές οι αρχές δεν είναι κατανοητές για τον μεγάλο πληθυσμό, εκτός εάν βιωματικά τις έχουν κατανοήσει μέσα από την καθημερινότητά τους. Τώρα, στην αντίστοιχη έκθεση έρευνα του εξωτερικού, οι φοιτητές με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες φαίνεται να υποφελούνται από αυτές τις αρχές καθολικού σχεδιασμού και δηλώνουν θετικές εμπειρίες και οι φοιτητές χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Και να μην σας κουράζω. Δεν ξέρω, τελείωσε ο χρόνος μου. Μην με αφήνετε έτσι, γιατί εγώ... Ωραία. Είναι λίγο το φιλολογικό ταπεραμέντο. Εδώ πέρα έχουμε λίγο, μας έχει μείνει από το σχολείο. Ξέρετε, έχω διδάξει και αρκετά χρόνια στο σχολείο πριν μπω, οπότε μου έχει μείνει λιγάκι αυτό. Και πάμε λιγάκι στα συμπεράσματα και τελειώνουμε. Αυτό τα περνάμε τώρα. Όπου πάρα πολύ σύντομα, δεν θα επαναλάβω, δεν θα σας κουράσω πολύ, φαίνεται ότι μπορεί να δημιουργηθεί κατάλληλο περιβάλλον εκπαιδευτικό και μαθησιακό χρησιμοποιώντας αρχές του καθολικού σχεδιασμού της διδασκαλίας και της μάθησης σε ένα ευρύτερο φάσμα φοιτητών και φοιτητριών, καλύπτοντας όμως ατομικές τους ανάγκες και λαμβάνοντας υπόψη ότι το κάθε παιδί έχει τη δική του μαθησιακή δυναμική, τη δική του φούσκα μέσα στην οποία δραστηριοποιείται και αυτό πρέπει να το λαμβάνουμε υπόψη μας όταν διδάσκουμε. Ίσως εκεί εγώ επιμένω ότι η διαφοροποιημένη διδασκαλία με τους ιεραρχημένες δραστηριότητες προς το βαθμό δυσκολίας, προς το νοητικό φορτίο κτλ. Έχει τη σημασία του. Αυτό που τονίζουν πάρα πολύ και είναι ο χρόνος. Θέλουμε περισσότερο χρόνο. Ο χρόνος επόασης είναι πολύ βασικός. Το λένε όλες οι κατηγορίες, περισσότερο δε με μαθησιακές δυσκολίες. Η ευελιξία στις επιλογές της μάθησης. Και αυτό το οποίο αποδεικνύεται από τις τοποθετήσεις των φοιτητών και είναι ζωτική σημασία στα πανεπιστημιακά ιδρύματα να προσδιοριστούν οι στρατηγικές για την ενθάρρυνσή τους, να αναφέρουν την αναπηρία τους ή τη δυσκολία τους, να την αποδεχτούν για να φτάσουν στο σημείο να την αναφέρουν και να αξιολογηθούν και να υποστηρικτούν από τους διδάσκοντές τους. Εδώ βέβαια παίζει πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο στο χαροκόπιο και το κέντρο συμβουλευτικής που έχουμε. Αυτό έχει παίξει πολύ μεγάλο ρόλο στα παιδιά αυτά. Δουλεύει πάρα πολύ συστηματικά. Δεν γνωρίζω στα άλλα πανεπιστήμια τι γίνεται ακριβώς. Πάντως, σε εμάς λειτουργεί πάρα πολύ θετικά. Έτσι. Και αυτό το οποίο κλείνω, και με συγχωρείτε αν καθυστέρησα, είναι ότι αυτό που σκοπεύουμε είναι ατελής για εμένα, για εμάς η έρευνα αυτή, διότι βασίζεται σε ποσοτικά δεδομένα. Και αυτό δεν μας καλύπτει. Πρέπει να γίνει τριγωνοποίηση και αυτή θα γίνει με περαιτέρω συνέντευξη, την οποία ετοιμάζουμε με δομημένη συνέντευξη και χωρίς μαθησιακές δυσκολίες, όπου μικρές ομάδες φοιτητών θα τους μαζέψουμε και θα εστιάσουμε περισσότερο για να δούμε πιο εξατομικευμένα λίγο αυτά τα οποία είδαμε τώρα πολύ γενικά. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Να είσαστε καλά.
Και εμείς ευχαριστούμε. Προτείνουμε αν υπάρχουν σύντομες ερωτήσεις, διαφορετικά, επειδή υπάρχει και ένα parallel μετά, να κάνουμε τις ερωτήσεις κατά τη διάρκεια του καφέ. Αν υπάρχουν στην κυρία Κεδράκα και στην κυρία Κουτρούμπα.
Δεν είναι ερώτηση, πιο πολύ είναι μια ενημέρωση. Ένας κύκλος μάθησης που όμως δεν είναι σε αυτούς που παρουσίασα, γιατί έγινε πρόσφατα, ήταν και τον κάναμε 2 φορές σε συνεργασία με τη δομή συμβουλευτικής και προσβασιμότητας του Πανεπιστημίου μας, γιατί το ανέφερε η κυρία Κοτρούμπα, και πραγματικά μείναμε έκπληκτοι από το τι υλικά, καταρχάς τι εξοπλισμό έχουμε ως Δημοκρίτιο Πανεπιστήμιο
ούτε εγώ το γνώριζα. Ειδικά μηχανήματα για να διευκολύνουν από Braille μέχρι ό,τι θες και πόσες τεχνικές πρακτικές μας έδωσαν οι ειδικοί εκεί της ΔΟΣΥΠ για το πώς να φτιάχνεις το PowerPoint σου ή ένα αρχείο Word που να είναι πιο εύκολα. Δηλαδή, απλά πράγματα, η στίχηση, οι γραμματοσυρές κτλ. Δεν ήταν κάτι που πραγματικά... Και ήταν ένας κύκλος μάθησης που τον επαναλάβαμε γιατί είχε και πάρα πολύ κόσμο. Δεν είναι όμως σε αυτά που συγκέντρωσα και σας παρουσίασα. Θέλω να πω, υπάρχει εξοπλισμός, υπάρχουν ειδικοί. Πρέπει όμως και λίγο και οι συνέργειες μεταξύ των δομών του Πανεπιστημίου να τις αξιοποιούμε και εμείς να τις χτίζουμε, έτσι, δηλαδή να μην δρούμε αυτιστικά κι εμείς. Και θέλω να πω και κάτι, γιατί το πρωί χάρηκα πάρα πολύ που το είπε ο κ. Δημητρόπουλος, για αυτά τα καρφωμένα έδρανα που υπάρχουν στα πανεπιστήμια, εμένα μου έχουν κάτσει εδώ, το λέω και το ξαναλέω, και θα πω και κάτι άλλο. Οι αριστερόχερες, πριν πάμε στα παιδιά με πιο εξειδικευμένες δυσκολίες, αν δείτε στο αμφιθέατρο, σε εκείνα τα τραπεζάκια που ξέρετε, όταν δεν είναι σπασμένο που γυρίζει, που δεν έχουμε σπασμένα, αλλά είναι μόνο για δεξιόχερες. Πώς γίνονται σαν για να μπορέσουν να γράψουν με το αριστερό χέρι, και είναι πολλά τα παιδιά που είναι αριστερόχερες. Δηλαδή, πολύ απλά πράγματα, πολύ βασικά, απλώς έτσι ήθελα να το πω αυτό και χάρηκα που το είπατε, που σκαρφαλώνουν πάνω στο έδρανα για να κάνουμε ομάδες εργασίας. Αλλά σκαρφαλώνουμε, δεν πειράζει.
Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους θερμά. Η επόμενη συζήτηση, ερωτήσεις στον καφέ.
Send it to a company for payment. No, sorry. I choose the image. The image is not mine. It's from a computer science teacher of Tibet who is doing these things.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. My name is Manuel. I'm going to sit down because better. No, it's not because people in the back. Welcome back, everyone, from this great day after another good coffee. This session is with Luke and me, but mostly with Luke. So if you're looking for Luke, you're in the right room. But first of all, we would like to invite you to help us with one thing. So the external advisor committee of this project got together in a very nasty place 1 hour ago and started to, well, maybe 2 hours ago, and started to discuss what we would like to know about your difficulties so that we can write a report that we have to write, which is more useful for everyone. Because we think we would like to leave something that is useful for you and for those of you who will talk to other people and say, yeah, you read this report, it's kind of good. It's kind of, useful. So we thought, why don't we ask you about what you would like us to put in it? And for that purpose, we decided that it would be a good idea to collect ideas. Okay? So if you think this is an opportunity for you to let us know what you would like us to help you with, we created a Mentimeter poll. So if you're familiar with Mentimeter, can I have your help in the back, please? If you are familiar with Mentimeter, you go to www.menti.com. And if you put the number that I have to read, I'm sorry. 1 second. If you put the number 7. I'll wait. 7. Tell me when. You're making me nervous. Okay. Starting from the beginning. 7, 6, 6, 5, 0, 6, 2, 9. You will reach this question, and this will stay open until tomorrow morning. Okay? So you have time. You don't need to do it now. Tomorrow lunch, Linda says. Okay. So you don't need to do it now. You can actually talk to Terry. The number will be circulated by Zoe in a few moments, okay? I sent you an email. Okay? So, repeat the code. Oh God, I got rid of it. Wait. 7. 7, 6, 6, 5, 0, 6, 2, 9. Okay, so 766, 50, 629. Is that okay? I can do it in Portuguese if it helps. So let's not take away the time from our star of the moment. I'm sorry, Luke. I'm really sorry for that. And we're going to now have the pleasure to hear from our good friend and colleague, Luke Millard. And I'm just going to say a few words about Luke. Luke is the Dean of Teaching and Learning at Abertay University in Scotland, UK, and also heads the Learning and Teaching Centre of the Abertay institution called the ABLE Academy. He tells me he does stuff that improves student and staff success, with an A, and drives activities that improve institutional outcomes. I have met Luke in an initiative that is led by colleagues from the United States called the Global Forum of Student Success. And I can add that on top of that, he's excellent at giving us good suggestions and making us really happy in our meetings. So that's what you're going to do today. Over to Luke.
Thank you very much. I shall just wait for my slides to magically appear. But yeah, I'm Luke Millard. I'm the Dean of Teaching and Learning at Abertay Academy, Abertay University, and the ABLE Academy is our learning and teaching centre. It's my second learning and teaching centre I've been in charge of. And I'm here to talk to you today about integrating the student voice to improve the quality of the academy. And when I say the quality of the academy, I don't just mean academic staff, but I mean success generally. How can we improve that generally? Across the whole institution and the institutional performance indicators and all other success measures that might pertain to. But we can't all do this at once. And this is on the side of a building in Ghent in Belgium. And I was at the European First Year Experience Conference there, and I just loved it because it's sensible. You can't do everything at once. If you are a fledgling new learning and teaching centre, you are not going to transform the university overnight. Be realistic. Set realistic goals. I agree with everything. I mean, Manuel's presentation this morning was appalling, but I agree with it all. Okay? It was absolutely spot on. I mean, and I would echo also around the philosophy and the drives and why we do it and the informality and the conversations, and conversation is a key. Here, and I'm talking student voice, yeah? But what I'm really talking about is conversations. How do we have ongoing conversations with students? How does staff have ongoing conversations with students? How does staff have ongoing conversations with themselves and ourselves? And what does that all look like? How can we make things happen, stuff happen? And again, I'm broadly talking stuff. And when I say stuff, I'm talking about success. Success for the institution, success for the student, success for us as academics, success for our professional service colleagues. And again, that goes again, and I'll talk about it in a second, but Manuel talked about macro, meso, micro. Again, key things, institutional level, department, division, dean level, individual module, individual program level. How do we make success work? So I'm talking specifically about voice and student voice, but I'll allude to a number of things that actually about how we implement things. So we're going to talk about generally about representation and co-creation and those types of things as examples of what we might do and lead through learning and teaching centres. I'm also going to talk about examples of how this can operate. And earlier somebody mentioned something about personalisation of learning. I'm going to talk a bit about personalisation of learning. I'm going to talk a little bit about micro-credentials, which again somebody mentioned earlier. Yeah, how could they both be utilised? How can we design those? How can we collaboratively design those? So I've already used up 10 minutes of my 30. But anyway, let's go. So why would we want to integrate the student? Yeah, good question. Well, we'd want to integrate the student voice because we have to. Yeah, in the UK, we have to integrate the student voice because it's regulation. Yeah, we have these developed frameworks, as Manuel said. We have I'll talk about in a second. I'm sorry, this microphone seems to be a bit cutting in and out, but I'll keep going unless, because we have to with regulation, but also morally, I think we should want to engage with our students. There's a moral imperative there for us, yeah? Because actually what it's going to do is develop our better courses. We're going to have higher quality courses. We're going to develop a better sense of community. Again, a lot of the presentations I've heard things about community and belonging. Well, how do you generate that if you're not having conversations with your students? We want to make our students more successful and more employable. Again, somebody was talking about graduate outcomes earlier. Yeah. How do we make our students more satisfied? Well, actually, we listen to our students. We engage with our students. We design new things that reflect the nature of the students who are at our universities. And actually, we want to do it because actually they make us better. It'll help our career developments. It'll help our feelings, our own personal feelings of happiness and satisfaction. And again, that's again another key reason for why we should be engaging with that student voice piece. So for me, there are many reasons as to why we should be doing that. But if I start off by looking at and how we enhance quality through a student lens, I'll draw upon the UK perspective, and I'll talk about regulation. Okay, in the UK, England and Scotland actually are diversifying and growing further apart. And in England, they have the Office for Students, which is a regulator. In Scotland, we have the Quality Assurance Agency for Scotland, and that's a really interesting distinction between quality assurance in England and quality enhancement in Scotland. And quality assurance is policing and measuring. And enhancement in Scotland is much more about trust and collaboration. And I think there's some interesting ways in which we think about that. But so we have regulation, but again in Scotland it's not you will do this. It's they call it advice and guidance, as you see on the documentation. So they give you the principles, and then they say, put it within your own context. And again, lots of us have talked about context. What's the context like at your university, which is research focused, versus your university, which is about social inclusion or widening participation? That context will be different. So they've got all these QAA produce all this guidance on assessment, work-based learning, learning and teaching, course design, development, and student engagement. So we look at this, right, and again, I've put these slides on, so hopefully there's lots of resources you can dip into later on. But what it talks about is the meaningful participation of students in whatever we do. Yeah, and to contribute effectively to quality assurance and enhancement processes, to capture the voices of all students. Okay, that's great. Okay, so how's that going to happen? Yeah. So within the code, it talks about expectations of quality and then core practices. And there's loads of examples. And again, you can go and have a look at these as sort of the framework for what you might want to consider. Yeah, but they use some nice phrases like learning as a partnership. Well, that's a good idea. I like that. Learning as a partnership. We win this together. So how do we recognize that? How do we engage with that? So you start to look at those expectations, and then it starts to talk about core practices. So the provider, that's us, actively engages students individually and collectively in the quality of their educational experience. So it doesn't tell you how to do it. It just says you've got to do it. So how are you going to do that? What are the structures you're going to put in place, the processes to make that happen? And I'll talk a little bit about what that might look like and what it looks like where I have worked and where I currently work. So for us, again, these guiding principles talk, arrangements exist for effective representation of the collective student voice at all organizational levels. And I've heard some, certainly from Manuel and a couple of other people, about student representation on Senate. You know, has been a norm, student representation on various other levels, committees within universities, absolutely, program leadership, student representation, etc. Yeah? But where you see it really developed, certainly in England, you see students on academic appointment panels. Yeah? At all levels. And certainly when at Abertay recently, when we appointed our vice-chancellor for the university, the students were on the appointment panel. Yeah? And that's, again, it's about, okay, well, if the student voice is really important, the student voice is really important at all levels. But again, going back to that second slide, this doesn't happen overnight. This is about where do you want to go to, and what are your priorities. So within Abertay, and many other universities, there are various ways in which you can capture those types of student voice pieces, and I'm sure some of you do these elements anyway. You know, there's that sort of assurance basis, and then there's the enhancement piece as well. Yeah. So assurance might be student representation on programs, which again, student representation through module feedback, student representation when you generate new programs, you validate and approve programs. Certainly where I am, when there's a specific program which we would deem as failing, you know, not producing the right outcomes for the institution, then students will be involved in that review process. So that's nice, and those are sort of standard measures, but they're fairly reactive, aren't they? Things have already happened. You know, the proactive piece is around enhancement. Yeah, and Manuel spoke about the learning and teaching projects you have at Minio. Yeah, you have about 10, do you say 10 or 12 projects a year or something like that? He's got more money than me, clearly. So we have about 5 or 6 projects a year, but the key is they all have to be co-created. So a member of staff cannot apply for a project without having some students to work with. Yeah, and it's about philosophy of everything we believe in as an institution, and I'll come to this at the very last slide. It's almost about a state of mind, the culture of the institution. When I think about developing anything at the institution, where's the student in it? Where is the student going to participate in the creation of whatever that might be, whether it be a professional development process, a professional development department, or whether it be a new program we're designing at the university. So those are the types of things that we're starting to think about in terms of how we can embed this. And this goes back a long way. There's Arnstein's ladder of citizenship, which talked about citizenship control down to manipulation. Yeah, Kathy Boville and colleagues reinvented this and created a ladder of student engagement. And this ladder of student engagement talks about really didactic curriculum, you know, where actually it's just a transfer of information to actually student control at the top. Yeah, which might be a bit far, but perhaps there is student control of their learning or aspects of their learning. But certainly I would very much favour the partnership, the negotiated curriculum. How do we work together to enable things to be most successful and most interesting? And heaven forbid, fun. Yeah, we are allowed to enjoy ourselves at universities. We're allowed to smile. And can we get our students to actually participate in design activities which will make us smile and be satisfied? Again, certainly in the UK, there's measures around the National Student Survey, which is about student satisfaction. So what does co-creation look like? I was fortunate enough to write a paper with Kathy Boville, Peter Felton, and Alison Cook-Saver from the States, looking at different types of co-creation. Yeah, what could that look like? Well, it could be around, as I say, student as a consultant, where they share and discuss, you know, perspectives on learning and teaching. Is this working? Is it not working? Could it look around co-researchers? Yeah, about that sort of investigations into what's going on. That pedagogical co-designer piece, which for me, I think is really the key one, and I think that best resonates with me as a learning and teaching centre. Yeah, actually, how do we design learning and teaching? You know, how do we consider and review where we've been? And then that element, as I say, about representation. Again, an important element, but actually for me, far too reactive. And again, certainly one of the things we're looking at Abertay is how we might better use technology and learn from the pandemic in terms of that representation piece. Can we look at moving away from that aspect where problems have built up over time and nobody's interjected with them to a continuing conversation using technology? So actually, problems don't happen because conversations have intercepted them. Again, that's something we're currently exploring. So representation, again, you'll be very familiar with. You know, it's where students act as, you know, those opinion gatherers. They offer the solutions through negotiation with a program leader, and they provide that focal point of contact, which is fine. But now that's evolved, certainly in Scotland and some places in England, where actually institutions starting to develop student voice policies, which don't just put the onus on the student, but say there are certain things expected of the institution. Yeah. Within Scotland, there's an organisation called Sparks, which I know Manuel knows well, which looks at works for the student organisations and looks specifically at student engagement. And through their negotiation with the Quality Assurance Agency, which I mentioned earlier, all universities now have to have a student partnership agreement. which specifies how the student organisation and the representation systems in the universities will work together. And again, if you haven't got one, when you're inspected by the QAA on your 4-yearly review, they'll want to know why. So there's a bit of stick going on there, but actually there's a lot of carrot, because actually there's a lot of stuff which means if you inherently build it into your processes will naturally improve. There's a lovely blog from Peter Bryant. What it says, we need, and it goes back to storytelling, so you'll quite like it, Manuel. Yeah? We need to find ways to hear the stories of students, to understand them and incorporate them into any change we initiate. And I think that's a lovely way to look at it. It's moving away from this just representation and the survey fatigue piece. Because actually, what happens if you do this and you really get students engaged is you have wonderful scenes like this on this. All these guys in the green sweatshirts at the bottom were student employees who I hired, because this particular school, we had a problem. And there were a real problem on the first year experience. They were losing far too many students. They were losing nearly 20% of their students in the first year. And we felt we need community. Right? We're going to employ students, senior students, to work with all the students who are coming in the first year and generate excitement like that. Generate things that make students want to come back. By employing those guys, we improve retention by 8% in 1 year. Yeah, which for us was a significant amount of money in England, because in the substantial fees. So suddenly, through a simple little initiative where actually you focused on belonging, focused on community, you had really impactful change. And I think that's one of the really interesting things is when we talk about that co-creation piece and that engagement piece, is actually there are many ways that can happen. Yeah. So there's a wonderful university in the United States called Northwest Missouri State University. Yeah. It's a very small university in Missouri. But it employs 20% of its students on campus in every aspect of the university's operation. They work in the provost's office. They work on admissions. They work in the well-being. They even work in the police station, which they have on campus, because they have police stations everywhere in America. In the dispatch office, I think they call it. But the outcomes for the students who are employed are sensational. Yeah, they talk about having a better relationship with staff, about working harder at their studies, about spending more time on campus, about their confidence growing. Yeah, so actually through engaging with ourselves and improving the services at the institution, actually what the students who do that are actually improving their employability prospects and improving many aspects of their student life. Again, so those students stay at university, those students excel. But again, it's another way of capturing the student voice. It's another way of developing the conversation between students and staff. Yeah? If students are sitting in an office that you walk through or walk past, you will obviously have a conversation. And that conversation might look at all sorts of things that inherently might have built up to be something bigger than they needed to be. So, what I would like you to do, because you need a break because it's hot in here, yeah? Just talk to your neighbour for a second. And what I want you to talk to your neighbour about, you're going to have to find a neighbour. What I want you to talk to your neighbour about, something that really stands out for you about, and a really nice example that you've come across where students have influenced what you've done. Yeah? Where has the student voice had impact for you? And I'd just like to give you a couple of minutes to have a talk and save you staring at me. Okay, I'm going to unfortunately stop your conversation for a second. Has anybody heard something they thought, oh, that's interesting? Anybody heard anything they thought was something they hadn't heard before?
That's an opportunity to learn some more, because Zoe mentioned that in a graduate class, she continually incorporates comments of the students to the point that the class had changed significantly, but she didn't give any details.
Well, that's a mystery you can solve over dinner tonight. But as I say, it's this is a again a nice framework, and the link is on there from the Higher Education Academy in the UK, or Advanced HE as it's now called. But this framework for student engagement through partnership, and it talks about at the heart of it being these partnership learning communities. You know, how do we develop that? Well, actually, we develop that through conversations, through ways in which we really effectively engage with students. But the really interesting words are the words around the edge, I think. Empowerment, trust. Trust is such a powerful word. And something that's key, again, I think, to what we're talking about when we talk about the development of learning and teaching centres. Yeah, learning teaching centres, and ways in which we talked about when we had our poolside meditation a little while ago about how we create those safe spaces, how we build trust with our staff, so that actually they feel able to come to us and don't necessarily feel vulnerable around the fact that they're actually underperforming in some element. How do we build that? And I think that's really important that we can do with students, but we can also do with staff. And there's a hint there for what later I'm going to come on to. So I'm now going to look specifically at institutional initiatives that we have in Scotland, and about how we've built in and how students have really impacted upon the design of what we've tried to do. So I mentioned in Scotland, there's the Quality Assurance Agency, which inspects universities every 4 or 5 years. But they do that in a really interesting way, in that they have a sort of a positive outlook, and they have a set of enhancement themes which they run every 3 years. And the most recent one was around resilient learning communities. Every university was expected to develop an action plan which would help develop resilient learning communities, whatever that meant. Yeah? So lots of people focused on students, some focused on staff and resilient learning communities. There was a really interesting one around program leadership and program leadership communities. But certainly the question that most pertained to what we were trying to do at Abertay was, who are your current and future students, and how do you want them to learn? You know, how will they want to learn, and how can we gain a clear understanding of their needs? Which, again, given some of the conversations we had earlier, I think the pandemic happened. And it's changed a lot of the ways in which students have learnt over the last few years, and a lot of the attributes and confidences that they bring into university. So how do we find out about that? But also, not in a negative way, how can we capitalise as a sector on the attributes that students bring? Yeah, students aren't all the same when they walk into any university, as we all know. Yeah, some come in as relatively mature students. Certainly at Abertay, the average age of a student is 24. Lots of mature students. They bring skills, they bring experience, they bring knowledge, they bring resilience. Yeah. So how do we build on that? How do we engage with that? So there were some really interesting questions that the QAA set. And for me, this was a lot around that personalisation piece, and there's the wonderful work of, very old now, Macmillan and Chavis. And they use this really lovely phrase. They talk about, can we develop in students a sense of mattering, that they matter to somebody, that somebody knows who they are, whether that be a fellow student, whether that be a member of staff, whether that be someone in the library. How do we develop that sense of mattering? And I think that's something that's always percolated the learning that we've tried to generate. And how do they contribute? And Alison Saver here talks about how they contribute equally. Now, I don't necessarily think there's an equality piece here. I think it's much more related to the Peter Brandt blog around meaningfully. How do they contribute meaningfully to the ways in which we design our processes and our work? Because as I say, if we start to think about the students who are coming through our doors, Emily McIntosh did a presentation with me at the European First Year Experience Conference last week. And she put up this slide, which I thought was really interesting. And it sort of combines all the things that are happening with the student groups as they're coming in. They've had 3.5 years of very strange study methods, mixed, evolving, changing. We've got this Gen Z thing going on, which is about actually lots of people are feeling stressed at the moment. Yeah, there's a real measurable increase in what they call perfectionist behaviours. Yeah, is that having an impact? Yeah, yeah. A body in the UK, Sutton Trust, says actually their surveys reveal that 30% of students are thinking about dropping out. So you've got this sort of Emily talked about a perfect storm. You've got all these things going on, and potentially some real problems for our students. So if we don't understand the individual student who's coming through our door, how are we going to possibly design the course or the activities that are going to address all of that? So we need to be brave, and there's a lovely quote from Sally Ride here. You know, we're all, you know, all adventures, especially into new territory, are scary. Absolutely, yeah. But that's the job of learning teaching centres. When we really want to impact on institutional change, we break boundaries. Yeah, yeah. And I think there's some really nice stuff around boundary spanning leadership from Crowbot and Mason, where they talk about how do we bridge boundaries, how do we work across academics, program leadership, professional services, student bodies. How do we bring people together to develop initiatives that actually make change happen within institutions? Yeah, there's a wonderful book by Emily McIntosh and Diane Nutt around something called the third space. And this is a space in which many learning and teaching centres work. In fact, every chapter in that book is written by somebody who is either a head or a member of a learning and teaching centre somewhere in the world. Mine is not chapter 19, and don't read that one. But that third space piece is really interesting because it talks, in essence, it talks about the boundary spanning leadership. It talks about how do we manage boundaries and actually build confidence within people, which then enables them to change, enables them to evolve, enables them to break those new frontiers. So what do we do at Abertay? Abertay, the key thing for us was retention. How do we improve that at the institution? How do we make it student-centred? Manuel was talking about development of processes. There's a wonderful book by a lady called Tia McNair in the States about building a student-ready college. How do we design our processes so that the processes are for the student and not for university? Yeah, I'm very old, so I remember things like lean thinking many years ago. Yeah, yeah. You design everything for the customer in mind. Here, you design everything for the student in mind. So we started to think about this at Abertay, and what we had was an opportunity. And 3 years ago, when I joined Abertay, I walked through the door, and they said, "Luke, thanks for coming, but what we want you to do are introduce micro-credentials." And I went, "What's a micro-credential?" So I looked it up, tried to find out, and there wasn't very much about it. But the problem we had, not the problem, the opportunity, because again, positive language, the opportunity we had was that within Abertay, within a year, you have 6 modules or 6 units of study. One of those in the first year was an optional module worth 20 credits in our language. And actually, it wasn't working. So they wanted to get rid of it and replace it with these micro-credentials. I said, okay, fine. But there's no point just introducing micro-credentials that actually just replicate the optional modules in electives. There has to be a purpose behind it. And again, that's where the learning teaching centres came in. So I said, actually, if our problem is retention, what we've designed is micro-credentials that actually impact upon student retention at the university. So what we did was we started talking to students. We started talking to staff around the university and decided actually what we needed to design was a set of micro-credentials that prepared students to be academically and socially successful at university. And again, that comes back to some of the earlier talks. And that's about personalisation and developing the individual student. Because one of the things we discovered when we looked at the retention data is that 70% of our students cited non-academic reasons for leaving when they left the university. Yeah? So if 70% of the reasons for our students leaving the university are non-academic, maybe we should make them academic and teach them the skills that enable them to survive at university, which are mainly around things like not being lonely, socializing with others, being healthy in the mind, well-being activities, understanding student life. Okay, so how might we do that? And what we did with working with the with the ABBA Students Association was we developed these suite of micro-credentials. And the first one, ABE 101, is about being successful at ABBA. And that's a small unit and one learning outcome, and that learning outcome is setting student expectations for success. What does successful look like at ABBA? How do you navigate the processes of universities, which are confusing? But what the interesting piece there within that, there's a formative diagnostic test halfway through the micro-credential, which provides them with guidance on other aspects. So they look at strength-based activities. What am I weakest in? Am I weakest in academic writing? Am I weakest in research skills? Well, actually, is it about, well, my own well-being, my own future career, my own student life, how to be a student? What does that mean? How do I cook? How do I open a bank account? How do I be a student? If students are citing these as reasons for leaving, why don't we build them into the curriculum? But what it really does, and the really bit I really like, is it normalizes engagement with the professional services of the university. When students go to wellbeing, or they go to the academic writing centre or the research team, they go there because they're sent there because there's something wrong with them. Yeah, it's a deficit model. What this says is it's part of your processes of learning at the university. We expect you to engage with wellbeing. We expect you to engage with academic writing centre. We expect you to become a better student by engaging with those and keep doing it throughout your 4 years of your degree. So it normalizes that engagement piece and removes that stigma of something's wrong with me, I've got to go and see these people. So the professional services have really bought into this as a real opportunity for them to engage. There's some principles. I know the pedagogues here would like to know how you design them. There's some information there for you to have a look at a little later. But the critical bit there is at the bottom, is about designing them as a coherent unit. Yeah. So if there is overlap, it's deliberate overlap. So within academic writing and academic research, it's probably going to be a bit of overlap. Yeah. But that's fine because we meant it to be. So the diagnostic is quite an interesting piece, and I'm just going to flag that up. Again, we use the students to help us design these, but it talks about study habits, expectations, writing, reading skills, digital skills, employability skills, and well-being. And then the student will get an individual report which is automatically generated. And then, interestingly, what we've developed is the program team that gets a download of the student cohort. We don't specify the students, but we say 60% of your students have issues around X, Y, or Z, or 90% of your students think they're brilliant and can write fantastically, so you don't need to worry about that. But they get that sort of program level feedback, and again, that's something we need to develop. But going back to what Manuel was talking about earlier, about the macro, the meso, and the micro, again, this might be a resource you're interested in. If you're interested in anything around this diagnostic approach, there's a QAA website here which looks at the institutional challenges for macro level, the departmental challenges or faculty, school level at meso, and the micro level challenges around diagnostics for modules or for courses. And again, if you want some more information on that, please feel free to have a look, because we're always looking forward to working with partners on these types of activities. Because again, it's about that use of language. A lot of this is about being proactive and positive with our students. Students, as we talk to them all the time, students want to be encouraged. They don't want to have the language of negativity thrown at them. So recent surveys talk about actually, 38% of all students said they doubted their abilities and they didn't think they deserved to be at university. Well, if they fail their first assessment, they're probably going to. That confirms everything they thought. So how do you build? So we have a week 4 assessment and we have a week 2 assessment. So nearly finished, is right. Oh, he's such a nag. But again, it's about, there's a lovely term, it's about this academic skills support should not be structured around a deficit discourse. And again, it's that use of language. See, conclusion. See, I'm perfectly on time. Whew. So, student success is not a solitary activity, okay? Broad statement, but it's absolutely accurate. How do we engage students in them making themselves successful? How do we design it into our processes? As a learning and teaching centre, what we're going to do with that? I think there's some really interesting ways in which, again, if we broaden the focus and better understand, especially post-pandemic, If we just go back to doing the same old things we did before the pandemic, we're in for a world of woe. Yeah, so we have to learn what really worked well during the pandemic. What are we going to embrace? What are we going to keep doing? Because we need to engage students on campus. Pasquale and Terenzini hasn't come out very well here, but they talk about the greatest impact appears to stem from students' total level of campus engagement. Can we keep the students on campus? Can we create really interesting activities that students want to do? Students don't want to come to lectures. I'm sorry, they don't. They can get that online. They don't need it. So what's going to make it exciting for them to be on campus? So what I'm going to leave you with and conclude with is something that's called the student life cycle model, which is a wonderful piece of work by Alf Lizio. And I use it all the time for designing everything. But what's come to me is that this is actually a model for learning and teaching centres. How do we prepare our staff to have a sense of capability? How do we prepare our staff to have that sense of purpose, understand institutional mission? How do we provide them with resources to be brilliant as we want them to be? How do we connect them with each other, with ourselves? And at the heart is the culture piece. What's the culture of our centre? What's the culture of our institution? How do we want to improve? Where do we want to improve? And who are we going to involve in getting there? So I would urge you to have a look at that and think about that, how that applies to your learning and teaching centre, because certainly it's helping me develop ours as we continually change. And what I should have said at the beginning is there is no perfect answer. And there is no perfect learning and teaching centre. We're all slightly different and we all do things in our own ways. We're in our own context. So thank you very much.
Thanks, brilliant, Luke. So we have a couple of minutes for questions. Be the first to pose the initial question. We have Zoe. We can start with Zoe.
Is it open now? Yeah, now it works. So thank you very much for this really also inspiring presentation about the student voice. Sometimes here in Greece, we don't hear students' voice because of choice. And I think that doing so, we left students non-mature. We don't leave them mature. Okay, so I would like to know, or I will put it differently. A lot of people say that our students are not mature, so they don't have to participate, we don't have to hear the voice because they don't have anything to say. And I would like you to share your experience about that. I mean, do you feel that your students provide you enriching ideas for your university, your institution? How important it is to hear their voice?
Absolutely vital. I mean, it's a great question, but it's absolutely vital. All of us think we know everything. We design things deliberately in a certain way to have a certain impact. Problem is, we're slightly older than the students who are coming in, and we're very different. Yeah, and so whilst we design them with the best purposes in mind, we need a check. And certainly, I've been involved in discussion. We're trying to revitalise Welcome Week or Freshers, the first week of term for our students, to set the expectations. And without that student voice piece, we would have perhaps gone down a path which was the wrong way. The most wonderful example I've got of this is at Abertay. We have a worldwide reputation for our school of video game development. So we develop lots of video games and great industry around. And the staff are constantly, well, we had some work with the staff recently, and they talked about actually how the students were actually keeping them more up to date with the latest technology, yeah, and feeding back into that. So there's a variety of ways in which I think in terms of design, absolutely you need to have that student voice. But I think in terms of developing, again, I keep going to a conversation. How are we engaging with students on a daily basis, bumping into the corridor, having those conversations, or within teaching sessions? How are we exchanging our views and looking at things in a slightly different way. So I think, yeah, for me, it's that culture and that state of mind. Why wouldn't I involve students? I suppose is the other question.
Would like to add a second question. Anyone?
People are so tired.
People are tired, of course. But I can add a second question. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It was really inspiring. I love the analogy you made at the very last slide among the student life cycle model and the model, the training. Well, I shouldn't call it training. Academic development or co-creation life cycle model for academic development. And I'm actually thinking that it's about time we involved everybody and asked them to take ownership of what we are gladly trying to offer, and they don't listen, perhaps in some cases. But then if we ask them to become co-creators at all these levels that you mentioned earlier on, co-research, pedagogical co-design, representation, and as consultants, I really like that idea, and thank you very much for that.
But you're right. No, I think it's a valid point. But you're absolutely right. It's about, certainly from a learning and teaching centre perspective, and I'm sure you'll all echo, you can't control anything. All you can do is sow the seeds of the ideas and give the evidence base and sort of case studies and those, and then you have to let go. So it is about that empowerment piece, absolutely. Empower people, but with the right guidance.
So can I ask my question then? And can I add a small story and then ask the question? Very small, very small. So I'm going to tell a story about a course that exists at the University of Minho. And the story of the course is the following. In the medical school, some years ago, guys who were medical students in their 20s, early 20s, so fourth-year students, or maybe 21, decided that they would set an official voluntary association to go and help Africa. That was their idea. And so they did. The interesting part of the story is that they worked the association for a number of years. And in that process, they started to think about, why are you doing this in Africa? If in the city of Braga, you have people on the streets, you have people with no healthcare, you have so many people who need the same sort of assistance. And so they worked with the medical school to create a macro-credential that was inserted in the medical degree on taking care of vulnerable people. Yeah. And it runs, it's brilliant, and it's student-led, but there's, of course, mentors that, right. But the key thing is what the students do. Yeah. Having said this, I also wanted to confirm that we are trying to do this work. We're way behind you. But there's one thing that I can vividly testify, and this is the question. When we work with students, particularly with student representatives, there are different quality levels of student representatives. And so from a year to another, you can have a very committed, student. And the next year, the whole class votes for the guy that doesn't show up in class.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the secret? What is the strategy? What do you do to make sure that the process of student engagement is a continuously high quality process?
Well, I think you have to be, it's a bit like the earlier conversation. I think you have to be realistic, yeah, and work with a majority that you can work with. I mean, as you say, the fool who gets elected and then decides not to engage, we've all come across that, and that is really problematic. But I think at the heart of what you're saying, Manuel, is something around how do we educate students about innovation and change and quality at a university. And I think there's an onus on us to want to take the time to do that. I think a lot of people think magically students will understand what quality is and understand what a good learning experience would be. But actually, all students can draw upon is their experience in school, where they've been taught like this. Yeah. And actually, how do we help students be educated enough to break away from that and say, actually, we'd like something different. We'd want more interaction. We want, let's say, mentors. We want whatever it is. And so I think the onus on us has to be to develop the systems and the training for those students to make sure that they become the effective student representatives that we want. Because if we put that effort in, then our institutions will improve.
we're running out of time, so I think the following questions will be over dinner or afterwards, online, whatever. Thanks very much, Luke. Looking forward to
Okay, I think I'm going to have to call us to order because clearly you haven't had enough of me. So you want me back again? Oh no, here he comes again. So we now have a parallel session 1.7, and we have 4 presentations are going to be coming our way. Our first presentation is from Katerina Kabasi on the role of exhibitions for environmental education and awareness, and has been delivered virtually. I'm going to hand over to Katerina and say you have 20 minutes, Katerina.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the invited speech, and I really believe that my presentation is relevant as I am with the Department of Environment in Ionian University, and we try to find ways to engage our students in being in love with our environment and try to engage in environmental education and awareness processes. I think I can share screen.
Ms. Katerina,
Okay.
just put it. Yes, great. Thank you.
Citizens today pay increasing attention to the environment, the ecosystem services it offers, and its protection with the aim of sustainable development. So we ran an experiment to examine the role of exhibition as a method of educating new researchers and students, as well as pupils from different schools, both from primary and secondary schools. So a core team of 30 students has been trained for implementing environmental education programs using innovative teaching methods. an exhibition for marine litter in collaboration with other institutions and non-governmental organization has been established and run for 4 months in 2022, last year. The students disseminated and presented the exhibitions to all more than 1,000 pupils of different ages. The challenge was to adapt the knowledge to different ages and disseminate the importance of how to react responsibly to environmental issues and how to be active citizens. Here is, I have to say that we are located in an island. We have a protected area for careta, the turtle. We are a touristic area and we have a severe problem with rubbish and marine litter. So the goal was to educate the pupils and so that they can further educate their families. The interaction between the students and the pupils was dynamic and ensured the involvement of the participants. The exhibition involved informative posters, photos, and experiential activities. Additionally, at the end of the program, a field event took place with 12 different activities, 35 animators, which were our students, and additional 400 pupils that took place only in the last field event. The students participating in the project had been reviewed after all this process, and the results were analyzed to see how they felt about this process. According to the evaluation, the students' skills had been ameliorated, the communicative ability had been improved, and the confidence in their ability to educate young people had been considerably increased. So let's see a bit about the exhibition. The exhibition had barrels and banners about marine litter. Each station had a topic, impressive photos and short text so that the students easily could take the information. It could be open air or inside, but we had it inside the university in 2 different areas. It was also bilingual, so it had 2 kinds of activities, field activities and other activities that were in the classroom or the amphitheater. The activities were further enriched with audiovisual material, and we had 5 more activities by students using experiential approach. So, as I told you before, we had 2 areas. In area A, we had the barrel and the banners. 2 activities took place in that area. The first activity was about the lifetime of different common rubbishes. And the second was an interactive activity with questions aiming to inspire participants to find solution of how to become active citizens and about the marine pollution. In area B, took place in the Area B was the amphitheater. There, an audiovisual projection was made, interactive activities were implemented, and different presentations took place. The activities involved role-playing games, narratives, activities for recycling, etc. An important parameter for the successful presentation of the exhibition at school was additional physical material, some experimental case studies, and the mobile exhibition for the nesting activity of the sea turtle Careta, which I told you we have the National Marine Park in Zakynthos. In collaboration with the Center of Environmental Education of Zakynthos, the Association Platiforos, which is a cultural association, and the National Marine Park of Zakynthos, we also had a field event at the end of May. 400 pupils participated. That took place on the nesting beach of Kalamaki. And 20 different activities were scheduled and implemented by 35 different students that worked as animators, both students and educators. At the end of the event, a message had been sent by the participants, I protect, I care, which was sent to all channels. You can see here the beach and all the students that we were there. More specifically, it was this heart was the educators and the animators, and all the other was the students. So, experiential education refers to an approach that integrates biology and environmental science into education, emphasizes the interconnection of living organisms and their environment. This approach has a significant influence on achieving awareness and knowledge about the environment. During the exhibition, experiential education concerned the students who became educators and the pupils who participated in different interactive actions. Both groups learned experiences and received knowledge for the specific topic for marine litter and marine pollution. Students, we can see here some of our students, emphasized on 4 teaching practices: direct experience of nature, discussions about environmental problems, active participation of students in environmental activities, the importance of teachers as role models. The aim of the initiative was to enhance the self-confidence of the students, make them role models for pupils, motivate them as active citizens and volunteers, inspire them for long-term commitment of environmentally friendly behavior, educate them to recognize practices for adapting their knowledge according to the audience and the needs, achieve deep knowledge and social and as well as ethical skills. The program lasted 4 months. As I told you before, it was 1,020 pupils coming as groups of 25 pupils each time. Each presentation, each exhibition took place 1 hour and a half, 45 minutes in area A and 45 minutes in area B. After the 3 months, after the 4 months, we had the field event, which lasted 3 hours. And there we had experiential approach activities. So first, we tried to educate our students. They were trained for 15 days. Of course, they already had lessons for environmental education and environmental awareness, but they had never before interacted with real students, real pupils. So we had specifically 3 more lessons to make the material and the info understandable for all and increase the cognitive level for the topic, although they already knew the topic. 3 more lessons is for smaller groups aiming to start motivating their ability to share the knowledge and involving them in the presentation of the exhibition and the activities. 3 more lessons for collaborative learning and how to manage group of students. And the last training was for the whole group, and the challenge was to give the speech following a rotation and make the rest of the group the audience. The professor supported the students the whole time. Here we can see the students as animators and the pupils being in the exhibition. And here we can see 3 students interacting with the pupils. And after all this process, we asked our students, the university students, how they felt about this process. 95%. We asked them before this process and after this process. So before the exhibition, 95% of the students felt that the skills were not enough for educating pupils. So they didn't feel confident, they felt inexperienced, they doubted for their ability to run initiatives. So we saw that they were not ready to go out to the world and educate anyone else about environmental protection and sustainable development. At the end of this project, in an exact same questions, all of the students believed that they had the skills and they felt confident that they could interact with anyone, not just pupils, but also grown-ups. And they felt that this was really significant for their professional life. Before the exhibition, 92 of the students believed that they knew about everything about marine pollution, as it was already an important lesson in the university. But after the exhibition, 22% recognized that through the exhibition they had deeply understood the problem and changed their behavior and how to communicate this information to family, friends, and other people in general. As concerned the change of role from students to educators, according to the interview, 26% of the students felt unsafe before the exhibition and doubted the results. 10% believed that it could be difficult to win the attention of the pupils and the respect of them. So at the same question, after the exhibition, 96 declared being impressed by the successful effort and the respect they received. As here we can see our students after the field event. They all felt very active. 75% of our students, it was their first effort to be a volunteer on something. I have to say that all this exhibition was volunteer. It wasn't part of a lesson. So they had to volunteer themselves. Before the exhibition, most of the participants didn't have the opportunity to participate in social environmental activities. Of course they had, but they had never recognized that. But after the exhibition, all of them said that they would do it again. 20% of the students mentioned that the interaction with the pupils was significant, and they believed it was based on the way the exhibition had run the information, as well as the experimental approach activities. they felt that their age was a plus as they were very young. And 88% of the participants recognized the importance of having environmentally friendly behavior in their daily life. Generally, the different audience, age, general and special need teams, I have to say we also had students with special needs from the school here that we have for children with special needs, made the challenge more challenging, the whole experience more challenging. In the beginning, most of them believed, 87% of them believed that it was impossible to personalize the information and adapt the information according to the needs of its school. But at the end, almost everyone declared satisfied with the effort and the results. The social interaction with society was under discussion in the beginning of the project. Most of the students also believed that through the exhibition, attitudes and behavior could be changed positively. After the end of the initiative, almost all participants declared that the pupils understood the problem and they think that they have discussed the ideas, action, challenges, and solutions. So they really hoped that they have contributed to achieving more responsible environmental, social, and ethical mentality for all. An important success of this initiative was the connection of the academic society, because all the teachers and the students, the professors and the students worked together for the exhibition, and the relationship was excellent. In the beginning, most of the students saw that the university didn't have an extra version of the university, but almost half believed that we had a good interaction with the local society. But after the exhibition, almost all believed that the connection with the local society was considerably better. So the exhibitions and the experiential education activities contributed to environmental education and knowledge. This holistic perspective enables students to grasp the complex interactions between various components of the natural world and appreciate the importance of maintaining ecological balance. Exhibitions also contribute to experiential learning by actively engaging students with the natural environment. Experiential education promotes critical thinking and problem-solving skills in the context of environmental challenges. Main advantage of the exhibition is the collaboration and the engagement of the community. Which the students really achieved by enforcing the interaction with the local societies and providing solutions for significant environmental problems.
Katerina, sorry.
Yeah? Yes? I can't hear you.
A round of applause, Katerina, virtually. But thank you very much for your presentation.
So just finish. I just have a a small sentence. So pupils created a dynamic way of communicating with younger educators and can be inspired by environmental issues. The experiential approach and the exhibitions offer experimental and emotional incentives to young educators and participants. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Katerina. That was excellent. Thank you very much for that. And unfortunately, we haven't got any time for questions because we've got to get four.
Never mind.
It doesn't say so on the programme. I'm not sure there's any room for questions. Okay. Smashing. In that case, ignore the chair because he doesn't know what he's doing. I shall now call the next presenter. Lydia is going to be the next presenter.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Well, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, can we begin? Yeah. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here to listen to our presentation. I'll try to be as quick as possible because it's very late in the day and everybody's tired and our attention span's probably very short. So I'm going to present a toolkit that our team has developed. And the title of our presentation is Teaching and Learning in Higher Education, a toolkit to guide teaching practice transformation. You can see here the writing team that participated in the design of the toolkit. The purpose of today's presentation is to offer a detailed description of an ebook that we designed, and it's called A Toolkit for University Teachers. Basically, it's a collection of good practices, innovative materials, and useful ideas for developing professional academic skills in order to support and monitor effective learning and teaching in higher education and at the same time facilitate inclusive education. I'm going to very briefly go through the literature review on theory and practice of developing toolkits. Then I'm going to tell you a few words about the process of constructing the toolkit, and then I'll argue the importance of the toolkit itself. We are all very well aware that academic staff has a complex and multifaceted role, and that teaching is just one of the many roles that we have to take on, and usually it is the least valued one. At the same time, teaching is strongly connected to syllabus design, teaching practice, and student evaluation. And another point that we had into consideration is that, generally speaking, academic staff in Greek universities may be strong in content, but they seem to lack basic knowledge of theories of strategies of learning and teaching as a result of never undergoing formal training on university pedagogy. And this was in 2016, so things, well, have been changing since then. In order to fill in this gap, we created this toolkit as part of the project Horizontal Action of Centers of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education Institutions. And its aim is to offer university teachers best practices as well as recent developments in teaching, learning, assessment, inclusive course design, supervision, IT in academic context, etc. What are pedagogic toolkits? Toolkits basically address distinct areas of knowledge. They provide resources, or in other words, tools. Those tools may be strategies, activities, reflection opportunities, and other means. And all of them aim to support teachers so that they can respond to their pedagogical challenges in different teaching contexts. The aim of such toolkits is to model the user's practice. So basically the knowledge and understanding, best practices, justification, and reflection upon our teaching and learning. Toolkits usually include two types of knowledge: the theoretical knowledge, which should be transformed into performative knowledge in order to guide academic staff teaching practice, and implicit knowledge, which is gained through everyday professional practice by teachers, which should become explicit in order to further elaborate or transfer this knowledge to new situations, new contexts, and help students learn. So, bearing all that in mind, we could say, I mean, Connell and Oliver said that, toolkits are open resources which can be adapted and refined in the light of users' beliefs and local situations, but they also emphasize that users should describe their own situated practice rather than attempting to work with an external imposed ideal model. Okay, so that doesn't seem to work in practice. According to the same authors, the toolkit's key characteristics are the following. Toolkits derive from an explicit theoretical framework. They are easy to use for practitioners. They can provide demonstrable benefit. They can provide guidance without being prescriptive. That's important to note. They are adaptable to reflect the user's practices and beliefs, and they can produce outputs that reflect the local context. Our toolkit construction procedure involves 3 phases and 6 steps. During the preparation phase, the first thing we did was to assess our learners' needs, and each chapter that is included in the toolkit is based on the results of the needs analysis. You heard about the needs analysis result from Zoe in the morning session. And we also use for our theoretical underpinning, of course, a student-centered approach, as well as the constructivist approach for active learning, and the theory of learning strategies by Oxford, which complements our theoretical frame. During the publishing stage, we were very careful with toolkit specifications, what to include in the toolkit. And it was also a result of our needs analysis, assessment of our needs analysis. And each entry has the following steps of the model that we wanted to imply: knowledge, understanding, best practices, justification, reflection, or self-reflection of one's practices. The aim of the toolkit was also to align university teachers transforming academic training to enhance learning, but also to give them an opportunity to share their ideas and teaching practices and to learn from each other. So the whole idea is to create this in the reflection part where they can engage in sharing and learning. All this information is stored in a cloud. In the evaluation stage, the toolkit was refined, and that refinement was a result of the information we got from our user trials. And we used the cycle of design, test, analyze, and refine. Both oral and written feedback were provided through interview and survey. And we also assessed the user-friendliness and the flexibility of the toolkit. Here you can see the cover page of our ebook, the introduction written by Zoe Gavrilitou, and you can see the 9 chapters that form the content of the toolkit. Teaching practices, training students to learn how to learn, assessment, equity and inclusion, teaching emergent adults and their soft skills, digital technology, individuals with learning disabilities, students with blindness and low vision, how to supervise students, how to help them with their dissertation writing. So that was the content that was the result of our needs analysis. Why do we believe that this toolkit is important? It is important because of the importance of teaching and the role of teacher for effective learning, which is undeniable at all levels of education, and that we all, of course, agree here, effective teaching does not depend only on a very good knowledge of the subject. It also includes teachers' understanding of how the students learn, good organization and planning of teaching, and the application of flexible methods and techniques in order to reach those learning objectives that we set. While we were designing the toolkit, we took the following into consideration. First, that teachers in higher education are not necessarily equipped with the knowledge of how their students regulate their learning, what active learning means, what use of learning strategy means, how they evaluate the learning as a process and as a product, etc. Other thing that we took into consideration is that teachers in higher education don't feel very confident about teaching students with learning difficulties and disabilities. They are not aware of how to approach certain specific difficulties or a specific disability. And they are not sure how to provide emotional support. And so many presentations here, the results of the surveys and the studies have actually shown that this is the case here. And some of us don't feel very confident about using digital technology either. And this toolkit that we developed takes into account the following as well. The fact that the number of students is on the rise, that student population is being even more internalized by day, that there is a gap between students' previous educational experiences as they come from the secondary education into the tertiary education and how their experiences and needs change. The fact that we need to incorporate alternative methods of study, practice, and assessment, the pressure for more teaching resources, because colleagues have said that's all fine, but give us something to work with. The evaluation of efficiency according to quality indicators as well. The need to prepare students for professional life, and the importance of connecting theory, research, and practice. We believe and hope that this toolkit can serve as a basis for a dialogue and collaboration among teachers in order to establish a common understanding about teaching and strengthen their pedagogical repertoire and add to their motivation not only to be willing to participate in EMI context that Kaja was talking about earlier, but also to get more motivated to implement this in their content teaching. What we plan to do next, of course, Zoe is always ahead of everybody in her thinking. So we want to create an online platform where teaching staff will have an opportunity to share ideas, store their information, ideas and good practices, and get feedback from colleagues, implement other proposals, and we hope that this will be offered by an online platform. This is the logo of the web page, and thank you. Well, well, all right, great.
Thank you. Well, after the presentation of the toolkit, thank you, Lydia, for that. And from all the presentations today, we can understand that teaching and learning in higher education have undergone substantial changes or need to change to promote quality and address the needs of increasingly diverse student populations in par with the 21st century competencies. Within this line of thought, assessment for learning is proposed as a pedagogical innovation that may render higher education institutions supportive and inspiring working and learning environments. Professor Miller talked about partnership, community of learning. So this presentation focuses on group work and rubrics as tools explicitly linked to assessment for learning to promote students' engagement, skills, with self and peer evaluation processes. Assessment in higher education constitutes a holistic process that begins with evaluation of student learning at the basis of the pyramid and concerns the effectiveness of the curriculum, the culture, the philosophy, the quality, and finally the reputation of its institution. Assessment has both social and pedagogical implications. The social dimension refers to the competencies and the field of content assigned to studies for effective and efficient future professional performance, while the pedagogical dimension focuses on the teaching approach used and the methodology of assessment. Assessment for learning is an active learning methodology, a tool for liberation and emancipation that may bring about important transformations in the role of both teachers and students in the learning process, establishing a more collaborative context of working. It regards learning as a social phenomenon, following the learning path of each student personally and in the group of the peers, while considering ecological factors that may hinder or promote learning in the zone of proximal development. Collaboration, communication, and negotiation are integral components of the social constructivist understanding of student learning. Group work with small and definable membership, clear instructions, and a concise marking scheme that takes into consideration both individual and group contributions, expose students to active learning with many advantages regarding engagement with the task, familiarization with the content of learning, and development of key transferable skills and competencies that are very important for life after graduation. One of the most innovative tools to provide evidence for competence-based learning is rubrics. It usually consists of three basic elements: evaluation criteria, which describe the factors that determine the quality of students' work; quality definitions that explain what students should do to demonstrate a particular skill to serve both scoring and feedback; and a scoring strategy that involves the use of a scale to interpret the assessment judgments of the assignment. The use of rubrics may enhance educational justice and transparency, reducing inconsistencies and subjectivity of the assessment, promote self-regulation of learning, higher order learning, critical thinking and writing, and it has been found that students say that it reduces their anxiety and enhance teacher-students relationships. The study presented here refers to the use of a rubric for group presentation as formative assessment in an undergraduate program in the Department of Education Sciences in Early Childhood in Demokritos University of Thrace. It regarded a group presentation about an important personality from the field of social pedagogy, according to students' choice, as a midterm assignment. Three basic questions guided the research process. Which criteria did students seem to score higher and lower in? Were there any differences in self and peer evaluation regarding the criteria assessed using the rubric? And how did students evaluate the learning process? Student groups were formed in each class using Wiki. Each student had to complete two rubrics. One regarded self-evaluation, assessing performance of the group, and the second concerned peer evaluation, that is the performance of another group by random selection. Actually, we had developed two rubrics, one for group work and one for group presentation. In this presentation, we are going to present only the rubric for the group presentation. 29 rating skills were completed during self-assessment and 31 rating skills were completed during peer assessment. Well, you can see in the table the 6 critical components of the rubric: content, language and technical issues, collaboration, organization, learning and delivery. After developing the critical components of the performance, we determined the achievement levels. We used a 3-point scale as appropriate to capture the different performance levels. And finally, we added a final column to give students the ability to write comments about suggestions on how to improve the performance. Then, an analytic scale was developed to provide detailed description of each performance level. After the presentation of each group, students had some time to reflect, complete the rating scales, and comment. Then, after all the presentations were completed, students answered an open question about the use of the rubric. In the table, you can see the frequencies in self and peer assessment rating scales concerning the 6 critical components of students' performance. The component with the highest score was collaboration, and those with the lowest scores were content and delivery. To investigate whether students' evaluation differed by type of assessment, self or peer evaluation, one sample Kolmogorov-Smirnov test was performed to determine if data meet acceptable levels of normality. The test indicated that data did not follow a normal distribution, so we used the Mann-Whitney U-test to see if there were differences. Results showed that there was no significant difference between the scores in the rating scales of students who performed self and peer assessment for all the 6 critical components of student performance. Well, from the open question, we can see that students, here we have some of the excerpts of their answers. Students were very positive about the use of the rubric as a tool for strategic learning. One student commented on its contribution to the development of autonomy and control over the learning process, and the function of the rubric as a common safe base that made the criteria of success accessible and manageable to the students from the beginning of the assignment. The rubric helped them not only to assess the work, but develop criteria to improve the way they were working, paying attention to the presentation of the other groups through the peer evaluation processes, and most importantly, raising their interest and deeper understanding about the assignment and the course in general, were also pointed by several students in their reports about the use of the rubric for group presentation. Well, the fact that no significant differences in mean scores regarding the 6 critical components of students' performance included in the rubric between self and peer evaluation scores were identified in the analysis of the ratings is indicative of the reliability of the assessment process using the methodology of the rubric. At least 3 aspects of the methodology may have had positive effect on that. First, the analytic rubric, which was in detail analyzed with the use of exemplars from the beginning of the process, may have helped students to better understand the criteria of the assessment and the qualitative differences in the rating scale. Secondly, the self and peer assessment scores were not part of the final marking scheme assigned by the teacher, and this detail may have been very, very important for the students to be sincere and objective about their ratings and evaluations. Moreover, the use of a simple rating scale based on the qualitative expression may have helped students to base their assessment on the general impression of the performance and provide accurate evaluations. Students did better in the 2 managerial types of performance, as described by the collaboration and organization criteria, while they scored lower in delivery and learning criteria, which regard the design of the slides and the oral performance of the presenters. This is somehow not unexpected, as students did not have much experience in public presentation of their work, although they were in the last year of their studies, and presentation skills regard important academic and professional competencies. So we have to give them the chance to develop these skills during their studies. Findings should be regarded with caution, though. They refer to a preliminary study, case study, which involves a limited number of students and regards the learning process in a specific course. About further research, it would be interesting to investigate whether a more sophisticated scoring system would be effective and even more precise, helping students to identify details in each criterion and further improve their work. Possible differences in their performance using the same methodology in time 1, midterm assignment, and in time 2, final assignment. And finally, it would be nice to see if learning and working habits facilitate with the use of the rubric in one course may continue to develop in case of courses that do not use the rubric as part of assessment for learning processes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that.
I understood that. Thank you for giving me the possibility to do this presentation. First, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee, especially Professor Gavrilidou, to organize this conference. I'm coming from another topic. It was very useful, and I learned a lot of things today. I will be an ambassador in my university for all this. Okay. I will try to do. I will present you the actions of the Agricultural University of Athens for improvement of the educational potential of its staff within the framework of KEDIMA and the program of student social care intervention. Agricultural University of Athens is a thematic university. We don't have a department concerning teaching pedagogical issues. And for this reason, we don't have specialized staff. We work with external collaborators. How I am involved in this project, I was vice rector in the university, and I was involved in the process of these two projects. Training in pedagogical and teaching subjects is not necessary for the selection of a person for faculty position. This is the law like that in Greece. This results that the organization of the lectures is based on the innate ability and knowledge of the members of the academic community, and this is a problem. We need additional information, education, training in order to improve our ability as professors, as teachers. In the Agricultural University of Athens, we have two programs in progress. First is the Teaching and Learning Support Office at the Agricultural University of Athens, is the KEDIMA, that there are this kind of centers in all the Greek universities. And there is also another project support of social care intervention for students of the Graduate University of Athens. Concerning the first, teaching and learning support office, Center Kedima, the goal is to continuously ensure the provision of high quality teaching, strengthening actions of teaching related matters, coordination of actions in order to improve the quality of the staff, permanent mechanism for providing essential teaching support service, and finally, the Kedima was before an office, now it's a center, shaping a common culture and values of the members actively involved in the educational process, a reference point and an example of innovation in higher education. When I was vice rector, I observed a problem. What was the problem? That the participation in the different events was very low. This was a problem that I should resolve. I didn't have the possibility to oblige to the personnel to participate. And I proposed to have 3 persons for every department, one professor, one teaching assistant, and a laboratory technical personnel that would be obliged to participate and after that to play the role of ambassador to their department. And like that, we have a crucial mass of 18 persons to be involved in these kind of events. Of course, we encourage all colleagues to participate in the workshop seminars that we prepare. Finally, in order to accelerate the development of actions, we participate, of course, in the horizontal action of Kedima, and we try to equal access and inclusion in education, to promoting sustainability and cultivating soft skills, digital transformation in the educational process, promoting mental well-being, linking teaching and research, professional development of academic teaching staff in general, and promotion of the social role of the university. We send a questionnaire. It was the questionnaire of the horizontal action, and we have some first results. We had 47 answers. The total of the university is close to 200. You can see that the majority of the persons that the colleagues that answered are experienced more than 15 years in the university. The majority of them accept to modify their teaching methods. And when I ask them if they prepare their teaching, the majority, they said, answered that very much or a lot. Now, the second program, the support of social care intervention for students of the Graduate University of Athens, active support of students with disabilities and special educational needs by the program over the last years with respect of their personal data. Our objective is to have equal participation in higher education, successful response to academic obligation, providing actions for students with disabilities and special educational needs on 2 axes, provision of consultancy services, and supply and installation of special equipment for public use in all of the buildings of the university in Athens, but also in 3 other departments out of Athens. We have installed special equipment in order to have the possibility of access or to have the possibility to read books with special software and hardware. In this program also, we adopt a common line in dealing with students with disabilities or special educational needs in order to develop a common culture and values among the university staff. For this, we arrange workshops for the university staff on a regular basis, presentation of provided actions, and staff training by the psychologist and the special education professor. The special educator professor present and analyze of the particular needs of barriers that the staff may encounter with students in this group, suggesting specific examination methods depending on the students' conditions. I must say that Professor Drosinou is a professor that helped us. It's an external collaborator. He's a professor of the University of Peloponnese. He helped us many years before this program. 23 years we have this collaboration, and we have this her advice for these problems. Also, we have a psychologist, Ms. Baka, that helped us to train the staff to manage case of students suffering from mental illness, depression, panic attacks. Finally, I must say also that the verification of each student documents come from a special committee of the university, from the vice rector, the doctor for the students, and the special educator. And finally, only a document without the problem is sent to the academic staff in order to say that they have the possibility for a special condition for the exams, for example, or for the education. Until May 2023, 3 workshops of the Agricultural University of Athens to inform and train the staff working in Athens was carried out. A similar workshop was organized also in the departments of Amphissa, Thebes, and Karpenisi, 3 departments out of Athens. Concerning the university policy, presentation and analysis of the educational needs of students, especially those with disabilities and special educational needs, to the teaching staff by a specialized specialized scientists, collaborates with the Agricultural University of Athens. Our objective is to inform, train, and update the knowledge, propose new innovative educational methods for teaching adults in science. Another peculiarity of our program is that we have a lot of laboratories. Every course has also a part, 2 hours. We have, for example, 5 hours per week, 3 hours theory and 2 hours laboratory. In these laboratories, we use chemical, fire, sharp object, pathogenic microorganism. This is a danger for the students, especially with disabilities. And in this case, we prepare a set of guidelines for the participation in this kind of laboratories. Finally, our objective is to set up an appropriate center to be included in the organizational chart of the Agricultural University of Athens and in general in the Greek universities. And that center must be based not in a project, but in the regular budget, because it's a need that we need for all the time. It's not for 2-3 years. And finally, to have stability, effectiveness in addressing the problem of improving the educational process. I think we are we try to improve our universities. It's a real need. I think little by little, the professors will understand that have the possibility to improve, and for us, it's an obligation to try to help in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. That's fine. A little bit of an echo, but it's okay. There aren't many of us left, so I think more fool the people who have left, because we've had 4 wonderful presentations, so thank you very much for those. Has anybody got any particular questions they might wish to ask? Almost from presenter to presenter, but I'd certainly like to ask one. So, for example, Nicholas, I mean, your presentation about how we support students with special needs is interesting, and again, I think it's always a problem for learning and teaching centres in terms of you always get the enthusiasts who will engage with the training, and not necessarily the people who really need it. So, have you got a sort of a structure? Have you got a process by which you're going to make sure everybody who needs it gets it? You need to go back to the mic.
It's true that, of course, if we need it, we go to the specialist, but the enthusiasm and the feeling that we need some aspects of our education system to be improved, this is obvious. And I have the possibility now at the end of my career to work for that. I think this is a pleasure for me. It's not my topic, but really I'm very happy to work in this direction.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else got a question that they might like to ask, or is everybody really keen to get ready for the dinner? Okay, well, I think it's a good idea. Genuinely, thank you very much for those 4 wonderful presentations. Thanks to Katerina online and to colleagues who have been here. As I say, it's more fool the people who have missed it, because it's been excellent. So thank you very much, everybody, and let's get dressed.
Thanks, Jerry. Enjoy your turns. Your charming turn.